Futures shopping around here this morning, basically flat, a little bit to the downside once again as we focus back on energy, back on oil, back to the upside, both for Brent crude this morning, approaching $104 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate back to $100 a barrel as well. All eyes remain on the Middle East and the situation in Iran as it continues to unfold. That being said, more macro headlines to deal with this morning as well. Day one of the FOMC meeting. We'll get the Fed coming up tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock with a decision, 2:30 with the press conference. We'll bring that to you live as always. What a difference a day makes as far as the tech sector really in focus, but Nvidia specifically. It was a sell the news event late in the day yesterday, right to the lows essentially by the time we got to the close at 4 o'clock, and then even after that we sold off a little bit more. Nvidia GTC day two coming up. With these types of conferences though, everything is day one and then the rest are just kind of secondary to that. I mean, first and foremost, happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. I woke up this morning and realized I don't own a green shirt. I do, but it's like kind of olive. It's not really.
I own one. I've got a little green on a couple of white shirts, but nothing green on its own.
Nothing St. Patrick's Day kind of green. So.
And it's not the same when it falls in the middle of the week too either.
True.
You know? It's nice at the end of the week, Brendo. So.
I saw some green beers on the weekend were walking by me in a restaurant. They didn't stop on my table, but anyways. Yeah, a lot to think about today.
Yeah, there's a whole lot to talk about. Obviously, GTC was huge yesterday, whether you're Uber, BYD, Dell, so many different names got dropped yesterday, as is typical on the GTC conference. So we'll keep an eye out on those. The ones that I'm most interested in is autonomous driving, of course, and we've seen the tie-up with Uber, but it's not just limited to North America. Hyundai thrown in there, BYD. So an interesting look, Nvidia looking to diversify. And then if you're waiting for 1 hour delivery, I know you're all about that life, Brendo. Amazon's going to do 1 hour and 3 hour delivery, so ultra fast. USO and oil obviously in focus. Some Chinese issues as well. President Trump delaying the Xi-Trump meeting from late this month, early next month for about a month. So maybe May. Late April, early May, as a result, of course, of the Iran war. So that should be in focus as well.
I don't really know what to make of that, to be honest, whether it's a cautionary thing or whether it's their side kind of forcing the hand. I mean, I don't think we'll ever find out the answer to that question. But it seems like something they would want to happen sooner than later. And
I would agree.
Yeah, and here we are.
And, you know, when you look at what analysts are saying, like, Xi needs to come out of this with a victory. He's got to come out with something in hand. And then, you know, the Strait of Hormuz as well ties into this very much so, because a lot of the oil that comes out of that strait goes to China for refining.
20% of China's.
Exactly. So yes, global prices are up, but the U.S. still has their hands on oil coming from Venezuela, Canada, and their own production. It's China now that needs the actual oil. Forget about the prices going up. They need the physical product.
Right.
And so could they help in securing the Strait of Hormuz? Can you imagine that?
No.
Can you imagine a U.S. contingency with China?
Never going to happen. Yeah. NBIS, big mover yesterday on an Nvidia headline, back to the downside here this morning on a debt raise. So 130 back to just below 122 right now. That's what that big ugly red candle was for NBIS. Lots of takeaways yesterday from that Nvidia event, guys. The go forward, I guess, over the next couple of days is most of the important stuff announced via Jensen yesterday in the keynote. Whether or not we get anything else significant to come from it remains to be seen. Adara will be all over that as usual. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. We're back, everybody, and excited to be so. And, you know, we're really thankful for everyone that, you know, bore with some of the issues we had in the afternoon stream, and for following us over when we were on Twitch, which will be there again, and over there on TikTok as well. But it was one heck of a reversal, man. Sell the news is still there and still strong. So Nvidia was a sell the news event. We saw Intel crater about 5 or 6% from its highs after a strong day. A lot of the chip names like SNDK was looking so strong pretty much all day. It was like 7-8% and just holding the line. And even it had a bit of a drop there, dropping like $30 in the final few minutes. So there's a lot to watch. I like what Uber is doing. I don't know if Delta got mentioned, reaffirming their reaffirming their guide. They're up a couple of points. Obviously, the airlines have been getting smacked around a little bit there, so that could be an interesting one. So yeah, there's going to be some names to watch. We've got the Fed. Yeah, they start their 2-day meeting, but it's tomorrow, right? Much ado about nothing with the decision tomorrow. And it'll probably be an interesting press conference tomorrow, I suppose. But let's be real. This is going to be about the names that were named and affected by the Nvidia day one on the keynote, and then energy right back. Also, Bitcoin back at 74,000. We're holding that level pretty well. So crypto remains strong. Although I'd posit ETH doing a little bit better, BMNR doing a bit better than Bitcoin in general. So we got to watch those as well.
Ethereum was a good one yesterday. I have Uber as the #1 trade idea today. Breaking out. We'll see if we can get some good response from Uber stock today, up 3%, leading the way right now in this space. Yeah, look, I think it's going to be a good day. Yesterday we had Nvidia go up and down on what was that $1 trillion number, which is actually lower, I think, than a lot of people expected, because he'd already projected 500 this year and 500 next year, so that's 1 trillion. So once that was realized, we came all the way back down again. So Nvidia right here, almost wishing they didn't have too much of a conference. Nothing going on so far here, but like we said yesterday, it's going to benefit outside businesses, right? You see Nebius come back to the downside a little bit today as well. NBIS, that's getting hit just a little bit. They had a big 14 or 15% move yesterday on Meta and a $27 billion deal. So, you know, the business is strong over here on this side. What I think we have to worry about the most are financials right now, continue to bleed lower as well. I mean, continue. I don't think it's doing anything really today. But XLF, pretty bad, right? This is where the problems lie right now, are in the financial space. I mean, I feel like AMD might be a good runner today, especially if we catch some drift there also from the GTC conference. And I just put it out right here, looking to see where you guys, and thank you so much yesterday. A lot of people asking about what happened to us yesterday. Thanks for being patient with us. If we ever go down, we're going to go on to TikTok. So that's where we are already. So we've already got a lot of people here. Are we allowed to say short Nvidia? Sure, Greg, you might as well do that. You're going to see some trades today as well. It says Koto 40. We just put this out. So go let me know what you guys are looking at right here, and get some of these back massagers going on as well, if you can, on that. But no, not a sponsor, of course. But yeah, AMD should be good. Tesla today as well. I mean, there's lots of names. We don't really know which names are going to be put to the fire yet. Tesla down here on a market that's trying to go back to the upside. So yeah, I think it's day one, as you mentioned there. Tomorrow we get the Fed at 2 p.m. and we're expecting a nothing burger from that one.
99% already.
Yeah, so it should be good there. Italy gave Venezuela a shot. We'll take fourth best baseball nation in the world every day, so we'll take that.
They had 2, maybe 3 actual Italian players on that team born in Italy. Yeah. What's wild, and like Canada wasn't even that much better. Like it's the only countries that were.
Oh, Italy's a much better baseball country than Canada. Come on, man. I mean, look at this. Yeah. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, right? You know what I'm saying? Just.
Oh, you got the jokes today.
We got the best food, the best
U.S.,
women.
Dominican, Venezuela, Japan. Like those were the countries where like everyone on their team actually was born in that country in the WBC. Right. It was wild. And only one of the guys I'd even heard of on the Italian team was actually born in Italy, and he was like some minor leaguer.
Yeah, you got to do more work on your Italian.
But they got to expand. They just have to expand. It's the same thing with the Israeli team. None of the. I don't think there was a single one on that team.
Oh no.
Of the professional guys, anyway. But the fun thing about it is.
Congratulations to Venezuela.
It's just how hardcore like some countries.
Oh yeah, that's the best part. I mean, that's
like Venezuela,
the best part is watching
Puerto Rico, Dominican. Yeah, they go crazy. But it'll be a good final. We'll see how it ends up.
That's tonight already, I think. It's a big one. USA versus Venezuela.
Like the U.S.
Wow.
team is.
I mean, now you have some political ties there as well. So
that's the other side of the coin.
You see right now NASDAQ, man, just ripping here a little bit, taking out pre-market highs right now on the NASDAQ. So maybe we're starting to feel a little bit better about our situation here now. Good day yesterday. You know, the Dow was only up almost 400 points, which we were down, 700-800 points a couple of days last week. So we still have a lot to battle back here, but it looks like we're trying to go right now with the NASDAQ. We'll pay attention to any stories that happen to hit. I still like my Marvell. I still think that's going to be a big winner in this space, and it's up nothing right now today. So I think I'm going to be looking long here on Marvell today as well. But let me know. I'll put it in the chat again right now, the link to YouTube. Go let me know what you guys are trading. We can sort of start to add some names over here to the sticky list. I got Amazon on here as well, so I like Amazon. Amazon had crazy strength.
Late in the day.
Yeah, Sharif mentioned there the story now today about the ultra-fast delivery service being rolled out even further. And yeah, there it goes yesterday. It's funny because yesterday we started shorting Amazon into this move, got out of it, and then watched it rip to the high side there. So Amazon today down to 211. We'll see what winds up happening here with AMZN. But I like the long here. We've got to be patient with it just a little bit. So yeah, it's ready to go here. So we're excited for the day. Thanks for joining us again here. And yeah, if anything were to ever happen, go over to TikTok, man. We're still live on TikTok no matter what.
And TikTok, Twitch, we're all over the place, and that's what we'll always do. But one more, before we go back to the desk here, the VIX. I just saw a couple people in the chat mention the VIX a little bit earlier while we were discussing. And yeah, you're right back underneath 25. So I think this is kind of a good sign. Let's put a 3 hour up there a little bit better. There you go. So if you look at what we've done, like we've come back and kind of drifting lower. Worth keeping an eye here. Like Nasdaq's about to go green. I feel like if the VIX can hold underneath this 25 zone, that can be pretty constructive for us to continue this bit of a run. Not much in the way of earnings, although aftermarket we get Lululemon today, and we know retail's been a spicy meatball. Forget about Lulu. The chart you don't want to look at in that space is Nike's. That's the one. Yeah,
they even got upgraded last week when you weren't here, and they still went down.
Oh, Nike got, really?
Yeah, there was a small little upgrade there. I think must have been one day last week where it went upside.
Yeah, it's they're not doing it, which, if doing it's going down, then they are doing it. But yeah, we get Lulu after the bell. Nike, so close to those local bottoms again. As the market about to go green. I was about to say just went green, but missed it. Well, the NASDAQ did it. The ES is green. So like the S&P 500 just went green. The NASDAQ is about to follow suit. VIX is going lower. Hey, what's not to like here? Some small cappers out there for you, Sharif, as well. I saw a couple on the watch list earlier, too. So should be a fun day for all.
OKLO worth mentioning. Huge pop up to 64 almost on this. U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission issues material license to Oklo's Atomic Alchemy to handle, process, and distribute isotopes. So a DOE contract, it looks like, for OKLO. That's a bit of a move. So we'll have to see if there's any follow through on that. I mean, this was a theme. I mean, you got to go back to probably the spring, summer of last year. Some of the nuclear names and some of the demand for power going to be coming from those. But we haven't heard from any of these really in a while.
Brendo, have you been following the amount of data centers that are getting canceled because of pushback by the local, residents,
cities
cities because they don't want, number one, in Tesla's case, or XAI's, I should say, pollution because they're using gas turbine generators, but also because people don't want prices of electricity to go up. So what you're seeing now is this concerted push by specifically big tech, in our case here, what we're talking about, to build their own power plants, to power their own grid, and to kind of divert away from the regular grid so that they don't affect the prices. So you feel like these partnerships here, whether it's with the government or with big tech, is just going to continue as, I'm assuming management of these companies wants to get these data centers built. If they're going to get them built, they got to get them in a way that is acceptable to the communities.
And as we've been talking about as well, the demand for not only compute, period, is still astronomically high, but power to power these things is also going to be astronomically high. I was just checking out how my CEG was doing, and it is up on this too, but nowhere near as much, obviously. But back to $64 if you go back to the end of last week or middle of last week, I guess it was. $64 came into play here for OKLO. Just real quick, wanted to touch on what happened yesterday. Look, we go out of our way here, very plain and simple, to bring you the best, most comprehensive, detail-oriented coverage of everything that matters as far as the market is concerned. Period. End of story. In doing so, we went a little too far yesterday. So our bad. We own that. I mean, I know everyone here will echo my sentiment in the sense that all we want to do on a day-to-day basis is bring you guys the best, most comprehensive information, period, end of story. And that's always been our goal and always will be.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if that sometimes means raising the ire of an algorithm that's scanning the internet, absolutely. I think, we'll do that again. When it was never our intention, obviously, to put anything copyrighted on there. But
of course.
Just disseminating information, Brendan, like every other news agency.
Yeah, we just want to be able to cover the market in a way that is beneficial to all of you because we are here for that. OKLO, guys, thoughts?
You know what? And I know it's up 6% and I want to be happy about this, but like how many times have we seen, companies reporting their earnings after the bell or, maybe the following day, and then you get a positive announcement ahead of time. It's like, oh, okay, well, did you do that? Because maybe we're not going to get that great news after the bell tonight. So that's my first thought. I wouldn't want to read too much into this, but look, for the day trade aspect of it, if it can get over 64, then you got a little bit of a breakout potential here. I mean, it's worth. I'm going to throw it onto the iPad with a note for that level and maybe look back at this 61.3. But again, you like support to resistance. Like there's some structure in here for OKLO if it's going to be in play. Look, I like the story. There's no question about it. I feel like there's safer names to be played in here. I'm been like ride or die with G Vernova, and I feel like that one a little bit less bumps in the road. SMR has been an absolute gong show. Like you made the world, and they all came back down. They all look basically the same chart. So outside of just looking at some technical levels here for the story, like the 61.5, which would be this prior high, and maybe a breakout, it would be more like a 64.3. Again, let's just see if this isn't them putting something out positive or getting something positive before maybe an earnings disappointment. I wouldn't want to be jumping into like some swing on this story when the juice is going to come out tonight, and we've seen this before. Like it's not completely uncommon for there to be a positive press release in front of sometimes disappointing earnings. And I'm not saying they're going to have disappointing numbers. It's not like they make a bunch of money anyways, right? Like this is not something it trades on fundamentals in the first place. It's just the timing of it always gets me a little bit skittish, let's just say.
You know what I wanted to say too about another name that sort of keeps going higher here is Circle. Like Circle has been an absolutely great move higher. And, the more we hear about bank runs and, things like that happening with fiat currency, and the more troubles there are in the world as far as, just the economies. And then obviously we have the monetary policy that keeps becoming questioned as well. Circle gets to square because you are USDC. And this is what the stablecoin is trying to do, is provide stability to currency, right? And I mean, it's just like, if you want your dollar to be worth $1 tomorrow, and we're talking about USDC against the US dollar, of course, then that dollar will be worth $1, And so it's like I'm not sure what currencies, if you're just talking about in Iran or anywhere like that, all of a sudden we saw the Israeli shekel get really hit throughout the last couple years, and especially on major announcements and unfortunate incidents and things like that. Meanwhile, you have USDC still being worth $1, so you got to convert your money over and put it in. But this was $60 back in February 25th. You're March 17th right now. You're at more than doubled, up to 127, and it seems like it still wants to go higher here. So I really like this Circle trade, and I mean, just as talking about Bitcoin seems to be trying to go higher as well, 74,000. Obviously, that's not going to be a store of value because you see how crazy that stock moves. You'd hate to see your store of value get chopped in half like we almost saw, well, we did see. So you got to be careful with that. But yeah, USDC and Circle seems to be a good little one. And then yesterday, we talked about this XXRP over here on the NYC American, the Amex. and now the blue ocean will just wait for a second to load. We had a little bit of a bump up there yesterday, into the close as everything started to go. So this is going to be something else to watch out for. Some of these crypto plays I think they're going to be hot again. So we had IBIT dancing around yesterday. We'll see if it can hold some levels here. And we talked about 74,000 coming into play if my chart even turns over. There it was. So yesterday it was a kind of relatively a nothing day, but we did have a big move back in, and then the move back. So I think we're going to be looking for like 4150 to 4160 or so area here on BTC today, see if we can hold for the little bit of a push. Gold was still holding above 5,000, so that was still nice. And just looking at the broader market, let's check out what the US dollar is doing here today, 99.7. So just on a 1 minute chart, nice move down there for the US dollar. And again, US dollar weakness is generally a tailwind for some of these big tech names. So we'll wait to see if we can break that level right down into here and potentially, close that gap down to the downside. So 99.60. We'll see what's going on. And then the VIX, right? Trying to settle down. I didn't know if you had the VIX up there. The VIX trying to settle down as well. If we go over, just hearing something about Intel's moving around right now. We did have a nice move higher in the VIX, obviously, over the last week or so. But now you see here, the last couple days starting to come back in a little bit on the VIX. So the market trying to settle down just a little bit there. And yeah, I think its home has always been, between 14 to 16. So we'll see if we can get back down to here for the VIX. But you see, just over the last, 6 months or so, we have had those spiking moments here. I always thought, like, if you just buy down here and, you're going to get time decay and everything, but UVXY is an instrument that you could use. And sometimes you do get these crazy spikes like back in the tariff times. So VIX down, it looks like today, just a little bit down 1%. So we'll see if that continues to make lower moves as the market's settling. And there it is. Neil mentioned before the NASDAQ, and there it goes. NASDAQ now green. So yeah, Oklo up to 62, a nice little move there, 59 to 62, 62.50 now for Oklo. All right, Joe, he's ready. He's got it. It's options with, I think it's Joey Options.
I think so.
Guessed right there, my friend. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the activity from yesterday in the world of derivatives. We're going to start things off with some USO. At that $120 mark, expiring this Friday, we're sitting on currently sitting on about 16,300 contracts still open, and with 13,300 closed yesterday. It's funny, the spread on this name here, it's $30. I think that's going to tighten up just due to the liquidity after the open. This is obviously calculated after the close, just so we can get those final numbers after the imbalances and everything along those lines. So you're sitting on that delta. Now, considering this is an out-of-the-money contract, we were looking at some other deltas the other day where it's about half of that, roughly around the same amount of strikes out of the money, strike that are out of the money. So essentially what I'm getting at, this is elevated. And why is it elevated? Because we can see that our Vega metrics still sitting around 113%. But we were looking at this last week when it was 175 plus. So you've already experienced a lot of Vega decay or volatility decay within the contracts. And we're going to take a look at it, the contract itself momentarily. This is the chart over the past couple of sessions. Right, so this is at the after the close yesterday, and then Friday session as well too. Now with your gamma, very little exposure, but I want to really point this out because this is where you're going to get so many of your metrics combining together to just absolutely deplete the value of these of some of these expiration cycles. So essentially, we do this time and time again, but we want to get into the detail. Is that from March 9th, right? You're down 70%, 78%, closer to 80%. But USO hasn't fallen 80% off of its highs. So it's a bunch of your Greek metrics coming together and just decaying the value of the contract, your volatility and your theta, all right, primarily. So moving forward, we're going to take a look at Ethereum performing substantially better, in my opinion anyways, than what Bitcoin was yesterday. A nice strong session. And then you can see that the strike price here, incorrect, I don't know why I said. But anyways, aside from that, it's $20 roughly. what we're going to be looking at here is that the bid and the ask spread extremely tight, but also not really worth anything that expires this Friday. So if you're looking at that $20 strike price, which we'll pull up right now, I mean, that's the max that you can lose essentially. So what we're going to be looking at, we'll pull this up, is that if we continue on those 8+% sessions, which I mean, it typically has one here and there, the value of these contracts, once again, are just really starting to decay. So if you're just looking to say, hey, I think that we're going to get somewhat of a bump here in Ethereum, but not in ETHA, it's like, hey, we're not going to necessarily get to $20, but maybe we can gain a little bit of time value in these contracts, considering they're only $5. All right. So at that specific level, 23,400 contracts, volume 4,480, $2 spread. Delta extremely light, and you're at the money IV 77.2%.
Thank you there, Joe. And obviously, like if you've been watching crypto, you probably already know that ETH was really strong, especially relative to Bitcoin. And it's broken out of this bear flag, right? So that happened yesterday with this clean breakaway. You can sort of see it right in here at 16.6. And I get it, this is ETF, but that's just what we can express and trade. And you had a great trend up. You juxtapose that with IBIT. Yeah, sure, it was also gapped higher, but stayed inside of the range. And again, today is still inside of its range, hanging around that 74,000 level. If we can hold on to 74,000 in a real sense, because we're back underneath it again, I think that could be good for Bitcoin. But even if it does, I'm inclined to think that, you know, just to strengthen ETHA, like that same range that got set in the morning, effectively we're holding the top end of it here. So as long as the pre-market levels like 17.4 gets held on ETHA, then I'm gonna like BMNR today. So this is, and again, like this is going to end up moving probably a little bit more. These treasury plays, they're not fun on the way down, but they can be fun on the way up, right? So just think of them as like a momentum thing out there. And so I'm going to be looking at primarily, make sure that ETHA holds that 17.4 level. You want to be able to hold on to this 23,000 area, 2,300 area on ETH, and then BMNR looking strong above that $23. So I'm going dip and rip today, but usually we're like some Bitcoin, but it just couldn't seem to do much with that 74,000 level. ETH just stronger.
Yeah, I mean, you're better off trading the ones with momentum, that is for sure. So BMNR will be on the watch list today for sure. Yeah, no, I was looking at gold yesterday. We did have a little bit of a move in silver as well. And that's going to be, posted down here at $73. You can see yesterday's, move to the high end there near the end of the day, a little bit of a fade, but this was a good little level there, 73.50, 73.60. So, we haven't broken through there in a couple of days. We'll see if that wants to get upside. Right now, some of the lusters come off of silver. I mean, right now, we're not really looking to trade it too much every day, as oil seems to be the one that's moving around. So I think silver still gets a really good opportunity to go. This looks like a great long if we can get back into the low to mid 60s here on silver. So I really think that's going to be a good trade. If it can dip back into here, then you can hold it for another leg to the high side there for silver. Still in the industrial metal, still has some uses, right? And Jensen yesterday did say that, although copper still a thing, we are looking at the photonic side of things here, optical, the light as well, so different ways of transferring information. And so copper may come to the downside a little bit there on just, again, still didn't necessarily downplay copper or anything like that, but was just mentioning that there's, new technologies coming through in copper, of course, for home builders and everything like that also. But you've seen home builders gotten really hit, Lennar and so on and so forth. I remember it was Berkshire there was investing in some home builders, and I guess they're probably out of those now, but Lennar, nice downside there. DH Horton as well, downside. So there's Lennar. Look at this, breaking below, even tariff levels here, right? So Lennar in trouble. Some of these home builders, not the greatest place to be dumping in your money. Wow, it's 8:30 already. No economic, if I just keep on doing this, I can look it up.
Until 10.
10, yeah, pending home sales. So nothing coming at 8:30 now. But yeah, a couple of different looks there, guys. I don't know if Nvidia is going to help out any home builders, but they need some help right now.
Maybe some AI and home building? It's probably coming, let's be honest.
You've seen those 3D printer kind of home builder ones where it just pours concrete in And like the design, you've never seen these?
I've seen the ones that are like prefab, I guess is what it's called. Like they make it prior to, and then they just take it to the actual site. But on that as well, I saw a video the other day of it's like a design firm, I think, in the U.S. somewhere, where it's almost like a warehouse space. You walk into a warehouse space, and they have all this video projection.
Interesting.
And they can project not only a floor plan on the actual floor, so you can walk through your potential house and say, oh, I want to move this wall over here.
Brilliant.
And it's like to scale and everything's the right size. Yeah, I thought it was the greatest idea. But anyways, we did get, there's nothing. New York Empire State Manufacturing Index there came in downside a little bit. But as the guys were mentioning, housing data coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll also get manufacturing production coming up at 9:15 as well. The defense names have been a little bit on the downside over the past couple of days. We did get a little bit of a pop here in some of them this morning. And volume's a little questionable, to be honest, but RTX had a nice day initially yesterday, comes right back in. LMT standing out, though, however, this morning, weak once again. A little pop yesterday, fades this move throughout the session. Here we are, downside again. But, this has been a week of a sell-off for this entire group.
You know what? I get the feeling that the bigger defense names now are going to be all in the private space because they're coming out with the response to the drone warfare, and that's what we're seeing this turn into. Like you're seeing, the Raytheons, the RTXs, NOC as well, which was my pick. These are really expensive systems, and it's basically it's a math calculation when you're using, like we've talked about many times, $1 million, a $4 million missile to shoot a $50,000, $75,000 drone. I don't anticipate getting too many more orders of those into the future, at least in the longer term. So I feel like we're going to be looking for the Andurils as well. There is something called Shield AI, which was on CNBC's disruptor list. All these are private companies still. These are the companies that are coming out with answers for drones. But I want to mention as well, one of Neil's picks has a move today. AVAV, AeroVironment acquires Empirical Systems, $200 million deal. One of the bigger drone makers. It's going to be funded by about $160 million in stock, $40 million in cash. Management expects the acquisition to be kind of accretive to EBITDA. We'll have to keep an eye on this one, but one of the bigger drone makers as well.
Yeah, and as you said, it seems like we're going further and further down that road as far as these types of conflicts go. This one, speaking of air flying, I don't know, AAPL to the upside here, raising their Q1 guidance, saying they now expect revenue to grow more than 10% year over year, above their prior 7% to 10% outlook. So some of the airlines catching a bid on that. It's been a rough couple of weeks. With everything going on over in the Middle East for airlines as well, just trending downside.
Absolutely, and Delta as well.
Yeah.
Same look. So the airlines are all strong. Delta said the same thing here, Brendo. Expecting Q1 revenue growth in the high single digits, tracking about $15 billion to $15.3 billion. That does exceed the prior guidance. They were talking about 5 to 7%, and that would have brought it to about 14.2 billion. So a note there, a note increase there. The strength is driven by, according to the company, accelerated demand trends across both the consumer and corporate travel segments. But you and I have been talking about this many, many, many times. The expansion of, let's call it business class, first class, whatever they're calling it these days. And we know Delta kind of wants to use 50% of the plane's capacity for that purpose. Obviously, a much higher margin business. So we'll see how they do.
I was looking, I'm going away in May, and I was looking last week at our friends over at Air Canada. They're starting to do the same thing.
They are, yeah.
The premium economy section in some of their planes, poof, all of a sudden is gone, and they've replaced it with more business class seats.
I believe that.
So it's now, as you said, it's now 50-50 business and economy.
The money's got to come from somewhere, Brendo. The flight attendants want to get paid. The pilots want to get paid. On this side of the border, both went on strike about a year ago. And so that money's coming out. Something else has got to come in. They're gonna have to be creative.
Yeah. It's been, let's be honest, it's been not a bad year so far for some of these airlines. Delta, one of those. That's a weekly chart. So we did have a nice move all the way up to 78. Nice little pullback here. 2 weeks in a row so far. Guys, back green again after 4 downside.
Yeah, like it's Like, it's interesting because they all got led with how bad it's been for the airlines the last little bit, but you know, you wouldn't know. You look at where Delta is today, like you're 10% in just a couple of sessions here to start things off. You've already got, I mean, you saw AAPL as well, but this one, you're back over the 200 period. We always talk about how trendy these charts end up being, where they tend to just drift in one direction, and when it makes a turn, it'll hang out doing that for a while. So like, there's a couple of things that don't completely convince me that we're through. Obviously, the conflict is going to be a big deal here, but you can't do worse than reiterating that guidance. And high single-digit growth is going to be good for Delta here. And specifically today, like what you've at least done is we like it when you break a nice little rounded bottom. The only issue is here, like you broke the rounded bottom, you got like 61 a third, 61 half or so. That was your big level. And if you don't break through this local top at 65, well, you're pretty much closer to the top than you are to that dip zone. So my hope is that something gives you a dip into the 61.5, 62 area. Otherwise, it'll be more interesting to maybe look for a breakout here in Delta. But it's a good looking chart, at least temporarily, in the short run. Anything can happen. We're in a headline-driven market when it comes to travel and oil prices, so you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, because at any particular moment, things could go even further awry, let's just say. And if we get more spikes in oil prices, that'll end up potentially mattering a little bit more than this temporary breakout that you got here in Delta. But yeah, for now, it looks like it's been getting upgraded by themselves. Speaking of upgrades, we'll find out some other ones from analysts with Joe, upgrades and downgrades.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. We're going to start it with DraftKings. DKNG down 1.6% here this morning, guys, going from a buy to a hold rating by Argus. Now, Eli Lilly getting a substantial price decrease here from $1,070 to $850. You're down 1% here. HSBC giving them that downgrade. LLY, the ticker. Now, Li Auto also down 1.4% here this morning, getting a price reduction from $24 to $19, also from a buy to a neutral weight. Flutter Entertainment also going from a strong buy to a hold. You're down about 0.8% here this morning. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some of the upgrades. Lemonade at the top of the list here, up 7%, guys. From $80 to $85, Morgan Stanley giving them the equal to an overweight upgrade as well, too. Intuit down about 1/3% here. BNP Paribas giving them the nod, going from an underperform to neutral with $463 price target. And then we also have the trade desk holding on to positivity here this morning. $25 is going to be that initial target. And ServiceNow also getting the nod, guys, going from a neutral to an outperform with a $140 price target.
One of those upgrades has a 21% short float, and it's not ServiceNow. it's Lemonade.
Lemonade. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what? Good for Lemonade here, because this is a bit of a. If you look at the daily chart, it's a bit of a dead cat bounce, but not really, because when you think about it, I just had the weekly up. This on structure was not that bad of a pullback. As far as you can say, a stock getting cut in half doesn't look as bad as it could be. That's actually true with Lemonade. So I think there's some squeeze potential. Just wish the volume was a little bit better today. But if it does pick up, it's got a good looking weekly. It's got a good looking break through the 200, just like Delta did. So even if it's like the dip into 60 makes a heck of a lot of sense. But it's an 80,000 shares of volume, this pre-market. That doesn't exactly, and it's, spreads like 30 pennies right now, and it's not really trading. Wait till the market opens and then come back and check this one out. And make sure you get your morning cup of Joe. Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, exactly. I saw Eli Lilly on that list, and yeah, it's not looking the greatest right now as you're starting to trend lower here. It looks like it is not a great momentum stock right now, especially if you are looking long. I mean, it's just holding on by like a thread right now at this like 970 to 960 area. 50-period moving average looking lower right now, starting to turn right around the beginning of March right here, and then started to look like it's sloping now to the downside. So not a great little look here for Eli Lilly, I don't think. As we wait for more releases and what's in the pipeline coming through, earnings through now. So I guess we just got to wait for more headlines now. But yeah, not looking like a healthy spot here for Eli Lilly, and that downgrade might have hit something, and they said 850 or so. I mean, that would make sense, right back into the 200-period moving average. So I could see this happening for Eli Lilly. I think it's worth scooping some if it gets down into there. But yeah, Eli Lilly right now, one of the monster names out there. One of the 10 richest companies, right? It's over $1 trillion. So, it's a nice move there for them to the downside. We'll see. Not a great downgrade, but Eli Lilly, I mean, it's doing much better than Novo or anything like that. But, still, this space, wonder if it's maybe overcooked, a little bit to that downside. That's still Eli Lilly, oh boy. Hold on, my bad, guys. Now where's my mouse? There it is, okay. Wow, all right, there we go, Novo. Down. Has it gotten bumped? No, not really. So there's Novo Nordisk just trying to figure itself out down here, right? In a much worse spot than Eli Lilly. But if you think Eli Lilly, the downgrade might send that a little lower, you could do a little switcheroonie there, get some out of Eli Lilly, put some into Novo now and see if there's a little trade back. But I wouldn't do that. I would stay with Eli Lilly and kind of ignore that downgrade. But again, if you're well invested in it, get ready for a potential 200 period. Just not looking great. And this could be an out, breaking through 965. If you can break through 965, you can tap out of it. Depending on where you're long, you're probably going to have a winner, But this name also really hasn't done anything since November, just up and down and just kind of with momentum. I remember this was bad. We made it all the way back. And then I've just gotten faded ever since. So Eli Lilly has just been, really a struggle bus, really, since the last 2 or 3 months. So I'd watch out for Eli Lilly looking lower there. That downgrade makes sense to me. I haven't read the downgrade, but on the chart, it's looking like it's fine. So, all right, 8:41 now. We got our coffee, as Neil said. And yeah, keep putting in the chat what you guys are looking at, right? Because we're looking in similar spots. So if there's anything that we're missing,
well, you know what?
out.
The visualizer has a name that's not on the watch list and has a name that's... I've seen a lot of people talk about it. It's probably approaching all-time highs, and that's Micron. And Micron wasn't strong relative to SNDK. And for anyone wondering, hey, what is this funky thing that you have in there that has Micron up at the top of the list? Well, that's our stock visualizer, everybody. For those that know, you're already typing $sign. So I see LNAI, LIDR, Micron, Tesla just got put in there. We'll throw... why not? We were just talking about lemonade, so that's the first thing that comes to my mind. So I type $sign LMND into the chat, and you'll see that one pop up. So for all of you that are not in the chat, hit that subscribe button. It's a subs-only chat. Jump in. The water is warm, warmer than it is outside here in Toronto. And Micron does lead the way up 2 points. Oklo, that was the story just brought to you by Brennan this morning, now up 8% in through 64. Hey, Microsoft. It's not every day we see Microsoft at exactly $400 here and more or less flat, but Tesla, Nvidia, some usual names. Uber, we've already discussed. They were mentioned in the keynote there, Nvidia partnership. And hey, BW. That is Ovi's pick. Babcock, Wilcox ends up on here randomly. That's kind of weird. But yeah, Micron possibly making some all-time highs. We'll mosey on, but keep those names coming on in. We'll always jump back to it. This is where the rundown in the afternoon comes from. So if you want us to talk about specific names at 2 o'clock to about 2:30, then you know what you got to do. You got to jump in there, get SNDK maybe to bump up a little bit. So thank you guys for participating. And why not? BW, oh, never mind. Palantir just booted BW from the
list. Right, as it should. All right, back over there to the desk.
All right, some of the Chinese names back higher once again this morning. Pretty good session I saw overnight for Asian stocks in general. But Alibaba, we mentioned yesterday on the agentic front. We got more details on that today as far as what this platform may be capable of and a name. Wukong? Yeah. Am I pronouncing that? You're the master of.
It looks right, Brendan.
Yeah. Wukong. Can automate tasks like document editing and research. This tool is designed to integrate with platforms such as DingTalk, Slack, Microsoft Teams, WeChat, and Alibaba's own e-commerce ecosystem. So back higher again, once again here for Baba.
And it's really indicative of what we've seen in AI lately, away from the chatbot waiting for a response into the more agentic look. So this one gave me an answer, this one's doing a job for me. And that's kind of what we're seeing with OpenClaw and every other AI company coming out with their own agent. That's more as an extension of this. So as Brendo mentioned, the name Wukong, it's an enterprise AI agent platform designed to manage multiple automated workflows all in one interface. So really much that agentic look there. The tool enables tasks like document editing. That'd be helpful for me, Brendo. Approvals, meeting transcriptions, research, moving beyond, just simple chatbot responses. It's by invitation only testing so far, but they do expect it to kind of grow into a more of a subscriber base and an invitation base. Separately, of course, on the China news, we have to mention as well, President Trump said he requested a delay of his planned meeting with President Xi Jinping by a month or so. That's a quote. Due to ongoing Iran conflict, it was initially scheduled for the end of the month, but he emphasized he's got to prioritize the war. He's really wanting to stress the point that it's not a logistical, or sorry, the delay is logistical, not strategic as well. And last but not least, Brendo, Tencent Music did report the TME, not Tencent, the company on the OTC, but TME on the NQ, reported earnings this morning.
Just seeing somebody was talking about Accomplish AI being way better than OpenClaw. It's almost
so many now.
It's almost, I was going to say it's almost weekly. There's more and more and more. And here comes Alibaba guys with more details on theirs. Yeah.
But I really want to stress, especially with your experiment with Perplexity Computer, and how quickly we can run through tokens or credits or whatever they're calling it. So how important do you feel maybe now running it locally becomes, especially for cost control?
It's not going to matter, because even if you're running something locally, you're still connecting to an API of an LLM. Okay. Like you can choose ChatGPT or Claude or whatever you want. So it's still going to rack up, the tokens. But I think as more and more, two things, compute gets built out, prices will come down. And I think as demand goes up for these things, they're going to have to meet it. So eventually prices will come down, but right now it's just astronomically high. I mean, that being said, one of the things I've been working with Cowork, Claude's Cowork, and Cowork has the ability to, because it has chat and the agentic side built right in, you can use the chat to refine what you want to do in the agentic side.
So use less tokens.
And then only have the agentic side just work on the actual task. So it's a little bit more efficient from that standpoint, but nowhere near as capable, in my opinion, anyways, as far as some of these other ones go. Anyways, ADRs, guys, 2 days in a row. I mean, Baba was a great fade yesterday.
Yeah, it was like they faded it all day, more or less, like right from the jump on Alibaba. It's nice to gap up, and we can report. Like at the end of the day, like you would hear, oh, Alibaba gained 1.5%, blah, 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 and all that good stuff. But that wasn't really what the money was doing with Baba for the entirety of the session. What is good, at least, is it gives it another chance to potentially break out this 140. You have a bit of a fail at that top. And there's a lot of charts that end up looking like this, like you've made. This one won't be like a, well, here we go. I'm going to zoom out a little bit there. There we are. This one might have already made this little rounded bottom, and now you have a double top off the higher low, but it's a bit of a distinct, downtrend that is trying to break, and now it's just a matter of getting through that $140 for Alibaba. You do that, head back into this like prior resistance 140, 146, but I'm not doing any, it doesn't matter the catalyst. Like we've had how many of these similar stories from Baba or Baidu in the last couple of months, and none of them have really followed through for the stock. So until it breaks 140, the price action is telling you to be patient with this. It's slowly breaking this trend line, but until you get, like I said, until you get over 140, this is kind of a muted move here for Baba, because the whole group's been beaten up a little bit. And as far as like the delayed meeting goes, who knows how that's going to resolve itself with President Trump? Like he's right. Like they're at a war, and they're not at war with China. But if you think about the connection between China and Iran when it comes to energy, like it's a bit of a proxy thing as well. So, the longer that drags out, like the further uncertainty you have with any kind of a deal with China, which again is not going to help these stocks either. So yeah, I'll get more excited if Baba breaks through the 140, but you got so much uncertainty here.
Yeah, I don't mind, looking at some levels from yesterday there for Alibaba, potential hold here of like 137.50 if it does come back in. So that could be a trade right in and around here, 137.80, 50, 60, somewhere right into this area here. The 5-minute does give you back down to 137. So if we get any sort of takedown into here, I mean, I don't mind the long. It's up 1% today. I think it can go. Market trying to go today as well. I like Alibaba, and I back into 137, sort of these highs. Some support. I like it. I think it can work. Just looking over at the imbalance locator right now, not much going on here. Dell, HPQ, NIO, meh. And nothing of interest right here. Remember, we don't have the NASDAQ names yet on the imbalance locator. I mean, I still like the sticky notes out already. I like Uber long. I wrote down 75.50, but right now it's looking like 76. Should be something like a trade there for Uber. Starting to come back in a little bit. We like that sort of tie up there. I like the Amazon long. That should be something that we look at today for sure. I mean, look at that momentum into yesterday's close. I know it faded out, but just into, before we got that little move down there with the GTC conference and everything, just sort of gave it up a little bit at the end, but all the way back up, and that's looking like it wants to take off. I wrote down again this 210 break area if we can come back in, but we write that down when it's at 211. Now you're at 212, so Amazon definitely going to have to get looked at. I really think yesterday we had a good trade near the end of the day. We made it twice. It turned out to be my number 2 best stock yesterday. Number 1 was Palantir on that dip buy where we had an incredible dip buy there early on USO on Palantir. And then we started fading oil yesterday, which worked out really well as well off that VWAP trade. So we're going to pay attention to USO here today, ear to the ground on any kind of news. And then I really like BMNR. As another possibility today. Just again, playing the momentum from yesterday, started to tick higher there. Looks like it wanted to break through this $22 level. So I wrote down on the note today for BMNR 23. So we're getting into that rate now. And again, yesterday's levels, there's sort of 23 right here. We broke through that top. That gets it to 23.15. So we'll see if we can hold in and around this area for BMNR today. So yeah, I'm all over the place, man. We've got Uber, Amazon, oil, and crypto. So a little bit of everything there, and we'll see which one gets first in. Probably BMNR today, I would think, might be one of the first trades on the desk. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at over here. It's 8:51. We do have the rundown coming up soon. Make sure you do grab our watch list. Link is in description. And remember, shout out to everybody watching us on TikTok as well. Hello, how are you over there? And that's a great watching experience on TikTok. It's also great here on YouTube and maybe other streaming platforms soon to come. Who knows? But thank you for the continued support. Let's keep on pushing it. Hit the like and hit the subscribe.
Yeah, you know what? Let us know. Where else do you guys want to see us? Because that's something we'll actually do. Because TikTok's great. And if you're on TikTok, hi, good morning. Tap that screen, like it. But yeah, let us know in the comments below where else you want to see us. Shout out to our friends over at Silo Pharma with a headline just coming across in front of me here. Silo Pharma getting attention this morning as one of the early adopters of tokenized securities. West Coast Stock Transfer says it's integrating Alpha Ledger technology to bring blockchain-based ownership to investors. The goal, faster settlement, more transparency, and direct ownership as tokenized continues gaining traction in capital markets. Silo's been on the show a couple of times, so shout out to them. SILO, the ticker there, if you want to check it out.
Yeah, I'm actually invested in this name, Brendo. So, yeah, full disclosure, we're a little out of the money, but definitely a good look here. Silo Pharma, I like where they're going. Biopharmaceutical company, development stage, good look for that. We're gonna keep an eye on some small cap cappers as well. I'm keeping my eye here specifically on. Well, this one was running PSHQ. It was making a nice move in the morning over here. PSHQ, just one sec. No, that's not the one. It's PSQH, my mistake there, PSQH. I know Neil was asking me about some of these small cap gappers this morning. This one's trying to work its way back above 70 pennies. A light bunch today though, Brendo, not too much in the way running here. This one's gonna have to get about 78 pennies above the volume weighted average price, but doing some good volume here in the morning.
Just seeing a comment here from American Airlines CFO. So AAPL CFO speaking somewhere saying, could raise liquidity if fuel stays high. The cost of fuel obviously stays high, but this thing right back to 1050, a little bit better on the daily chart here today. But what a move down that has been. Amazon, we're going to talk about this coming up, but don't worry about 1 hour delivery for Amazon. Get ready for 30-minute delivery from Amazon.
And it's not cheap. It's not cheap. So if you're a Prime member, like the cheapest version you can get is that $10 or that 3 hour, it's going to cost you about $5. But if you're not a Prime member, it's going to cost you substantially more. Apparently, there's thousands of cities now that, according to Amazon, that can get, or thousands of cities and towns that can get 3 hour delivery, hundreds that can get the hour. And then there's a few major markets. I'm assuming it's like the New York, Chicago's, Miami's, 30 minutes.
But how? I don't understand.
It's not for everything. So it's 90,000 items that are covered, but that's still, you know, there's going to be a lot of home goods, you know, pharmacy products, all the stuff that they probably run through a lot more. Making that readily available. I'm assuming that they're using probably like local hubs in high density neighborhoods.
Like Saturday afternoon down here, it took me 30 minutes to go 3 blocks, you know, south from where I am downtown Toronto.
I wonder if they're using the people on the, well, the delivery people here that use the scooters. I know Joe loves them.
From Mississauga to downtown Toronto on a scooter?
No, I'm assuming probably not.
Well, obviously.
Local hubs, right?
Obviously, yeah, they would have to be. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
They follow the traffic regulations.
You got to get that
strictly.
You got to get that toothpaste and deodorant as fast as possible. $60 coming into play here for OKLO. A couple of people mentioning this one again. If you missed that, U.S. Department of Energy approval for a nuclear safety design agreement of their Aurora powerhouse. So DOE coming through for OKLO. That was earlier this morning, guys.
Yes, sir. Lots to unpack there. Just, Sharif, you might want to look at that LNAI. That penny stock looks a little bit better. I think if for the small cap gappers out there, that's the one that's putting up, at least for now, it's 150%. It's putting up higher lows. At least it was a second ago, and then I suppose bringing it up might be jinxing it back into the volume-weighted average price. Who knows? Oklo, and thank you, Brendan, for bringing that one up again. It's now trying to hold over 64. So it's starting to look a little bit better on structure, right? Like if it doesn't have to pull back into 61.5, then 64 was the prior high to work off of. So I think this one does have a pretty good shot of staying in relevance. Just want to remind everybody, as much as they got a positive story here, let it do its thing. It's all fun and games to trade it today, but they do report after the bell. So there's today's trade, there is this story. Everything could get blown on its head after the market when these guys report, and all this, you know, solid 7%, which on the daily chart means absolutely nothing, might not matter at the end of today. So it's not like, oh yeah, look at it getting off the bid. Could this be a swing in the 50 or 200? Nah, man, wait for after earnings for that for Oklo. But the key hold of this 64 is going to be a big one. I've thrown it to like 5th on the list. It wasn't really on the notice. The story came out here just as we were coming on air. But if it can close the first 15-minute candle over $64, I think there's a continuation long. I just wouldn't play it more than the day before their earnings, because when these companies that don't really trade on more normal fundamentals, when they report, it's just a complete crapshoot. Like, forget about the fact that the SEC, we were just talking about yesterday, wants to go to, get rid of quarterly reporting. You know, that will there be less transparency, blah, blah, blah. Well, I think to the people that would say that, I think the greater risk is in these like less mature companies. That's where the risk is going to be. So like, imagine if Oklo only has to report to you like once or twice a year, or companies in that ilk that aren't as established, the unknown becomes bigger. Now, obviously the upside, if you have to catch one, can be good too. But are you that concerned about Apple reporting, you know, not every single quarter? Well, we know their business. They've been around a while. Like, it's not the end of the world. So just watch out for that report tonight. I don't necessarily think it's easy to gauge how how those will go when they're not profitable.
Yeah, I was going to say Oklo is going lower. $60 here, in my opinion. I feel like its home is probably somewhere here between 30 and 40 bucks. I mean, they're looking for minus 17 cents. It's just not the right environment to be a name that can't turn over profits right now. This is, we'd already talked about it. Kramer actually called all of this up here. He said the year of magical investing is over. And that was true for Oklo and true for, SMR and basically a lot of these names. I don't want to say that this name is completely cooked. I mean, I think there is a chance for it to go back up to the upside. We don't know what the numbers are going to show. But right now, with cost of capital, interest rates aren't getting cut anytime soon. If you need to, raise capital, it's going to cost you a bit of money there. But this deal in the United States, I mean, if you can keep on getting deals, it's like Palantir. Eventually you'll shore up your book and you'll turn profit, get that income statement going, and it'll be okay. How long did it take for Amazon to get that, going? And eventually you turn it and you go into new businesses and things start to turn around for you. But I really, Amazon is on, we just talked a little bit about that. Amazon is on my watch today, like pretty hard. Like if this name dips anywhere, I'm excited to take some Amazon. So, right now VWAP's at 211, that could be probably, could be probably the first trade that jumps in. I mean, I don't know if it's going to come back in to these levels. I really like this 210, this area that we broke out yesterday afternoon from. So if we can come back into there, that would be like the Hail Mary trade, if just to go long like as much as we can down there if it happens. But for right now, the NASDAQ just continues to drift a little higher. I'm glad that we bought some ES last week. I mean, it's not like we're out of the blue by any stretch of the imagination right now. Oh, I'm hearing something about Marvell. I don't know what Marvell is going to do, but I really like Marvell in this space. I can't talk about this enough. Looks like we are going to try to break through this 94, 95 area now on MRVL. So I do like that. And I just heard it in my ear there. Does Marvell launches, industry first, 260 lane, PCIe, blah, blah, blah. So nothing going on there, but something decent announcement there for Marvell. There's a whole bunch of stories coming in. Qualcomm increased their quarterly dividend there, but a few things. But yeah, Oklo tonight should be an exciting report, that is for sure. Not a profitable name, you don't need to be, but just be careful to see if that's going good there. Yeah, there's, stock repurchase program for Qualcomm as well. So it looks like 20 billion or so there for Qualcomm. So Qualcomm goes from 130 to 130, 150. A nice little move upside there for Qualcomm, just gapping on that new purchase. PayPal also there into PayPal, 70 markets or something here for PayPal. And we do know that they have new management, so nothing going on here, but another story to watch out for PayPal. And then our good friend SoFi, I mean, are we at 18 bucks? No, we're at 17.70 right now for SoFi. So wow, these names keep getting hit. Keep seeing SoFi commercials every time I watch US stations. All right, so that's that. It's 9:01 now. We've made it.
And we got a super chat here.
Oh, good.
Which was on the topic of Amazon just now, so we'll throw it up before we go back to the desk. We got Rishi. Do you guys know about Blink in India? Same models being used by Amazon, I suppose. Blink, it covers products under 10 minutes. A similar product range. It's insane, and really, logistics is the name of the game, and AI is just blown that up. That seems insane, like 10 minutes, but it's a limited amount of products. At the end of the day, like this is like that race to, it's not the race to zero, but it's gonna get pretty darn close to it. And right now, the way to play it here is with Amazon because they are logistics kings. I mean, there's Amazon and then there's Walmart and there's pretty much like nobody else there. But it is, as Sean mentioned, it is 9 o'clock. So we got 30 minutes till the open and just slightly less than that. So let's get into the rundown, talk some future, talk some names that are moving around this morning.
Crazy. 669, guys. That's where we close out on the SPY. We're up 1/3% right now. We just took out 670, 671. In fact, we're trading above that. So we're going to continue to look at that 672.5 level we've been talking about as a resistance level. We used it as support back on the 3rd, again on the 6th, and then we really gave way there on the 12th when we lost it. So let's see if we can get back to 672.5. If we sell off, whatever reason, we're looking at yesterday's closing print, 669 as the first level of support. If we lose that, 665, Brendo. Looks like we've had a lot of interactions with that level lately.
It's officially official. OpenAI has signed AWS deal to sell AI to the U.S. government. That's according to the information just popping up here. So OpenAI signing a deal via AWS to sell AI to the U.S. government. Information reporting that. Let's talk about what else is going on here, because there is a lot. If you haven't done so yet, below us right now in the description is the link that'll get you to the sign up page for that. Absolutely free watch list, comes right to your inbox every single morning, has everything on it. Dara works very hard every single morning on getting that together. And then it comes right to your email for free. A couple of nice green bars here for Nvidia back to the upside after what happened yesterday. I mean, we're essentially right back in the middle of the range here from that big wide range during the keynote yesterday. I was just reading through a summary essentially of what is to come on day 2, and it sounds like absolutely nothing.
Snoozer, huh?
I mean, there's some technical seminars and there's some chats, fireside type chats that are happening later in the afternoon, but as is normal with these types of events, whether it's the Apple 3-day event or whether it's this GTC event, because the keynote is right out of the gate, or Google's thing too, because the keynote is right out of the gate, everything gets announced day 1, and then the rest is kind of just fun.
Yeah, if you're going to have the CEO day 1, he's got to be doing all the announcing there. So Jensen, with a lot to say. So this morning's, the morning note for the premium YouTube subscribers, guys, has 3 different NVIDIA stories because there was a lot to cover. I'm going to cover one of them, which is the accelerating demand. Jensen Huang saying, look, my Vera Rubin system could reach $1 trillion in demand by 2027. If you are, that's just a number in the air, but he had guided about $500 billion in demand. So it's double what he had previously guided. The company expects about 77% revenue growth. We know about $78 billion this quarter. Management did emphasize that AI token generation is exploding. And as a result, demand for his chips is also exploding. They plan to launch Vera Rubin later this year, which is going to deliver, if you believe the reports, 10 times the performance per watt versus the prior system, which is a very important metric because you and I were talking about CEG and Constellation Energy and the demand for power, and that's raising the ire, of course, of community members who don't want to pay more for power. So that's an important one as well. Last but not least here, the Grok tie-up, GROQ. We've been talking about this. NVIDIA's push into custom ASICs. It's part of a $20 billion acquisition. It's designed to complement their GPUs with low latency processing. It's going to be called the LPX rack, Brendo. It's going to have 256 LPUs that can boost tokens per watt performance by up to 35 times. Not small numbers.
As we were just saying earlier, the token funnel is going to get a little bit better. Exactly. It sounds like anyways with this technology, but we're trying anyways, guys, to get going here for Nvidia.
Yeah, like as crazy as it might seem, Nvidia wasn't even necessarily the biggest percentage mover on its own move to the downside or sell the news event here. And I love what it's doing. Like, this is the good news is, even after what we saw, like that hard sell-off during the keynote, as even at its absolute worst, like the stock didn't go red, like it held 180 bucks. We're pretty much where we were at the beginning of everything and creeping higher. So it leaves a couple of things intact. One, you still got to get through 188 bucks on Nvidia, and until that happens, it's been a fade up there, including during that event. But I think we've reestablished some support down here at the 181. Right? Like you look at something like this for an Nvidia at that 181, and it's like, well, it told you where the buyers wanted to come in when it looked the absolute worst. And in moving along, the other name I'm going to be watching is the one that was short in the afternoon and probably out too early, which was Intel. It's already up 2%, doesn't even look like much of anything. But if it can get back above, it's about 46.65 right in here, like this resistance spot, that's my over-under. You break out over, I got no issues being long the stock, but if it cannot hold over that price, then to me, I got to be willing to go both ways like we were yesterday. And all this analysis and more brought to you by NextGel, NXGL over on the NASDAQ. And they develop advanced hydrogel technology used across medical, healthcare, and consumer applications. They're high water content gels. They're designed for comfort, performance, and next generation healthcare products. To learn more about NextGel and their technology, visit nextgel.com. Want to give a big shout out to them. NXGL over on the NASDAQ.
I mean, I think Nvidia here, 184 is probably going to be a long. I mean, any sort of a pushback into the VWAP, into the 50-period moving average. I mean, yeah, it's really reacting nicely, right? I mean, even that $1 trillion number that he threw out, even if it's just like confirming sort of the guide, which is all that it's doing, it still seems like it wants to work out here. I mean, we've missed the Amazon long already. I mean, what can we do, right? We write that down when it's 211 right here, even before 8 o'clock. Now it's 213.50. You're having the same kind of FOMO right now for Nvidia. So I think you just wait for a pullback and then you snap it up. So yeah, 184. I'm not going to overanalyze this thing. There's really nothing to talk about. It was down on the conference yesterday on the keynote speech. So, we started at 2 p.m. and right into here. So if we say Nvidia started the day, let's just say if you only looked at it from that moment, it was 184.50 at 2 p.m. Right? At 4 p.m., it was 183. So you lost that $1.50 and you're making it back right now. So I'm not worried about any of these levels here. Those are just algos coming through. So the 188, whatever, I mean, I think we can get there today. And yeah, I mean, just long the king, right? I mean, we keep on trading Nvidia every day. So we'll be looking at it again here today. There's VWAP, here's your 200 period. In between this like 184 to 184.50 area, if we do drop into somewhere around here, I'll be looking for the long. So that's where VWAP is, that's where your 200 period moving average is, and that's where we were all pre-market until we jumped. So yeah, I mean, the market will go through its ebbs and flows, and hopefully it'll flow down, and we'll be able to buy some Nvidia down near those prices. I like the stock, and even day 2 conference, it doesn't really matter to me. I think we just play the momentum long on Nvidia. Now.
There we go. Let's have a look at oil here. Some energy names still moving around. This is crude on the left, back downside right now. This spike that came early on this morning on the back of more headlines surrounding what's happening in the, not only in the Strait of Hormuz, but some attacks in the region once again overnight.
Yeah, looks like the war in Lebanon is expanding, sadly, with possible ground forces to come in. I don't think that's going to really affect the Strait of Hormuz as much, but belligerencies in the Middle East have a way of raising these oil prices. And separately, the U.S. is working on a coalition to escort these oil tankers, but plans very much remain unclear and not fully implemented. Naval escorts, of course, could expose U.S. and allied ships to direct attacks, but alternative like insurance guarantees or coordinated protection have not really fully materialized. Separately, you've seen President Trump make overtures to certain NATO allies, specifically England, France, Germany, all to help with securing the Strait of Hormuz. I was positing this morning that perhaps maybe China can have a naval armada next to a U.S. naval armada. That would be unprecedented. But again, Brendo, I really want to stress that the Chinese are the ones that are getting hurt the most by this because they can't get the crude to refine. The Americans are getting crude from Venezuela. They're getting it from Canada. They're getting it from their own domestic production. The Chinese are not.
Yeah, I was just looking at this, which kind of goes along with what you were just saying. I mean, just a visual on who imports the most oil, and guess who's the biggest by not even close of a margin, which is China. Of
course.
And 20% of that number comes from Iran and that entire
that makes sense to me.
Region. So, as you said, they're the ones that are feeling this or will potentially feel this the most. But I mean, Nvidia, guys, never mind oil. Nvidia is almost back to highs here.
Yeah, it just hit 85. We just talked about it.
Yeah. Well, we could go on more about Nvidia. No, but I think that name's going to just keep on going, right? I mean, as far as USO is concerned over here, if we're going to talk a little bit about oil, all I said was just keep your ear to the ground, right? I mean, last week, Obi and I made some crazy trades on oil. And, we look to make some more here today. I mean, VWAP's important for sure, but when you get, rips and dips and all that kind of stuff based on news, that's really where the money's made. I mean, we had it yesterday. We had this short rate here, I believe, to the downside. Then we were able to short. It wasn't even that VWAP trade. There was some more. I think it was right into here where we had the talk and boom to the downside there as there was more drone or Strait of Hormuz, or I don't remember the exact stories when we're making them, but just watch out for those plays. And I wrote down 120 has been pretty key. I mean, there's no, real sort of issue with 120 there. I mean, you're looking at, we have not Brent here, crude going on. No, that's wrong. CLJ is the contract right now, sweet crude, so it's $95 and heading lower right now. So we'll see if Topped out at 97. I think Brent is like 103 or something. We can check that out. But right here, CL, this is the CL contract traded over on the NYMEX. So this is what we're looking at. $97 all the way down to 94. So that top has been in and around here, right? So you make that nice move, and then here goes the drop down in. I don't know why my 5-minute chart is not loading up. But if you're looking here on the daily chart, we've had a problem breaking through $100. So if that level winds up holding, great. I'm still looking at 120 possibly as a short for USO. And that's going to be my trade there today. And again, you could look at Occidental or Battle, or there's been some TPET. There's some good names on the low side of this trade as well. A name like Gush, if you're trading an oil ETF, is one that we always talk, well, we don't always talk about. This is actually oil and gas. So this is a bull, 3 times bull ETF as well. So, you know, if you're looking for a little bit more get up to your trade, you can trade a Gush or anything like that. But yeah, for me, USO, always on my mind, especially these days. Like, I even want to just sit here when I'm not on the air and just listen to make sure that there's nothing going on in this space. Because if that straight opens up, man, we just got to go long. We'll be short USO, long the market. So I don't know what I would rather choose. Probably long the NASDAQ on an opened up straight, but also shorting USO is great. We don't have to worry about Boros here or anything like that. So ear to the ground on news. USO has been a big trade as of late around these parts. So let's just keep it in the pocket and see if we can make another one here today in news-based. So we don't have to jump in.
Yeah, if they open the straight, I think shorting Battle or TPET, those could get cut in half. And
yeah.
Like Battle was a $5 stock on the day that it volume spiked. The high was $5.80. It's still $14 here. So if the straight open, like these guys, and again, I could say the same thing about TPET, that small capper. Like that was what are we talking about? A 40-cent stock, and on the low that day was 75 cents. So, you know, its home could be somewhere between that 40 cents and 75 cents if things were to break down. But it cuts both ways. If we get another crazy spike in oil prices, then this one off of $1 bouncing could give you some serious juice. And whether you look at that or Battle with the small cappers, they're going to be in play. For now, they look like flat bottom breaks. So it's almost like good news is the more prescient thing. If we were to get some good news, you're looking for a breakdown where they'd have a huge gap fill. But I think you play it in either direction there. I also like some CVX, but you know, this one it's more consolidating than anything else as one of the strongest names out there. It hasn't really broken that high, this high yet, that 199, but it's now 3 or 4 days that it's been cresting out up here. So if we're looking in the other direction for any reason, this one is a potential breakout. Just nothing today.
All right, lots of agreements announced yesterday. This was not related to Nvidia, but Tesla instead. Nice move here, 2-day move for Lemonade. Back to the highs right now, 62.50 coming into play. It looks like this is going to be the first, essentially first of its kind anyway, that we've talked about on the insurance side of things for FSD, or cars with FSD. And the way they're going to do it, it sounds like Tesla's going to provide data directly to Lemonade, and they'll be able to distinguish which miles were driven by a human, which miles were driven by FSD, and then price it, I guess, accordingly.
Yeah, we had this headline. We didn't know how it was going to work, though. I think about a month or so ago, and now we get the details. And Morgan Stanley very much likes this, so much so they upgraded Lemonade from equal weight to overweight with an $85 price target, saying the upgrade reflects the growing confidence in Lemonade's long-term growth trajectory and their strategic positioning. And the stock is gaining attention specifically as a high beta kind of insurance tech play with optionality tied to autonomy. Of course, we'll get to that autonomy look in a second, but they did partner up with Tesla. It's viewed as a critical first step into the autonomous vehicle insurance. It provides early access to, as you mentioned, Brendo, driving data and real-time behavioral insights, which is a major competitive advantage over the insurers who are not, because it gives insight, obviously, into driver habits. Lemonade is offering 50% discounts on Tesla vehicle insurance. As you mentioned, it's going to mention it's going to be able to count which ones were FSD miles, full self-drive, and which ones were where the driver was actually engaged. Despite discounting, though, Morgan does believe that there's still strong underwriting discipline, and that remains intact. And they actually say that this could be very much margin expanding for them, especially if they're able to have first mover advantage over their competitors.
There's definitely a gap to be filled there. Good for them to be the first. Amazon is starting to move here, or did make a nice move up through 214 on that OpenAI headline. We're coming back in a little bit. We'll talk about Amazon in a second here, but if you missed it, again, an OpenAI headline for AWS.
Thanks, Brian. And look, I like this for Lemonade. I think it's a good advantage for them. And ultimately, the only thing it sucks about today, it's done 100,000 shares. When we first brought this up, I think it had done like 60 or 70,000 shares. In the last 20 minutes or so, it's barely even added to that. So you do want to see this open with some volume. But this is a good story. It's 20% short. They're the disruptor in this particular case, so I do like this bull case here for Lemonade. I used to own them, don't anymore. I'm actually considering whether I want to be back into this name. Haven't made a call on that yet, but it's back above the 200-period moving average. It's going to require actually seeing some volume off of the open, because if it starts to gap fill, you almost want this to settle down in the first 15, 20 minutes or so and show you where the bid support is going to be. If it holds a prior low, VWAP's irrelevant without any real volume, or prior high, I should say, that's around 60. If we just look out to the 15-minute in here, there's really not much to hang your hat on unless you're talking about that 60 level. And I don't trust VWAP on a stock that's done 100,000 shares in the pre-market. So Lemonade is more wait and see, but I do love this story for them, and I do like them jumping out in front, because obviously autonomy is coming, and if they can get this competitive advantage now, it's a very difficult business. The legacy companies have a stranglehold on so much of the market that this is a good get for them.
Yeah, I'm looking at Tesla here, and I am thinking about a long, to be honest with you, on Tesla. I mean, trying to hold this right here, 200 period, trying to break through this 396 area. I mean, if we can hold and then break, I mean, this could be a good trade right off the open, almost up to 400. I mean, I think we can get to 398 or so and make your $2 almost quick as you like there on Tesla, and then maybe back away a little bit from it. But yeah, this, if we zoom in just a little bit here, this is not, you know, a horrible break long. I mean, that's where we sort of started to break down yesterday, and then recovery into today. I mean, you're not up that much. The market's up more than this, but, you know, we know that if they want to buy Tesla, they will. And I just mean retail traders. That's generally what happens whenever Tesla gets a story behind it. It can really go right off the open. We've seen it make multiple moves, though. And we talked about how dangerous this stock is off of the open all the time. There's the pre-market break right there, and then a huge move higher. So, yeah, I think there's a possibility for something like that in today. But, you know, to break the pre-market high, you got to get over here. So that's 396.30s or so for that trade. Now, you're only 10 minutes away from open, so you're probably going to break it before the open even happens right there, because you have 4 minutes until the imbalance. But I actually really like this long for Tesla. I'll probably put something on there. And then if we have to hold it against 395, we can do that, right? So about $1 or so worth of risk to make two, I think. Probably early, a good little opportunity there for Tesla. So I like this break long around 396.40. Maybe we can get that early. And remember, the spread's going to really open up. So if you miss it on that first little move, you maybe just leave your order there. It could just back and forth and come in and get you. But we still have 8 minutes to go. So this stock could be 398 by the time it goes, right? I mean, we written down here Amazon. We had back-to-back days now on Amazon on the sticky note, and you see the moves been happening in the pre-market. We're going to go over Amazon in a minute, but that name is now gone, so we have to change. I mean, maybe it comes back, but we got to change our look maybe to something else. So we're going to look at Tesla right now, and I like that break of 396.30s, but looks like we might do that pre-market. So eyes on TSLA today.
All right, more deals that came through yesterday. This was part of the Nvidia presentation. Uber with a huge move here right after the close. We get all the way up to $77.50. This is going to be level 4 autonomy, essentially coming in one package for cars that will travel on the Uber network.
And Brendo, I mean, and Jensen's been talking about this for a while. You know, he was comparing his system to Tesla's. He tried to, you know, very diplomatically say that they're both good. But here's what we're talking about, Brendo. So they announced a partnership with Nvidia Uber, that is to deploy robotaxis using Nvidia's autonomous driving stack. The initial launches are planned for LA and San Francisco next year in 27, and then there's going to be an expansion to 28 cities globally by 2028. Vehicles are going to run on the Drive Hyperon platform, and it's combined with that Alpameo, which is an AI model designed for complex driving scenarios, so they're very much the outlying situations that we need to concern ourselves with. The rollout is going to follow a phased approach. First, there's going to be the data collection phase. Then there's going to be supervised operations operations, and then after they're satisfied, you're going to get into that full level 4 autonomy. But Uber's taking a very, very interesting approach to this autonomy. They're kind of positioning themselves as a multiplayer ecosystem, and they're allowing multiple AV developers and automakers onto their platform. We know that they have a tie-up with Lucid. Now they've got multiple tie-ups yesterday with BYD, Hyundai, Isuzu, so many different names. So they're positioning themselves not as the creator of the technology, but just a marketplace off which that specific technology can find a market. It's interesting to take because you don't have to expend all that billions and billions of dollars that Tesla and Nvidia are expending in autonomy.
Yeah, and opens the door for other use cases down the road as well for them. So looks pretty good for both Uber and Nvidia here right now, guys.
Yeah, and for Uber in particular, it needs this to potentially do what it hasn't been able to since, I guess it would be October, like late October of last year, which is creeping a hole back above the 50-period moving average. And I like its chances to do so. But it is a bit of a wall, and this would be, actually it's since like November, so I guess on November the 3rd was the last time we had a close above the 50-period simple moving average on the daily. But this is good for them. Let's get Uber breaking 78 today. It needs to hold that level. Obviously, on a daily chart, for this trend to truly be gone on a daily, it's got to close up here, hold it tomorrow, that kind of a deal. But at least for the day trade, first thing on the note when we sat down was there wasn't a heck of a lot that wasn't like Nvidia related. So like Uber taking out the 78. The prior high is a little bit far away to consider at this point, which is down around here, 75, 75 and a half. I feel like that's a cross that bridge if we get there on Uber. It's very much like Lemonade in terms of how much volume it's done or not done so far in the pre-market. So VWAP, not as much of a thing yet. But after the open, as long as it's holding the volume weighted average price, I want to look for the trend long in Uber. And ideally, you were able to get the long before it breaks that 78 level, but a good turnaround potential here on that daily chart. Gotta love it. It's been riding that 50 period and respecting it so much, it makes a break of that 50 so much more significant because it's been big resistance for the last few months.
Look, I have Uber written down here as the #1 stock on my sticky note. I just want to show you something funny here. This is what somebody wrote this, put this little meme in here. So my daughter tells me you invest in stocks. Yes, sir, I'm holding 60-40 portfolio. 60% GME, 40% AMC. And then it says, you have 10 seconds to get the you-know-what out of my house. So shout out to Media Ground there. That's hilarious right there. So someone, Texas boy, looking at Adobe, AVAV, and Tesla here as well, SNDK, short Nibius, long MSTR says add it here. There's Dane Generous, what's up? You're long or you're short SNDK. Good luck on that one. I mean, that's been a big one. Mike Peter Ryder, LIDAR and BIAF, so a couple names there as well. IBRX, VIX, and Nvidia. So some talk there for sure. Yeah, I have written Uber down here, 75.50, long on VWAP. We love that idea with Nvidia and the robo-taxi expansion there. So that's going to be a trade to look for on Uber, and we'll be here for it, right? So get ready for me to put some trades on Uber. Right now, the 200-period moving average is 76.50, no longer 75.50, where we wrote it down earlier. So we'll have to watch out for 76.50 coming in on Uber, and we'll look at quickly on the imbalance locator before we go. We just have one more story, Amazon, and then this market will open up. But there's really nothing on there. There's Uber with a small little bit. That's nothing. It's already done. Well, it's only done 260, so not bad there, actually. Half of that 120 on Uber as a bid. But other than that, Fastly, Dell, maybe upside with a sell. All right, I just heard Tesla's shares pulling back. I don't know.
Not much.
Not much, but there is, I don't know, a story there on Tesla. So maybe we have to change our opinion. But it does break that 396.50 area there, and then some sort of a story comes through. ONDS with an offering. So Ondas Holdings, get ready. I don't know if it's already moved, but there is a offering right now.
That W&W as well. Remember the...
yeah, yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, we called it a wrestling company. They dropped an offering as well, 14 million registered direct offering for W&W, now down 60% and just broke the dollar level.
Yeah.
This is the problem with these stocks. If you don't make your profit on the way up, they're going to punish you on the way down because they can always drop that offering. I guess they wish they had done it in 24 hours ago. Let's go talk about Amazon. We got 2 minutes until the open.
Still pulling back here. A couple things to note from this morning. Again, if you missed it, OpenAI via AWS going to officially provide their AI services and products to the government, both on the secure side and public side of things. So that was coming for a few weeks, and now it's here officially from Sam Altman and crew. We also touched on it briefly, but yeah, the delivery times are falling quickly over at Amazon.
Very good. I love this. 1 hour and 3 hour delivery services across parts of the U.S. now reaching 2,000 cities for 3 hour delivery, and hundreds, doesn't specify how much, for 1 hour. Over 90,000 items are eligible, like groceries, meds, household goods. Pricing is going to be $10, $9.99 for 1 hour, and $4.99 for 3 hours. That is Prime member prices, so it's going to be more if you're not Prime. Significantly higher, apparently, according to the source here, for non-Prime. But they're continuing, Brendo, to test even faster options like 30-minute delivery. It's called Amazon Now in select markets. Rivals like Walmart trying to also catch up with their 3 hour delivery coverage. They're saying for 95% of the U.S. population.
That's crazy. How they're going to do that efficiently is just impressive, to say the least. Back to a couple of days ago levels right now, guys, for Amazon, but stronger definitely today.
Yeah, it's a good headline. I don't know if that's like this isn't why most people own Amazon. Like, you're about AWS and that growth, which last quarter maybe not as good as everyone needed or wanted it to be, but still pretty impressive nonetheless. Look, with only about 30 seconds to go, that ONDS is actually not even moving that much. But Amazon, I look at the Friday close more than VWAP, that 211.50. It's not top of my list. I'm looking at crypto. We're looking at some Uber, which actually just broke higher. Obviously, Intel off the open we'll be looking at as well. A little bit of Delta in addition. But with only 15 seconds, nothing really popped up. Oh, Uber actually grew, so it's a 400,000 buy and balance on Uber now. It is making a bit of a jaunt to the upside, trying to take out that 78 level. And already pulling back as we ring the opening bell. Here we go in 3, 2, and 1.
All right, we're open. We're gonna look for some Tesla long. I don't know. Still waiting to see if that comes through. It's a nice little dip down right now for Tesla. Maybe breaking lower here, TSLA. The market made a little bit of a move lower. Not enough for me to get long anything. I mean, we're still looking for Uber longs. That will have to open up. It's a New York stock. It hasn't even opened yet. TSLA was the one I was looking at to pick up, but there was some story there on Tesla. And it's making a low bid right now.
I didn't hear the story.
Neither did I. So that's the one thing for Tesla right now. Waiting to hear what that story's all about. Go ahead, yeah.
Oh, Nvidia just dropped $2 off of the open.
Okay.
And continuing to look weak. So, I mean, right off the bat, you had this drop. Do we have a story on Tesla?
I was just going to say, so a lot of these kind of tech plays are doing this. LITE did the same thing. COHR, which was open when I got here, it did the same thing. So it's not only Tesla. I haven't found a story yet, and I have looked.
All right, well, I'm into Tesla right now. It's $1, so we just had $1 winner there on Tesla, but we didn't take it. I want to see if this can go back. Okay, well, now we'll take a little bit here. If we can get a 45, we'll take that. But there it is. So a nice little early take here on Tesla, but no idea, man. I mean, this is back and forth, as Adair just mentioned there, and as we're looking at it, up and down like a couple dollars here for Tesla. So we did pick something up near the lows. I'm going to use 392. As a breakout. I mean, that's the sort of the bottom wicks there, went down to 393. So if we get a little lower on that one, we can step out of Tesla. But we're long right now, TSLA. And I didn't mind even the break longer there, but it looks like now we have to wait. And I don't know if this is good or bad news, that robo-taxi story there for Nvidia and Uber there. So we'll wait to see what happens with Tesla here, but I'm long, and it's $1 in the money or so. So we're happy with that, but liking more. I'm waiting for 395s.
Yeah, good look over there. I actually saw just
I don't know.
Shout out to Kuzi. I can't pronounce it. Kuxi? It's a weird name in the chat. SMCI is breaking out. And this is in the midst of Nvidia heading to the downside. SMCI breaking out in a big way, up now a couple of points. The tech name that not the tech name, but the chip name that I wanted to play off of was going to be Intel, which was the biggest mover in the afternoon. I thought, okay, if it could hold 46.5 off the open, it could be a long, but it broke that down instantaneously. So Intel continues to sell off here. It was ridiculously bad at the outset of that keynote speech where they announced to further the partnership with Nvidia. And unfortunately, now down 1% into a screaming market. So chips are looking good. The market is absolutely screaming. Uber is now trying to break out that 78 level, so finally starting to go. But Nvidia, no strength. Intel, no strength.
$3. Right now, here goes Tesla, man. I mean, it's a big one. Right back to those levels. So there, oh yeah. Yes, there's your $3 move there on Tesla. So we're happy, man. We'll take it out. We're long at 393.30s. Right now, we just got 396.30. So right up to where I was initially going to go long on the break. But there's Tesla right there. It's it. We're done. Daily goal met there, Tesla. We're only out of 30% so far. Let's see if it wants to go. With that being said, I'm going to take out one more piece here at 80. There it is. We top out there. And that's where the 50-period moving average is. That's where the 25-period moving average is. So we're out. And there goes Tesla right now. Your official $3 first trade right there, right off the jump, TSLA. So there it goes, man. We said our first trade would probably be Tesla, but I thought it would be the break right there of this level. But instead, it gives us a gift of all gifts to the downside right there, TSLA. See you later. It's a good one, and we're going higher on Tesla. Yeah, so far so good. Let's see where this one goes. I mean, I thought 395 was good. We just took out the day's high, so we're gonna wait around 396.50 again. Take out one more piece, and then we'll see. Could always fall back in, right? The market, as Neil mentioned before, is starting to go. So we'll play that momentum to the high side and see where Tesla wants to go from here. So far, so good on this one.
Yeah, I saw someone in the chat say they didn't see the offering on ONDS. It is absolutely out there. So I posted it in the chat. ONDS and WNW both had offerings right before the bell and got smoked a little bit. Looks like we're not going to get the dip in Uber. Some things dipped and ripped. Uber looks like it is only wanting to rip. Just going to quickly go over to IBIT for you guys. Bitcoin is underneath. Can't seem to hold 74,000. So the breakout in BMNR is going to have to wait until we can get some strength over in the crypto market. BMNR wanted to be on the list. Well, it is on my list for a breakout potential. But without Bitcoin and without ETH making a move, we'll have to wait for this one to be a little bit more patient with it. Adara, we've got a news story already.
Yeah, I mean, not really a news story. I just kind of want to touch base on some different stories. We did get some headlines right off the open. I put them on the screen, though I didn't mention them out loud here, of course. But basically, we did have some comments coming from Benjamin Netanyahu, the leader of Israel, and he said, quote, "There are many more surprises in store." And he also said he spoke at length, apparently, yesterday with President Trump of the U.S. about the Gulf. Now, I also want to mention here Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, saying that he's going to be issuing a statement as to how those Paris talks with China went over the next few days. So even though the talks are over, it's going to be a couple days until we get any kind of statement on that. In terms of economic data at 10 a.m., we do have pending home sales. President Trump will be meeting with the Irish leader, the Taoiseach, today, so I'll be covering that if there is anything of note there. Just a little bit of housekeeping while I have you guys up here with me. But yeah, I mean, in terms of immediate news right now, nothing massive, just that ONDS offering, as mentioned, and also these airlines are going to be pretty strong, with AAPL actually raising its guidance and DAL maintaining its guidance in spite of jet fuel price increases. Back to you.
I was going to say, speaking of those, DAL is bouncing. VWAP is now starting to hold on DAL. Wanted to make sure when something's light enough volume, you want to see it open up and hold the volume weighted average price as opposed to just, assuming that line on the chart's going to matter. And if it's like a small cap stock, it's been doing a bunch of relative volume in the pre-market, then VWAP is a little bit more interesting. But until a stock opens up, I want to see it start to hold. So Uber just pulled back into it. The other one that I want to see hold would be Delta, if it is even able to do so. Uber just bounced off that 78. It's a pretty significant level on the daily chart. That's that 250 period moving average, I should say, not 200. But we need to not fail this 78 break on the 15. You do that, and it's exactly like Intel yesterday, like a false break that you got to be willing to reverse. So into this one for the first time. I wanted to be in Intel, but there hasn't been, what are you going to do? Patience is not the way to go. It broke the level and is continuing to head lower. So we're still making fresh lows over in Intel. Yesterday, I ended up shorting this after a false break. I feel like the first trade might end up being a long because it's so far down here on Intel. Like maybe we test a 44 even. But so far so good with Uber. But a missed opportunity there to short Intel. Weakest stock out there. Adara?
Yeah, I want to thank someone in the chat for bringing this to my attention. I did look into this, and it looks like basically we were asking what happened with Tesla. To be clear, this actually happened before the bell. I looked in earliest headline I saw on this was like 925, 926, but it looks like Sam Graves, a senior House Republican, he was at an event in Washington. He says he wants to impose fees on EVs for highway use. Now, you do have a nice pop-up here in Ford, GM, also higher. TSLA, as mentioned, did push lower off the open, but this headline would have come out a little bit before that opening drop. So again, senior House Republican, for the record, I'm familiar with a lot of these. He's not one that I'm personally familiar with, but anyways, making some comments here on how he feels that, I guess, EVs with the highway, it is benefiting these companies that are not known for their EV offerings. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's not really doing too much with Tesla there. I mean, we did have a nice move down in the futures almost right away there, and that did send Tesla to the downside as well. So yeah, I'm happy with it. So far, I just took another out there at the 200 period. I was going to say, like, maybe it's struggling a little bit to get by there because there was a couple candles where we didn't break through 395, but then once we did, and it's still upside. I have just exactly half left. So, you know, I think that that's been a good trade so far. It's still in the money, that $2. I'm still waiting up here. I'm waiting at 40s again to make sure, yeah, 396.40s. So if we do get something upside, we'll take that. And remember, our drop off was going to be 392 break. So if we were to lose about $1.50 on this trade, so we're out of half. We've made our money, and hopefully the market does want to mature up. But we're at the 50 period now. So now that I see that, I think it's reasonable. There we go. We offer 71s and get it. To get a little bit out there, again, at the 50 period. So kind of out at VWAP right here, out at the 200, out at the 50. And now we'll just, you know, ask it when it wants to moon. And hopefully the answer is soon. When moon? Soon.
Soon.
I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt. All right, the other name that we had was Amazon right now. And yeah, you know, I don't mind taking this one if we do wind up pulling back a little bit more on Amazon into the 50 would be something, or VWAP is 213. So if we can get into there, 213 and change, 213.50 is VWAP. So somewhere around there is a decent opportunity. I think for Amazon, we already looked at Uber, Amazon. The other name I have on here is BMNR and USO.
Well, BMNR is just breaking a little bit higher.
Up? Okay, yeah, so that's fine. I'll be fine missing it, but...
it's starting to go.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we can look at that in a minute. I just want to look at USO just quickly here. Downside play, up 2%, but, you know, watching out for that 117. Sweet crude is right here, and how sweet it is to be crude by you, because that's been a good little run there, $97, $98 high, and it looks like it's trying to hold out for $94.50. I don't, like, this is breaking lower. If this was a stock, like, I think this would be a good level to take. Underneath VWAP, underneath the 200, 50 period moving lower. I like the short in crude oil, but not willing to sort of expose any of my trades to that level because of the fact that we are going to be very, very news-based. But what I am willing to do is take another damn winner right there. And there it is. Spin the money around and around and around. It's now $3 and change as there goes Tesla to the day's high. So, you know, I don't... You know, we ignore sort of that story there of the highways. And there we go, Tesla, nothing but cash to the upside right there. What's up, Cash Patel? I wonder if he's trading some Tesla today.
Cash? Well, he's probably still celebrating that hockey.
Yeah, probably.
That's how he likes the rule.
97.
We just got high of the day there on Uber, but it's already starting to come back into that volume-weighted average price. Let's see if it's got a second salvo. And we grabbed it off 78 the first time. It played back into that high. Just want to see it do another bounce, and then we'll be good to go. I'd mentioned BMNR started to hold VWAP, so we jumped into that one as it's going. Bitcoin's back above 74,000. ETH is also making some, not power moves, but it made a nice break up there. So I like the fact that it's starting to go. So we jumped into some BMNR. And Uber, as I said, want to see this one dip, hold on to VWAP again, and we'll try to play that same range. If you lose 78, it's a big gap fill to the low. Down at about 77, actually exactly 77 even was a pre-market low. So that's where we'll look for the next opportunity over in that bad boy. And then obviously... Nvidia, I know everyone's looking at a bunch of different names. I see Palantir, HIMS. Nvidia is trying to get going. It's still relatively weak. The market is busting through highs, and Nvidia just cannot seem to get going. If it joins a party, we might have a 2% kind of day if Nvidia decides it wants to be part of this whole malaise. So right now, just in BMNR, still waiting for that confirmation of the hold on VWAP. of Uber, see if you can get the second one and go 2 for 2 on that particular name. But yeah, I want to see Nvidia start to participate. It's hard to trust this move if we're not going to actually see Nvidia go.
Yeah, man, nice trade there on Uber. I mean, a name that I missed a little bit there, but that's okay. We're just going to wait for Tesla to go. We did have a story there about BW there, Babcock and Wilcox. It's funny that Obi picked this name. I asked him what sector it was, and it was oil, but he wasn't sure. It's done really well there. Gapped down a little bit there yesterday. We did have some sort of expansion or exploration grant or something, 2.4 billion, something like that on their day of earnings. Went from $8 all the way to 15, then back down to 11. And there goes BW again, Babcock and Wilcox. Great pick there, Obi. And there it goes, man. He was taking it on a structure break, I believe, right into here back in January. He was talking about it. It does fill right back into that exact level that he went long on. And there goes, boom, on earnings. Good report. Plus some sort of a grant or something down there for BW, right, Adara? Maybe you can, if you can look back, it was March 3rd or 4th for Babcock and Wilson. What's it called again?
Yeah.
Is it
no,
Wilson?
Wilcox.
Wilcox. Babcock
So that
and
was
Wilson.
earnings. It was on the same day. In addition to the earnings, full notice to proceed on this power project. That was also with APLD.
Right.
So APLD benefited from that as well.
Okay, so makes sense there as well. All right, just a quick little look, man. We now have 40% of Tesla. We did take that 397 out there. We basically took 10% off at that level. I'm gonna take another little piece right here, and then now we can wait to see if it pulls back, maybe out at 396 or so. There it is. Thank you so much, Lunch 91, man. That's what we're talking about. Congratulations, man. I mean, just glad that some of you had that trade on. And yeah, you guys are the ones hitting the keys. So a big shout out and congratulations to you, Lunch 19. But yeah, man, I'm here every day for now. I'm only here half day on Friday. It was going to be full day, but I'm only going to be here half day on Friday. So Obi will be with you in the afternoon.
Obi's going to be back in the building. Always a lot of fun there. We're going to end up going 1 for 2. Beeman just lost bid. Going to track this Intel move because it's going a little bit further than we expected, but it just lost that bid underneath that prior bar. There's VWAP. There's a prior bar. There's the stop. Every single time, that's how it's always going to be. For me, just got to try to keep it, like I say, in the pocket. Intel just put its first green candle in. I know obviously the market is blasting, but there's the first green candle of the day, and now breaking that trend. So it's broken that prior bar candle. So going to jump into this long. I even said this one, you miss out on what was a short right away. It's just like yesterday. Missed out on the initial long, took a reversion short for the first trade in Intel. Seems like it's just a bit of a reversal. Missed out on the original short. The first trade is going to be a reversion long, looking for the volume weighted average price. So Intel down 2.5% into a market that's going up. I don't love this structurally. I even said in the afternoon yesterday, heck, we close back underneath this 45 tomorrow. I think it's a good place to potentially trim after that sell the news event. But for now, just a mean reversion, looking for that volume weighted average price here on INTC. Uber's still looking pretty strong. Haven't really looked at any oil for you guys out there, but not really moving that much. USO still downward trending, not looking very good, but that's going to be headline driven. Like any headline can come at any moment and completely change the dynamic of that market, but it is still sliding lower. All right, here comes potentially VWAP here. 45.25 is the target on Intel.
Yeah, Slide City. Right here, man, Nvidia. Let's see how high we can go on that one. We're into another position right now with Nvidia. $3 here on Tesla and waiting to see if Nvidia can give us some of that juice. I did take another piece out on Tesla right there, and we bumped up to 296.70 there again. So we are kind of bouncing off of that 50-period moving average, so we're going to be careful with that one. So the thing with NVIDIA here is very, very light. Half of a unit right now on NVDA. Now, the thing about it is I really want to see about it down here, 183 to 183.50. The 200-period moving average, okay, we should be able, I was just going to say we're going to get long, there we go. We're just going to say we're going to get longer down here on NVIDIA if it comes in. We're going to watch out just for a break lower here. And if it breaks lower, we have to get out of that one. But that's 183.20s or so for a breakdown of NVDA. Willing to take a shot on this one. It didn't participate well yesterday off that conference. We know that. So we have to be careful right now as it's starting to fall back in. Here comes NVIDIA. Tesla's still high side, but it's NVIDIA right now that's giving me some kind of worries right now. NASDAQ up, but coming back in. Nvidia looks like a straight downside right now. A name that wasn't on my radar, and maybe we shouldn't have taken it, but it's a fall down here for NVDA. Watching out for a 183 break, man. We break that, we got to get out. Right there, that's 183.25 maybe is a good out there for Nvidia. That's that wick bottom area, and we're there right now. Watch out.
Yeah, watch out. Just heard something about the White House. It was DHS funding.
Yeah.
So that's not going to be. Yeah, it's not going to be a big deal. But if I hear White House, the first thing that pops into my mind is, okay, what's going to happen with energy? But that's DHS funding, not going to be a big deal. And the reason that would have mattered is I was about to get into DAL. So Delta reaffirmed their guidance. That's the reason they're up. AAL was actually having a strong morning as well. But we held on to VWAP after the open. So we wanted the open on this stock before jumping into it, but there is your little wick bottom off of VWAP. You're gonna jump long, stop underneath the prior bar low, kind of the same structure as usual. Haven't really checked any others outside of Delta up that 5 points. This was the one I liked breaking out over that 200 period on the daily as well. So hopefully we'll get picked up and just sort of sitting on the bid a couple of pennies lower. And Intel, we jumped into it. We haven't been able to get to that volume weighted average price. It was that first green candle where it broke the trend. They did move initially to the upside on that mention right before that keynote, or I guess at the beginning of the keynote, and it wasn't even by Jensen. It was something they came out with, but it's been selling off. So this is a counter trend trade, and there is a distinct target, try to get to that VWAP, but it is going against the trend of both the market and what the stock is doing in a general sense. Uber is still going higher with a quick bounce off VWAP. In that moment, we're in another stock. But if we get down there again, dedicate a level 2 to this one. Uber up 5% and continuing to go. We'll look for that second salvo on the next available dip here in Uber. Like the trend with this one.
I really like Uber here as well. It looks like Nvidia went right back into up, and we were up on this trade because we had an average. Well, we still have the same average. We haven't got out 84s, so it's right here right now. If you don't like the trade, I mean, we can get out of it. I'm just trying to let it settle down. Like, it doesn't look like it wants to go higher here, but we had battled with Nvidia. Yeah, oh yeah, we did trade Nvidia yesterday. What am I talking about? We were slightly down on Nvidia yesterday because we battled with this long. Was it yesterday? No, maybe it wasn't yesterday. But eventually it broke. No, it couldn't have been yesterday. Eventually it broke lower there and then started to head to the high side. And then we had the conference. Yeah, bless you. Maybe it was yesterday.
Oh,
anyways, I don't know. But we're gonna give it a second here. So we just take some out there at 90s as it's trying to go a little higher now. I am offering O's as well. So if we can get a 184 print, good on us. But right now it's 15 cents in the money. We've got some good shares on it. So hey man, if this wants to go, I'm here for it. It's Nvidia right now, trying to get up to the upside. Why did we just stop there? Let me take another offer there at 90, and we'll see if we can break through O's. You know what, I'll just cancel that O's. Let's see if we get 25s right now, and maybe we break through and try to get some of those highs, kind of where we averaged in the first place right now. But now we're long in Nvidia. That's going to be a good trade so far, but had to wait for it. So this one's making me a little nervous. That is for sure. We talked about a little bit of DraftKings yesterday. I'm just looking to see what's hitting on the scanner.
PayPal is
Occidental.
What was the story on PayPal again? It was
PayPal? They were into 70 new countries or something like
yeah,
that.
it was,
not new ones.
We'll get it from Adara in a quick little second, but I saw a bunch of people mentioning this one in the chat here. 3% up there for PayPal, Adara.
It's specifically their stable coins. So stablecoin availability in 70 countries. They're bringing PayPal USD to now 70 markets worldwide. So I guess that they were not previously available in all these markets. That's my understanding from this press release.
Okay, yeah, and looking good and continuing through highs. Oh, I just elbowed the bear, which is probably a good thing given that the market is breaking through the top. So yeah, PayPal, PayPal looking strong. Do love that one. Well, today its chart looks good. I shouldn't say I do love that one. It's got a good looking chart today. The chart is actually disgusting when you zoom it out. If that gets through 48, there might be something there. It's been so badly beaten up for so long. You got to feel if this could be a temporary bottom, it could finally do something constructive. All right, so Delta, we're in front of VWAP. Stop is that prior bar here. Looking to carry this into what was a double top in the pre-market at 64.20. It's always 420. Doesn't matter what you're looking at. That always seems like a thing. I got one fill halfway to VWAP there on Intel, and it's now challenging right back into the low. So I'm going to try to reload this one right in front of that 3/4 mark and see if this can actually get going. Because the market is not really showing any signs of slowing down. It's like, what's creeping us higher in the mags? Because when I looked at the open, I mean, we know Nvidia's not doing anything. Amazon's up 1%, but we already knew Amazon was pretty strong. Tesla's flat, but trending higher. And then you look over, it's like, if this will load up in a quick little second, Apple is at the high of the day and breaking out. So a name that we weren't even talking about is looking potentially strong. So a good day overall for the market. It's just not all hands are on deck.
Oh.
It doesn't seem. I don't know why Apple seems like it wants to be strong. We know all about Amazon, right? Amazon's got a catalyst here today. But Apple at the high of the day, it's certainly helping things, just not sure why.
Yeah, we sort of sniffed it out here on Nvidia that it was pretty weak. So, we're able to get out there on VWAP, like actually 4 winners. But right now it's coming back in. So what was a winner easily turning into a loser now as it gets a little lower. I was going to wait for some 183, like 25s. So we'll try a little bit there to average it in, but not much, man. And if we can get even back up to this 200 period, 80s, even in the 60s, I do have some offers to get out some more shares there because, letting this, the Tesla's an absolute monster. This right here, this has been just a great trade. And if we can get 397.25s, that's where I'm sitting right now. That's the high, there it is. That's the high of the day right there on Tesla. So one of my stocks is bleeding and one of them is just absolutely ripping right there. And it's Tesla. From the lows of the day we have into the highs of the day right there. So you can't really beat that too much. And but there goes, okay. So, what we make on Tesla, we're not going to give back on Nvidia, but Nvidia is definitely going to the low side right now. It doesn't seem like it wants to stop. So looks like they are selling anything to do with GTC right now, a downside for NVDA as the market's up 0.8 and Nvidia red. So that's kind of wild. So not really getting the love that I think it deserves, but that's why we're going to stop out. If it breaks through 183, we are out of, 183 downside, we are out of NVDA. And I'm actually even going to put some more offers upside here. If it can drift higher, maybe we'll stop out of a little bit more there in the 40s just to take off some of this risk because we're really, absolutely murking it on Tesla. So we want to make sure that we have some kind of profitability there and able to keep that. So yeah, so far so good here as we just wait for the market to hopefully bounce upside a little bit on NVDA for myself.
Yeah, just like it's so weird that we have that juxtaposition going on. But
yeah.
Even with this market at the highs, by the way, we're almost at 24.9 on the NASDAQ. If we get any stronger, remember 25,000 is a bit of a level on the NASDAQ and has been for a while. So look, Intel was trash off of the open. It put in one green candle to break the trend. It's coming into VWAP now. So I'm going to try to see if it's going to break through VWAP or we just jump out of that for our scalp trade off of that low. Said this might happen. It was just like yesterday. You miss the initial short, and then the first trade ends up being a mean reversion in the other direction. But it's having some trouble here at the volume weighted average price. And coming in, I did say if the stock was under 46.5, it was a short. It's underneath that price. So this is going to be a trade that I want to jump out of. Once it closes above VWAP, I can set a trail at that price. Delta is trying to get to the high. I just took it out. It's very close to that high of the day as well. And Uber is still looking pretty good, although we're not back into Uber just yet. Okay, now I can put the trailing stop in on Intel. If we lose VWAP at this point, we've got some good momentum going, then I can hop out of it at that. Ooh, I think I have a sticky shift key.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I kind of have to jam it a little bit harder than I want to. It doesn't really matter. So trailing stop is in on Intel. Either we hold VWAP and get to the prior day low, or we get the trail, which is just trailed out, which is a tight trailing stop, which is fine. So we got our mean reversion there, and Delta was the other stock that we just jumped into off of the volume weighted average price. It's working its way back into the highs. I like the long into this break for Delta. Just feel like there's room to about 65.5. So want to play VWAP into the break, and then if it continues, I think you got room to the 65 to 65.5 for some continuation. So the airlines, while not my cup of tea, I've said many times I've never owned an airline in the long term. I think they're solid to trade and really, really annoying to own because those companies, it's just a real tough business, man. Ask anyone that's flown. You know all about it. So Delta, we're going to buy the dip one more time into VWAP and see if we can continue this work to the upside. Market strong. Not everything's participating, but certainly there's a bull market out there if you're trying to find it. NBIS is down 10% now, someone just said. Oh, the mighty have fallen. That was so good yesterday. So good.
Yeah, like we were saying before, man, you never know where your bread will be buttered. And Tesla just hit $3.98 right there. So it's $4. And I mean, you know, just to watch this trade has been pretty good. Nvidia, I just got some more outs here at 30s. I'm just taking any sort of a bump up. The last one got us into the mid 40s just to get out. I'm now waiting, like I don't have any other offers. I have one in the 60s right now, basically right where this 25 period is. Let's see if it can get going just a bit, and then we'll make back a little bit of that money that we had lost here so far on Nvidia. We haven't really lost anything yet. It's all unrealized, and I feel like this is going lower here. The market is not doing much, and if the market comes, there it comes. If the market comes down, then Nvidia is with it. So we're gonna punch, I'm not even taking any more long. We're punching out on a 183 break there, and you can see Tesla going oppo, Tesla going complete upside right now. We can have a look. I mean, we wrote there it goes. Okay, fine. I mean, fail, fine. BMNR. I mean, it always sucks to lose, but you know, at the end of the day, there's BMNR. We wrote down 23s on this. Didn't really come in yet. Came into 23.20. Not bad there at all. We might have just had the very bottom of Nvidia, but I am not going to get back in. I mean, Tesla's been working out so well for us. I'll take another offer here. This has just been done real well on Tesla. So hopefully that will hold out for our Nvidia. But maybe we can look at over at AMD and see what that's doing quickly.
It's stronger.
Stronger, yeah. So they're selling off Nvidia, you know, and that sucks.
Well, Micron's not that strong.
Yeah, but with the market up almost 1%. What is the ES up right now? We can look at banks. ES up 0.6 now. So this, maybe it gets going. I'm happy to stop out. If it's the bottom, it's the bottom. We'll say woe is me, and we'll look at that a little bit later. Alibaba was an interesting name that I almost just couldn't really find any levels. We found some yesterday. You could see here, not much going on. We do have housing number coming out in just under a minute, so we'll go over to Adara for that one. So Nvidia is trying to find a base there at 183. I'm not going to go back into it, but that was a trade there. If you want it, that could be the bottom there. Better trade would have been right here, looking at something that we know is strong, Amazon, on that dip into 213. So I actually have an Amazon bid at 211, so that's nowhere near right now. All right, Adara, 20 seconds to go.
Pending home sales here, guys. Negative 0.6% is the forecast. Prior print, negative 0.8%. So we are expecting, I guess, a slightly larger, relatively speaking, numbers. We're expecting a less negative print, I'll put it that way here, for the month of February. It's going to be month for month. Pending home sales, getting that in 2 seconds. Tomorrow morning, we get PPI, so much bigger day for economic data. And then, of course, 2 p.m. tomorrow, we get the Fed. Pending home sales, higher than expected here. Positive print, plus 1.8% versus the forecast of negative 0.6%. Market not super reactive to this number. Again, higher than expected number. I'm also seeing comments here coming from IBM, which I want to mention. CEO of IBM saying that the company might be seeing a, quote, slight headwind if the war continues for months. Minor point, but just wanted to mention that because I just saw it across my screen. Now, IBM was one of many, many companies, including Palantir, Dell, and even Snapchat, that was name dropped by NVDA yesterday, specifically Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang, during his keynote speech. I'm also seeing here on CNBC, apparently he's going to be on Squawk on the Street. That is Jensen Huang. So keep an eye on this stock. I will keep you guys posted. USO is going to be on watch here. Nice bounce here off the lows for USO and for oil. Of course, we know there's a lot of back and forth here with regards to if we're going to be able to get things going through through the Strait of Hormuz, and furthermore, the fact that President Trump might actually have to postpone, and he's already asked to postpone this meeting with China's leader Xi, because he's still dealing with the situation in Iran. So lots of impacts here from a geopolitical standpoint. That being said, as I know Neil has mentioned, some of these airlines, specifically DAL and AAL, aren't faring too badly. That's because DAL actually maintained its guidance while AAL raised its guidance for fiscal Q1 2026. There's a whole bunch of these airline companies and companies in that space that are attending industrial conferences today. You can find a whole list on our daily calendar for today on X at TTV Research. In the meantime, like, subscribe as we send you back over to Neil.
Thank you, Adara. For those claiming that we didn't see it, we see it now. This is as close. Actually, I have a better key for a rocket than that. Let me get on the other page. That's inappropriate. Rocket Lab has nothing to do with AMC and the meme stocks, but it is up 6%. It is breaking out. Check this one out on the daily chart. We're going to go back to it there in a quick little second, but on the daily, this is a pretty significant break through the 74 to 75 area for Rocket Lab. I haven't been able to find a particular story for it, but sometimes these types of names don't necessarily need one to run. Let's go back to the desk.
I'll look into a story in a minute there, but I did just mention these industrial conferences. Looks like it's getting Boeing too, BA to the downside, even though the CFO actually, these are not bad comments, I guess in and of themselves. CFO of Boeing saying that they're seeing defects come down by 40%, so a decrease in defects, according to the CFO of this company. Again, all these industrial plays are going to be on watch. These conferences are continuing throughout the rest of the week, but we're really going to see most of them today and tomorrow. And again, that whole list will be on X at TTV.
Come on, Boeing. AI should make you more efficient at production and identifying mistakes. Those things should only improve and should improve exponentially over the next few years. And if that's what everyone's concern is with Boeing, it's like you almost can't help but get better in this environment. Can you tell I own shares of Boeing? Anyways, that's neither here nor there. We'll keep it to the ground for that Rocket Lab, but Boeing, I just don't know what's going on with that stock. It seems like most of the bad news had gotten out of the way and it was finally ready to rock and roll. And now all of a sudden it's like put to the decision of, hey, is this an ad back in here at $200 again? Like, what are we talking about, Boeing? Figure it out, buddy. Figure it out. Down 2% here. That's my little rant on Boeing. But I do believe it's hard. If you're in, like, how can their processes not get more efficient? Like, everything in terms of testing, whether it's testing components or running simulations, all that kind of stuff is supposed to get cheaper and easier and should be good for Boeing. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. Stock is headed to the downside. We just got a dip. The market doesn't look good anymore, but I just got another dip into VWAP to reload Delta. But we just turned on the NASDAQ, getting into about 20, forget about 25. We went to 24.9 and put a bit of a turn in. So we're not seeing the same kind of strength. Maybe we should be more patient with any more dip buys. Hopefully Delta and VWAP doesn't care as much and it can continue its like slow jaunt back into the highs.
Market does not like Boeing here. BA continues to drop. Boeing on watch, as we know, we're getting comments from the CFO. Earlier comments were actually not too negative, hearing that defects are going to maybe be coming down by 40%. These most recent comments, though, not as good for BA. They're apparently seeing that it's going to take a few years for their new 737 line to reach normal rates. It's going to take a few years to normalize production, sounds like, according to the CFO of Boeing.
Oh, man.
Maybe we'll get that 200 after all. Like, joking around about that level 2 seconds ago.
Yeah. I'm into Boeing there. We had recently bought some in, I think it was it $200 or 180 or something like that. And yeah, coming back in. Another little out there on Tesla, just 397.50. Still waiting for more high side of this, but we only have 15% left. So I'm going to wait for the moon now on this name. I mean, obviously our out of Nvidia was a good one because it's bleeding lower right now for Nvidia. I only have 2 trades on board today. The loss there in Nvidia again, and you know, obviously you can see the Tesla trade right there. I want to say thank you to DJ Reese right there. The Tesla trade. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you guys had it as well. I mean, that was so far so good on that one. Appreciate all the love on the chat for that. That's what trading is about for me, right? It's just, you know, for everybody, you know, you want to sit here, try to find the best opportunities and put your money in when it's there, right? We always talk about that. It's, if you see something you like, you're supposed to go for it, right? It's, you're sitting there with pocket aces, you got to push. And so we like that for Tesla, so we went all in. We talked about that sort of risk feeling with Obi last week there, and that's what you need to do. If you think that you have it, don't be fearful, go for it. And there it was on Tesla, good little trade there as well. But Nvidia's broken, and we had identified that earlier. Okay, so just to go on to here, let's see what you guys want to talk about real quickly on your stock visualizer. Still Micron. What was it? It was someone in the... Was it MF Dane there? You were short SNDK. We can have a quick look at that as well. SNDK right now, 707 HIMS.
It worked. It would have worked off the open.
Good. HIMS short was there. I don't know where it is now. Intel down 1.6, so very similar there to what Nvidia's been doing, downside. Uber, that was a good one, man. I mean, Neil had some Uber trades there. We missed it, but really glad for Uber. It's a holding that we have, obviously. And then Microsoft, Palantir, yeah, let's go. SoFi finally catching a bid. Maybe we look at SoFi. Yeah, Tesla's back to 398, man. I couldn't be good enough. No. Couldn't be happier SoFi, no, not yet. Should be breaking 18 soon, 17.95. That looks like a good little level. So yeah, let's wait for that to happen. Micron, Tesla, Oklo up 4% up to $62. So that was a name that also had some news on that one. Oh, we just got it. We just got 398 again. So there you go, man. We'll put the money back on this name, and yeah, watch it just continue to come through there. Good little level there. We made almost double to triple the goal there on Tesla today. So we're happy with that one. And the only other trade was BMNR. We could have a look at IBIT, although I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at Bitcoin 73.7, not like getting me excited at all. BMNR, again, not doing anything. You know, yesterday's bigger move. We wanted to hold out hope in case there was something there. Eli Lilly today with the downgrade. So there it goes, right? We talked about that with Joe, and it's actually at a breaking spot right now. And I think this is where you want to get out. You know, if you're holding this, it just broke the level. I'm not getting out. This is a long-term holding for myself, but you know, you've now broken through, so I could see a downside play coming through for Eli Lilly at some point as well. But there it is. Thank you so much, Chris. I have no idea what advice I just gave there, but yeah, I think that's a good one. And if it's about taking profits or watching out for your trades, I think you always need to have stop orders in. So that's an easy one there. But yeah, good trading today. I hope you guys have hit some of your goals and you know, been able to put some money in your pocket. I didn't see Danny Boy here, but he's been doing well recently. He said he had some good trades last week. So hopefully he didn't spend all that money, and maybe he's on a vacation for himself. $5 now here for Tesla as that continues to go. And Nvidia downside and Tesla upside. So those are the two trades of me right here.
Yeah, so far, I mean, the only thing that didn't work was BMNR, but I want to get to W&W almost halted to the upside. So this was the bad one of the small cappers that reported an offering. ONDS had an offering, but if you pull up that stock, it's doing just fine. I'm looking for a long entry into VWAP on this thing because it feels like it's reverting the whole way. It was $2 at the open, but this was $13 at the high yesterday. I don't think it gets anywhere near that, but given it's a penny stock, this one can fly around heavily. I don't know if it's going to give you any kind of a dip or consolidation. And I don't want to get in a halt trade in this at all. That's not the plan of action. But I think there's some room into VWAP. The halt down price was about 67 cents. And it just keeps pressing off the band. So I'm looking for some kind of a bounce off of that halt price on the first leg to the downside, if we even get it. Delta was just another retest of the volume weighted average price. It's still doing the same thing it was before. Intel, I think we made the right decision getting out of that long. It's now holding under VWAP. Intel has been bad, to say the least. It might end up being a short after all and way down here at VWAP. But it's at least setting up a bit of an upward trend. So since that low, put in a higher low that we're long off of. It's got another higher low here. So I'll let this trend work itself, hopefully higher above VWAP for a long entry. If it can't do that, there's always the other side of the trade, which could potentially be a short. I think we might have, I don't think we missed a super chat, but I don't know if we did. We did, but it was just 3 symbols in there. Here it is. It's from Mac. And apologies, we try to get to all the super chats if we can. All you said was Rivian, BBAI, and Lucid. I can't imagine any of those stocks without a catalyst are doing much today. Rivian has been languishing. Lucid, pulse split, reverse split has been pretty nasty. Oh, 2.5% for Rivian, that's good. Bouncing off the 200, that's not bad. It's still holding $15 on Rivian. Not too bad at all. That's a good little breakout here for Rivian. I would sooner believe in that breakout than I would Lucid. Whatever Lucid is doing, I'm not a huge fan of them. Yeah, similar looking chart. But remember, Lucid reverse split and did exactly what reverse splits do, which is head right back into some fresh lows. Yeah, I take Rivian over Lucid, both of them getting a nice little bump today.
Yeah, it's and BBAI.
Yeah,
BBAI is up 3%. That's actually the best one of the bunch. Okay, so 196. I'm gonna try it here on AMD. I don't. I hit the flatten by accident. I put the wrong price. So we're just long right here right now on AMD. I don't know. Nvidia is really coming in. Like that's at 182. I just see this at the 200 period moving average. Obviously, we have that low right there of 196.68. We could try to hold out to see if something goes on with that level, but for right now, yeah, it looks like a little bit of a beat up name here, AMD. We could put a little bit of a lower bid here at 197 just to see if it winds up holding downside, and then use sort of these wicks as our out, maybe 196.50. but that seems like a little bit too much. Maybe we just go into here and stop out if we break below basically 65s or so on this name. So we do get the other long. We're long right now, 197.17s. I don't know. I mean, I'm not loading into this. It's not super attractive right here, but we're long, and there it is. Little 10-cent play. We could put a bid, an offer at 26 here. See if we can capture 10 cents on it. Looks like we're trying to do that, but liquidity is not the greatest on this, man. The spread is 7 cents right now on AMD. Like, that's strange. So okay.
Actually, I've noticed the spreads are a little wider on a lot of things this morning. Or what? Even since I came back. Actually,
so far for me on Tesla.
I have even noticed like a widening of the spread, and I'm even saying this is someone who normally looks at wide spread. Like even the wide spreads are getting wider.
Okay, yeah, I mean, maybe wide spreads are. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense because AMD is like that. Both Nvidia and Tesla look clean to me. I mean, those are the only two names that I looked at here today. Nvidia, one penny, and I think.
I mean, those are the two most liquid names.
Yeah, and Tesla is the same. So, all right, well, we do get a little bit out there on AMD. I mean, we're not going to celebrate too much there for 10 cents. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here with AMD. Maybe it does catch a bid at your 200 period moving average. I don't even know if I want to wait. You know, it's been a bad day here today. So I think I'm just going to stop out, honestly, if we break through 197. Not a bad day for myself, but a bad day for the chip names. So if it doesn't want to hold, I don't need to worry about why this is the problem. We're already, there we go, that's me at 33s. There we go, it comes through, so there it is, man. Let's go, man. Making a little bit of money back right now on this name. So happy, joy, as it's a Ren and Stimpy reference there, Randy. I know that's maybe more near your and I generations here. But all right, there goes AMD. Finally starting to go, man. We're long at 14s right now. Another 30-cent winner over here for AMD. And we've been taking a little bit out as well. So, so far so good as Tesla $4 and AMD kind of just hovering around, making me nervous over here. It's making me nervous. I don't know about this AMD trade. I'm going to take another piece out there. There it is, another piece out at 28 for advanced micro devices. Just making 15, 20 cents. Trying to go stacks on stacks. What's up, Adara?
More comments here from Boeing CFO Jesus J. Malave saying that Boeing expects to deliver roughly 15 787 Dreamliners in Q1. They also said they're expecting to deliver roughly 120 737s in Q1. So this quarter's almost over. We do have some Boeing targets there for their deliveries of the 787 and 737s for this current fiscal quarter. Back to you.
Yeah, I like that bounce. I was convinced myself that I was going to put a stink bid in the middle of the day on that Boeing, but it might have already caught a bit of it. But I just want to shout out to Fabian. Just put this in the chat and pinned it to the chat, everybody. So you saw what happened last night or in the afternoon, and we're not just on YouTube. We're everywhere. We're on Twitch. We're going to be on TikTok, where a lot of people matriculated over to. We're also on X, but also on Rumble. So if everyone can jump on here, because hey, there's lots of places you can consume us, but just give us a bit of a follow. So jump on, just click the link. It's right there. You can just hit that follow, guys, and we appreciate you. We're always going to keep the show going as much as we can. Just two quick updates. Someone asked me if I was still looking for an entry in WCW. Absolutely true. Intel's about to break trend right in here, but Delta just lost that prior bar. Whoops, DAL. See, they are sticky. Delta just lost that prior bar that we're long off of. So there's when you lose the bid. Don't let it do that to you. Always have your stop in place. But yeah, that WNW. See, now I'm calling it a wrestling stock. WNW, still looking for that entry. I want to see it put in. It's done the hold of that prior halt price down here at about 67 cents, but it's losing the bid into it instead of trending back higher. So looking for it to regain that upward trend, then jump long with the stop at that 67.
All right, guys, markets have been extremely active lately. For traders, this kind of environment creates opportunity. Big moves means more setups and, of course, more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and, of course, access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop losses too early because you're worried about your savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. And there goes AMD, baby. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com and scan that QR code. Grab your discount today. And there it is, man. As we do the read, there goes Advanced Micro Devices. So we take a little bit of a fill there, and a good one too, up into the 50s. So we actually get, we got 48s and 46s. Didn't realize we had two offers there, but we did. So there goes AMD straight up there, just runs us over, boom, right there up to the upside. And so we're just making back that Nvidia money here a little bit, and we'll see if we can add to that stockpile by breaking through VWAP finally. And if that happens, then good on you for Advanced Micro Devices. We'll see if we can make a little bit of that money back, which we are. All right, so Nvidia also might have found a bottom, but now trying to bounce off of your 25-period moving average. So that's going to be a trade there. And just on Tesla, we don't have too much left at all. We're talking about less than 15% or maybe about 15%. But now that I'm seeing this happen here on the move back in, what are the futures doing? They're also going a little lower. I did put an offer to get out if we break back down below 396. But we'll take advantage of this play right here, get some more out at 97, and just watch out here for AMD, because Nvidia could slow a little bit. I'm gonna take one more piece at 40 and then see if there it goes. Oh, wow, right up to 60. Oh boy, man, this is active. We'll take a 60 fill as well. Yes, sir, bang, 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 right there as we hit the sirens up right there. So a couple good trades happening there for AMD, and then you've got WNW. So yeah, so far so good here today. Just three names for myself, two in the chip name space, and then the big guy here with Tesla. Oh, by the way, AMD is now a 70-cent winner off of those lows. Hopefully you have some of this with me as well.
And it does look like the market's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here after that pullback, but it's still, unfortunately for Intel, it kind of still sucks. That break long, it might not happen above the volume weighted average price. It's trying to hang on to the trend line. If we lose it, then I got to look for the short trade. For now, it's still got the chance. It's definitely got the chance to hold on to it. WNW, Maywu, I think whatever we called it yesterday, did hold on to that bid off that prior halt price. So the halt down was at about 67 and the bid's at about 68 here. So we jumped in, we got some 73s. Want to play this back into about the 90 first. And then if it can get to $1, great. I think the dollar's resistance on any penny stock. It doesn't really matter what it is. If it's a penny stock, then the dollar is resistance in my opinion. So if it gets to that, I would be all out. And then the only other trade we're looking for is this entry into Intel to try to jump into that long. But got to be patient with it. If I want it to be above VWAP, then I got to let it hold above that volume weighted average price, which it's starting to do now. We're in one small capper, and we're about to get an update on some others with Adara.
I'm going to start with an update on Boeing because we have more comments from BA that I do feel are worth addressing here. Boeing apparently planning to raise their 787 output to 10 jets a month later in 2026. So they are going to raise that outlook, just not right this second. We'll start with the small cap recap with one that I know has been mentioned, was also featured on our Trader TV Live watch list this morning. That's LNAI. Lunai Bioworks, no news on this, some social media attention this morning. Market cap of around $13.7 million, float of around 13 million shares. Roughly 6% of that float is going to be sold short. LIDR, double whammy of catalysts here. Not only did they post a double earnings beat, including a smaller than expected loss per share, but AI, which is the name of the company, they're also joining Nvidia's Halos AI systems. You've got an earnings beat and Nvidia collaboration. Last but not least, a name that has certainly moved in the past year is UCAR, roughly $4 million market cap, roughly 4 million share float for UPower. They did have some news this morning in addition to multiple halts, announcing the production of their first batch of 30 battery swapping electric heavy duty trucks. It's going to be for Thailand, so make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to join us on YouTube, TikTok, X, wherever you want to join us, wherever you watch things, join us here at Rumble. Thank you, Andre, for that as well. So we're ready to rumble here every day for you guys. Back to you.
Yeah, ready to rumble. There it is, man. Put this in the chat. AMD, everybody. There it goes again. Thanks, Celeste, for your nice talk there as well. Nice trade on AMD. Another one, Neil, right there. It's another dollar club right there for members of the club in AMD as we go up to 98 198.57. We catch that. Like, had no idea it was going to base like that, man. But it came right into 197. If anything, we could have reloaded. But there it goes again, man. You know, we said we were going to try to make that money back on AMD that we did on Nvidia. That's not the way I think. It's just, it worked. So there it goes. Nice trade there for AMD. Right back there up to the upside. So we're just going to go Tesla, hoo-ha. That was a great one. Nvidia out of the way, man, as that's trying to battle its way back. We've taken L there on Nvidia, but put that smile right back on our face there with advanced micro devices. So there we go, guys. Just if you're looking for, you know, some of these bigger trades, there we go. AMD, Tesla, so far there today, man. And yeah, we can look at BW, lots of different things happening there today. But yeah, advanced micro devices, that's another one right there for you guys. So there it goes, man. Another $1.50 on an AMD.
Yeah, great one. And look, there's lots of opportunities out there, big, small, whatever it might be. But it's always looking for that next potential, but like wait for it to kind of move. Like you've seen a lot of stock just fall down at the open, and then look for that chance to jump into it. So I don't want to jump in too early on this intel. The first one was patience for that setup. We sat out. See that candle right here? It's the first green candle. Sat it all out. To get the absolute low, you got to be buying into that candle, or allow the follow-up candle to give you your entry. That's where the stock is at right now. We're trying to have that follow-up candle give our entry off of the volume-weighted average price. Then once it does, then I want to jump into it. Feels like one of the stocks that got lost here, at least a little bit, has been Uber. But it's not really doing it. It was one snap back up off of VWAP. It's really losing a bit of its mojo. But I like this on the 15 now. It's starting to set up. On the 15-minute chart, you've now got a couple of bounces off of that 70. It's about VWAP and 78.3, but they're both red. So if we can hold this one more time in here, I'll like this consolidation a little bit better. So we're still in WCW, but or WNW, I should say. Keep messing that one up. But Intel, it's about the confirmation candle to jump in. Right? So part of being precise is knowing what you want to look for. Here's our chance. Here's our second candle starting to hold up above the volume-weighted average price. So now we jump into it with that confirmation. And the same thing, prior bar low is going to always be the out. And then that way, win, lose, or draw, we know the setup we're looking for. It's going to be almost exactly like the first one here on INTC. Not really sure why it dropped so much. I think it was probably continuation off of the sell the news event that we saw yesterday. With Nvidia. It was basically everything that was just to the downside.
Yeah, for sure. We can do that for
what
sure.
Was
that? Something about asking for some followers. What's up to Dane Generous, man? You are him as well. Thank you, Dane. Thank you to Artemis as well with all the love here today for these trades. And, you know, we all love it. Oh, there's Canny as well. You know, we all love the show and missed yesterday's. Yeah, well, you can get it on Rumble. You can now get it on TikTok and here on YouTube. So thank you so much for all of that. Yeah, we do love it. And I'll check it out right there. Was there a message? I don't know. I don't see
any
what you're saying there, Andre, but oh, a pinned message. I don't see them. So, but definitely go back over. Checked out the pinned message there in YouTube. We'll show you all about. Yeah, it doesn't show up on mine. So there you go.
Okay, here we go, guys. I mean, you can jump over. We have Kick now. We mentioned Rumble a little bit earlier, so you can jump in. You just click that, and then give us a follow on all social. We saw what happened last night in the evening. Look, we don't want that to ever happen again. We love YouTube, and we're going to be here streaming every single day, like we rolled in. We have not missed a single stream off of the open on YouTube, not for COVID, not for anything, but we're all over the place. So you can find that pinned. If you don't see it in the chat, well, hey, hit the subscribe button, jump into the chat. It's a great community. You can ask questions, you can throw symbols in there, do whatever you like, and then you can click that link and give us a follow. Hit that like and subscribe first so that you can get notifications so you can jump into the chat while the water is warm. Again, we hope. And for those that are wondering what happened, the stream went down while we were covering the Nvidia event, because I guess they didn't like us covering the event, even though we didn't have the audio up. It's one of those things. Can't really do much about it, but we're back. And a lot of hard work to make sure that we got back.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that hard, man. He just accepted the call. I told him, like, come on, you can make an exception there. And Jensen was like, it's all good. You just have to trade my stock tomorrow. And I did, and we lost on it. So there you go, man. That was the punishment. So I'm sorry, Jensen. But, you know, Lisa got my back right there, and AMD to the upside. So thank you for continuously supporting us during that shutdown there. And yeah, thank you so much, guys. We all love you as well. Right back at you to everybody there watching us live everywhere, no matter where you're watching us. Hit the like, though. You know, apparently you got to tap the screen there on TikTok. Sharif probably watching TikTok at the gym right now. He'll be back in about a half hour coming through right there as well. So, yeah, you guys are welcome. That is for sure. We hopefully don't have to call him again. You can only have like a get out of jail free card so many times. Alibaba might be, I don't know, man. I mean, we really like that AMD trade. I was worried about Alibaba the same sort of ways here, down here near 137. I mean, it would be better to get a bit closer to where we want it rather than just jumping right into something. But that's not a horrible idea near, yeah, I saw those there, near 137 and change right there for Alibaba. Yeah, they're probably cold now. No, these coffees. Rob brought me one. This is Obi's, well, it's not Obi's cup, but this was a cup that he was using last week, the Bears. Nah, man, we're long only here today. Big time risk on one more time. Yeah, just to talk about Tesla, it just made another move back up to these levels. So your boy is going to get out of one more piece here on Tesla if we can near 90. So I just offered 397.90. Hopefully it does kick one more time back there to the upside, and we'll get another piece out there. Yeah, so Rumble, yeah, you can get that for sure on Rumble. It should be a pinned tweet in our chat where you can go. So go over to Rumble, go over to TikTok, and have a look, and we'll see you guys there as well. All right, you know what? What's the difference? I'm going to offer some 60s here. I'll cancel my 90 fill. We just get that right there. I only have pieces left of Tesla, so this was just right away off the open. It dumped in. I like the long today on Tesla, and when it comes into these levels, we've seen it hold. And it had nothing. I mean, we were going to stop out. This stop out was about 50 cents, right? What are we long at? So it was 393 break. So 70 cents or so of a break, and we were out of this Tesla trade. So we're in the money now 4. So it was definitely a good little 1-to-1 idea there, breaking higher, and a lot of outs up here near 398. So that's why we're kind of feeling pretty good about the situation here today on these markets. So yeah, Apple says Commodity King. Okay, yeah, what's IoT doing, Commodity King? I haven't looked at that in a minute since Sarah. Oh, IoT, Sarah. Yeah, it's one of the stocks we've got in our portfolio here. Yeah, so Apple right now bouncing off 250 a little bit. Not bad. We could check it out. Micron near all-time highs apparently right now. Yep. You know, the best names just keep on getting better, it seems like. I thought Micron had its day in the sun, but it is still bathing. 254 for Apple. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. A commodity, I mean, it's up. Same as the market right now, holding VWAP. So that's why I'm saying 254 could be a good little look. Also 253, they're the lows of the day. That could come in. But yeah, the stories today, if you're looking for stories, Boeing has been a big story today, back down in quite nicely as well. 4%, or no, 3% at its lows. But there's the bounce back off 207. So that was actually nicely pulling back to the upside. We talked about this. I like the long in Boeing, man, and I think they can work out for a while. Monopolistic business, BA, we like that stock. Not as much as we like EA, because that one is in the game. So we got to get ready for EA.
That deal's got to be closing soon.
BA. Yeah, you're the deal guy there. Tell me.
EA's been, that deal's got to be closing pretty soon. Okay, I would think on EA. That's, yeah, whatever. It doesn't really matter. They were being bought by like Silver Lake or something like that. It is in the game, but it's not going to be in the market for much longer. That ticker is going to be gone. And Intel might lose a bit here. So we initially, look, I like the short, but we don't get it. You can't cry over spilt milk. You can only take the trade that you get. And when it worked into a long trend, we jumped on trend the first time. It then reaffirmed over VWAP, so we grabbed it. But if we lose that prior support, then I got to jump out of it. That's the structure of the trade, and you have to stick to your structure regardless. And this one does look like it's going to lose that bid. Might have to jump back into what we thought originally, which was going to be that south side of the trade, because it is breaking trend here on INTC. So we'll flush this one down the toilet as that one just stops out. I'm not immediately entering the short. This is the first bar underneath VWAP. so it's not an automatic reversal. I think I always find that to be like revenge trading. If it's like, oh, you just reverse the trade like on par, on that first out, or if you just like, yeah, it ticks against you, like buy more. I don't like to average into trades like on the way down. I don't like the revenge trade flip. I always wait for that confirmation. If I can wait for a 3-minute bar confirmation to get into the long, I can wait for a 3-minute bar confirmation to get into the short. It's really just about putting the odds into your favor wherever you can. Remember I said Uber on the 15 minutes was starting to look a little bit, 15-minute was starting to look a little bit better. Yes, it's holding VWAP, but this is not bullish on the 15-minute. That's a fail of 79 and then a rejection. See all these wicks here going into 79 even? It's like 78.95, 78.96 on that 15, topping tail candles and heading lower. No, that's not bullish. So there's no buy here in Uber for me at 10:30. I might have to wait back for that $78 level, allow it to retest the key price, and the key price was 78 right in here. So not really looking that constructive yet on Uber. And then I jump over to what the only other place that we were going to be looking was in the crypto space. And what are we seeing? Not much. But you know what? Not much is not all that bad. So initial look on BMNR was trying to break out. It pulled into prior highs and tried to break out. Now it's holding that low from the afternoon and starting to range back higher. So on the 15, it's starting to look good again. Right? We can get back above that volume weighted average price, take another shot at it. It's held the low pretty well and starting to structure up a little bit better on BMNR. And also keep in mind, if I'm looking at this, you got to look at ETHA, and ETH is starting to look better as well. That's trending back into the upside. So it's just about patience waiting for that next opportunity. Now BMNR is no longer relatively, well, it's still relatively weak, I should say, because the market's up more. But it is starting to hold that VWAP. And it wasn't until it held VWAP that we went long the first time. So I'm going to do that one more time for you. I saw someone say we again missed a super chat. I didn't think we did. Oh, we did. Modern game No, you mentioned this, didn't you?
What? No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. We did miss his modern gaming development. Sorry about that. Appreciate you. And it's Canadian dollars, so you're in Canada. Let us know where in Canada you are from.
Like that.
Any good gaming picks other than CPU, GPUs? You know, I've never owned a gaming stock. Owned chip names before in the past. Oh, I still own chip names, but I've never actually owned a gaming stock. So I would defer that to others. Like, one of the most honest answers you can get in the world is, and I don't know. And if I haven't looked at gaming stocks and I haven't covered them and I haven't traded them and I haven't owned them, I'm not going to just make up an answer for you. But I don't know if you have any that
I
you
have
like
answers.
in particular.
Yeah, I have answers for everything and don't have a problem
You
making
like
them up. Yeah, I like Roblox.
Well, you can't. You want to make
down
up
here.
answers for
Yeah,
people.
no, I don't want to make it up. I'm just playing around. No, I like Roblox, but like I said, you know, every time someone's born, you get a new Roblox account.
I just don't like that chart.
It's just, yeah, just underneath. Like, I'd rather it break 70, but I think if you're going to start to level into something, I really actually do like Roblox down here against 55. It's at 60 right now. I do think Roblox can go. And I'll give you another pick that I really like. And shout out to Fabian and everybody else around here. I should have actually picked this one for the year because I think Take-Two is going to have quite the year with Grand Theft Auto coming through. So that should be released in November. They spent billions of dollars on this, so you know, I know it hasn't been good look there as they sort of deplete their balance sheet, but you know, the revenue should be coming in. I know there's a lot of hype around Grand Theft Auto, so we're gonna wait to see if that gets going. But yeah, to Neil's point, I mean, EA was a great one. I mean, they've been bought out, so was Activision Blizzard. So there's been a couple different moves in this space, but I think Take-Two could be the next one to get bought out. So I really do like them, and I like Roblox, honestly. I think a lot of opportunity in Roblox. You know, I don't really like, it's always glizzy season, pretty much, especially with baseball starting up. But you could fire off some glizzies, just don't get hit in the face, because there goes Tesla right now. Boom, high of the day. So we got the low of the day there, and that's just kind of lucky because, well, the low of the day is 65, so we're long at 70, my bad. No, sorry, that says 93s, that didn't get that low. So I think we actually do have the low of the day there, and we just took it out, another piece there at the highs. So now we have 10% left. We just took out about 2.5. We had about 15% or so. So good little level there on Tesla. And I apologize for my amount of percentages that we have left, but we have 2 fills there. So at the end of the day, there it goes, trading on Tesla. And like, you know, you might not have this trade. Like everybody's going to trade things, you know, completely differently. So if you got it, great. I would have normally stopped out in and around here. So I still think that that's, you know, all the way to 397. Looks like that's pretty good into the top end. But here we go, man. Tesla now $6 and going. AMD $1.40. So right now we're in the money, man. 750. And it's been a pretty good overall day, needless to say. Here we're trying to match the efforts from yesterday. And yeah, so far so good. So 198.60 right there. Looking for a fill. That was just a nice little high play. I'm going to offer out a little bit more now. There it is, goes to the downside. Trump's saying that they might shut down smaller airports if they can't get any funding. So
I got booted.
right there, yeah, I got booted before too from this audio. I don't know what's going on there. But sorry, Dallas. Delta downside there early, but yeah, still up that 4%. They had that good report. We've seen, I mean, maybe most effectively American Airlines. I don't know if we're going to shut down U.S. smaller airports. I don't know if American, it would be the one there, maybe Southwest, Delta, Southwest American, all plays that could be had there. And you know, AAPL, I mean, we've seen the price of oil. So obviously, you know, you're going to see some airlines starting to pass that consumer, that buck over to the consumer, which will probably and will, you know, affect flying and capacity and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, as we wait for oil to do something, it's not doing anything today from what I've seen. We talked about that potential, yeah, going down, but yeah. Just early right there. We'd actually talked about that little break. Remember when this was happening? Well, that was at 9:30. No, it must have been right here. Yeah, there it was. And I was like, if this was a stock, you know, that break looks pretty decent. But it does break 94.50. It gets to 93.80, right back to 95.50 and right back down again. So I shouldn't say it's not doing anything. It's actually moved quite a bit per barrel here, down to 94, back to 95.50. And now, with the lack of news, you're going to see things like VWAP and some of the technical indicators playing more nicely there. So, yeah, that's oil. AMD, I don't know, man. We were on Nvidia. We lost. This is the stock that we lost on. Comes all the way back up to some decent levels, but bouncing off VWAP again. And now maybe going back down to that downside. The look at my number one stock from yesterday, of course, was Palantir. I'm going to put an offer at AMD, get some out at 198.08 if we can. Palantir, nice. Looking really good again, right? Like this is a perfect, as Sharif would say, good structure. There's the flagpole, and you're just trying to base out, and it looks like it wants to do that off VWAP again. So a VWAP mistrade there at 154.50. We'll see if we can get that. And there's our AMD out at 198.08, as we said. So right there, man, like, you know, no pulling the rug over anybody's eyes, man. We're just going to offer the prices that we say. If we get them, we get them. If we don't, we work with that. So breaking through VWAP, I'm going to be out of AMD. I don't love the space today. Obviously, with the big dog getting lower, I'm going to pass on any AMD and just try to take some out for profit if it does bounce back lower. 197, we'll get out the bottom of that wick. So that's 197.75. So if that breaks, we're going to get out. We'll cancel our offer right now. Just so you guys know, my script stop is 196.94. So this was about 9 cents worth of risk, and we took about $2 on the high side of that trade. What's up, Adara, I believe?
What's up, Sean? Is the vast majority of these sectors, consumer services really strong, consumer durables strong, energy minerals, industrial services, commercial, finance, tech services. Now let's get to what's weak. Now health tech generally actually doing pretty well here, but Eli Lilly down nearly 3% after a downgrade from analysts this morning. J&J also to the downside. And if you go to electronic technology, you've got a lot of weakness here as well. And interestingly enough, a lot of it's going to be in the industrials. Now I mentioned a lot of industrial names are appearing at conferences today. Honeywell, we know, basically made kind of similar to what we saw IBM do, some cautionary guidance coming forward here, potentially with regards to what's happening in Iran. So HON is to the downside here, RTX to the downside, Intel, not an industrial play, but another name to the downside, and fellow semiconductor here, Broadcom, trading lower as well. And then Boeing, of course, tons of comments coming from Boeing CFO Jesus Malave. Most recent one is him saying that a new Boeing jet is, quote, far away, and the company is, quote, not ready to make a new one yet. So lots of comments here coming from these industrial plays. Be aware if you are trading that space. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And I believe we got this one, Super Chat. I don't have this key, believe it or not. I'd hit it for you if I could, Commodity King.
Oh, I have it.
You got it. Thank you.
Oh my God.
That's the one. I think that's the one you want, not the one favorite. But we have two of those keys, but I think that's the one you wanted for ASTS. We did get asked about this in Rocket Lab. There is no particular story as to why Rocket Lab and ASTS are up, both 8%. It is working on a very structured channel to the up. Like, look at the higher lows that have got put in. Very easy to see. Like, look at how tight that channel is. It's about $1.50 to $2 from bottom to top of both of those trend lines, and it just keeps on bouncing off of both. It just feels like one of those, when it stops doing this, which is this channel up, breaks out of it, just look for a continuation higher, maybe even like a spike if it breaks the top end, or a reversion if it takes out that bottom. But certainly ASTS and RKLB have both been super strong today. Like I said, both 8%. I haven't found the story at all there. Although there was that, I shouldn't say there's no story. There was that data centers in space thing from Jensen. So, but that was yesterday. They didn't really move on that yesterday when it got mentioned. So you could attribute it to that. That makes sense. You could easily attribute it to that. Maybe that's why they're up 8 points. They are heavily shorted. So it doesn't take much of a catalyst for them to get going. It looks very programmed though, the way that it's channeling up there.
I gotta find it for you because it's a super chat about baseball with
for real?
Western Myers. So here,
Okay.
I'll find it.
Well,
I'm right here, Andre. So,
yeah, the only new trade is we jumped back into BMNR. We're trying to hold this volume weighted average price. We're looking for this to break into the high. I didn't see a super chat on.
Oh no, it's not. It's because he's a new member. Okay, so it's rating. That's why it's not a super chat. So it's 38 months. Thank you so much. Bang, 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 bang.
Okay.
It's about so the St. Louis Cardinals. Coming here, obviously you're going to be down for this. July 31st to August 1st. So he wants to buy us dinner if they win and vice versa. So I think we're both fine with that.
Okay, so yeah, of course I'm fine with that. Like you guys are, the Cardinals are literally tanking this year. No, but they're literally, we just went to the World Series. The Cardinals are tanking.
Okay.
They just traded all their veterans away. They're playing dudes who were trash just to give the young guys a chance. You guys don't stand a chance. That's almost not even fair. But yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, just fun way to get us.
I don't even remember what the stakes were, but
he said you have already. I think he said something that you already have a bet with him.
No, well, obviously, like
there was some football.
Baltimore. KC lost to
to
the Bills the last
Tesla's gonna break
time
400.
Played, so I just don't remember because I didn't lose, so I don't know what's supposed to happen if I had lost. But I guess we'll go back to even on that one.
All right.
But the Jays aren't going to lose to the Cardinals.
No, they should not.
We'll enjoy you buying us dinner. We appreciate you.
Hopefully, we can. We'll get some good spots. All right, so here goes Tesla right there to the upside. So it looks like we are going to try to break 4 bills. So this will be $6 if it does do that. I'm offering right now 80s to get out of another piece of this. I'm really glad that we're able to hold some. When you look back, you never hold enough, obviously, but really happy. Like I said, I was actually really okay with getting a lot of them out right here at 397 on TSLA into sort of yesterday's areas. And then we spiked up there on some Jensen comments and then right back down in. So I think this 397 to 398 area actually did fine for us. Oops, they're on Tesla, but we'll sit here as the momentum does not seem to want to slow down here on Tesla. The question is like, do we really want a 400 break on this name? We can just let it go now. It doesn't really matter what's happening. 400, I mean, some resistance, 401. We could continue through, man. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a 401 to 402 take today. I mean, that would only be, look, it's a good trade, but I'm saying it's only $9 up. We've seen Tesla, make those moves no problem. I mean, that high right there from yesterday's open was 400. That low is 390. So there's your $10 top to bottom right there. So you're about to try to do it right here, right now. And that's looking half decent opportunity there for Tesla. We didn't get it yet though, but nice little high side take happening there. And then just so you guys know as well, we did, once that broke through VWAP, I did get out. So we only had about 20% or so left. Now I have less than 10% because we got out of about 10% there and another bid right up in on that offer now as we come right back up to 198.50. So, just sort of exiting out. We only have 50 more minutes. We do have the midday show coming up, and make sure you guys do follow us. It's awesome. We're already getting a lot of good talk here on Rumble and on TikTok. right now as well as YouTube. So go make sure you find us. And if there's any other streaming services you want us on, man, put it in the chat. Tag us, let us know, and we'll investigate.
We'll be everywhere we can.
We want to be absolutely everywhere. Next stop, linear cable. What's up, Adara?
I mean, we'll take a look here at USO. We're getting comments here from Emmanuel Macron, the leader of France, with regards to the possibility of working with the U.S. on this escort system for the Strait of Hormuz. Macron said that he's ready to work on this escort system once things are calmer, and that France will not be joining the current operations in this context. So once again, here we have some world leaders, including out of Europe, that are not super enthusiastic about this whole let's work together to help calm down the Strait of Hormuz operation proposed by President Trump and his administration. Back to you.
Okay.
And well, that's maybe not what you wanted to see over there. USO, not really.
Yeah, it's not. I was looking
it's been pretty broken all day, and all you're seeing is a little bit of continuation of the downside. But it was like as you've been sliding to the upside for the Nasdaq and risk back on there, you've been seeing a little bit of a loss here on USO. The individual names not really doing. Well, obviously this is going to move a little bit more. I shouldn't say obviously. Most of the time it's going to move a little bit more. But what's interesting about it is, I know I said that CVX wasn't going to break out today, or I shouldn't say it wasn't going to break out today. It didn't look like it was going to break 200 today based on what was happening in oil. Yeah, well, CVX is up 1% as you see oil prices go down. This is the power, and again, they're already in Venezuela. It's going to take a while for them to ramp up production back to what it was like 10, 15 years ago, but that is something that is looking to happen as part of the reason why people are optimistic about the U.S. and not being as dependent on foreign oil. But let's be real, it's very strong today. So I'm actually kind of surprised the CVX is doing as well as it is, up that 1% and still looking good. I don't know if it's a ring the register kind of situation, but if there's a turnaround in oil prices, you're probably going to want to buy the dip, if there even is one on CVX. Just watch that one throughout lunch. Oh, the other thing is I forgot all about that TPET. That's not that I forgot about it. It didn't break $1. So even with that slide down, that small capper, it was this, and then Battle was the other one. They're losing the bid, but there's nothing crazy happening on this. It's got a 10-cent range on the day. If we see a further plunge in oil prices and this loses $1, different story on TPET. But man, good look on CVX.
Oh yeah.
Chevron's just a winner.
You know what? This is a good point. We could tell this to Ramin. Instagram Live is actually really good. TikTok Live is good. Facebook Live. So some other ideas there. Thank you so much. Someone in the chat just gave those to us. And yeah, that's right. Instagram Live is actually pretty hot. So that would be a good look there. All right, there goes Tesla, man. Yeah, it's $4 bills. Congratulations, shareholders and everybody else. As we go, man, there's Tesla right up there to $400. We get the fill, and it's going higher. TSLA, man, $6, $6 right there. It's almost time. You might as well just do it right now. What's for lunch? Okay, today is March the 17th. There's Sharif. It's not snowing or raining or. Oh, it's just like I know, it's crazy wind. It was keeping me up last night, all that wind. It's almost as windy as $6 on Tesla, my friend, over there. Yeah, we can go to Money Talks, but first, we got to do what's for lunch. Of course, Andre. Come on, my guy. It's here already? Yes, sir. Okay. Wow.
It's like not even on the clock yet.
Yeah, I know. It's this guy. Maybe he had the Tesla trade. He's excited about it. He came early. All right. Today, we do have the flag of France right here today. So, yeah, it's braised chicken. Could be good, I think. Grilled vegetables, garlic mash, and the infamous chef's choice salad. Braised chicken? I mean, there's a chance there.
I think it's long.
No, it's all about how it's cooked, right? At the end of the day,
exactly.
If it's the lunch is definitely tasty, just cooked properly. Yesterday's salmon was great, in my opinion. Yeah. That is what's for lunch today.
I hadn't eaten it when I came on at noon, but I would have given it like a solid low 7s in there.
Yeah, it was good. It was tasty. Salmon. It was well cooked. I thought so, anyways. Yeah. So that's what's for lunch: braised chicken, grilled veg, garlic mash. There. So I think that's okay. Yeah, snails and frog legs. Yeah, but it's flag of France right there. The French cuisine.
Yeah, we're not rocking the snails.
Today, right there. So
Just one quick note.
Yeah.
Because the same
rush.
high got put in, and you're going to see, like, right at the high of the day, I took out BMNR, but this is why. At the same moment that it was challenging the high off VWAPs, it was 23.5 and 23.7. Look at ETHA, which is kind of losing that high. So Ethereum already lost the top, and we're able to still get that high. And I don't want to be fighting this. The trend, right? BMNR is going to loosely follow ETH, so when I see that break trend, I jump out at that high. You're like, well, what? You didn't get out there before when it made the high because ETH was still pressing into the highs. See the turn, wait. Once I see ETH go back into an uptrend, I'll start looking for the long again here in BMNR. Let's go to Adaro one more time.
This US dollar is continuing on a nice uptrend, even though we have sold off now 2 days in a row for the DXY, currently near session lows on that US dollar of 99 halves. We had very minor economic data, as we mentioned earlier today, 10 a.m. Higher than expected pending home sales, and that we actually got a positive month-over-month print. But tomorrow morning, ahead of the FOMC decision, we're going to be getting PPI data at 8:30 a.m. So PPI year over year, we're expecting 3%. That'll be hotter than the previous print of 2.9% if we get it. PPI month over month is supposed to be cooler than expected 0.3%, or sorry, cooler than the prior print here, 0.3%. Core PPI year over year, 3.7% forecast versus 3.6% prior. Core PPI month over month, 0.3% versus 0.8% prior. So both the core and non-core year-over-year prints expected to be hotter than the prior. Month over month, we're expecting cooler than the prior. So that's an interesting look. We're going to take a look here at the CME Fed Watch tool, which is not as interesting because we still have 99% of participants expecting rates will be held in place, no change at that meeting tomorrow. President Trump is set to meet with the Taoiseach of Ireland, who's the leader of Ireland. Please let me know if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly here. So we will probably get some President Trump action with Ireland on this festive St. Patrick's Day. May the luck of the Irish be with all of you. Back to you.
Good idea, man. Look at the
Darrow wore the green. And shout out to everyone in the chat that did point out, yeah, the caterer should have had something Irish. That would have made sense.
I know, but we're like, that's like calling the pot the kettle black or whatever.
I'm just curious what the dish would be.
We're all in blue.
What would the dish be?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I don't know what the dish. What is the
green.
dish?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. You're the one that showed up.
I'll be honest, man. I did think about it. I own like one green shirt, and it was in the wash. I wore it in Florida, and it's in the wash. So I'm like, whatever. I'm not wearing a dirty shirt.
No.
But what is an Irish dish? What would be?
Stew?
Yeah, maybe.
Like I think an Irish, like a nice hearty
Irish
potato. Are people saying that? There
Shepherd's pie. People.
Yeah,
corned beef and cabbage.
It's all the same. Yeah, I think that's all cash money. Yeah, I like all that stuff. So,
I like that Guinness. We just have Guinness for lunch.
Yes, we could. We could have a Guinness.
They probably got to give us food, so
we can have a Guinness on the after show for sure.
Kind of works.
Okay, what did AMD just do? All right, AMD making some moves here. I got to punch out. I did not mean. I just bought some AMD there at 198. I don't really know why. Keystroke error. I'm going to punch out of some AMD here. Did not mean. To get all these shares there on AMD. So a quick little punch out there. I made a mistake. I was on the wrong stock. I meant to throw it over to Palantir. I wish I would have held it, man. We just bought, look, I'm going to tell you, I just bought 500 shares there at 198 by accident there on AMD. So I just, when you do that, you punch out. Well, that would have been nice. You punch out automatically. I do anyways, and I think that's the right thing to do. So all good on that. But yeah, darn it, man. Missed opportunity there. We could have just fallen into whatever, $50, but we do punch out there on the high side. And that was just lucky that it just did that. Right there like that. So, all right, our trade still kind of remains the same there. If we do break below, right into around here, we want to get out of AMD, 197.80. I mean, I'm not loving this stock, and we sort of mentioned that. So we'll take a little bit out there. Our average price on Advanced Micro Devices, if you're just joining us right now, is actually down here at 197, and I just keystroke that. So you guys often ask, like, why do our prices always change? Well, there we go. That's another example, as I'm now out of all of these shares and now working on these shares right now. But still the stop remains the same. 190, here, I'm going to put it back in there. 197, where was VWAP? I mean, I just want to make sure I have a different amount of shares. 197.74. So we'll just offer, oh man, that was too bad. It was just up there. This name is kind of wild, man. We just showed you that it can just gap up and right back and forth. So if you don't have your offers out, then you're going to get missed. So we'll put an offer out there on AMD, take a fill. Oh, that's too bad. See, that would have been $100 just for fun right there on Advanced Micro Devices. But if you're going to trade with bigger share size like that, you want to make sure you have your stops. And I panicked a little bit because it was not what I'm not panicked about the share size, but just like it wasn't the right price. So all of a sudden, if AMD were to fall down there 40 cents or even 10, 20 cents, it's like, oh, womp womp, like I just cost myself that because I was talking. So, you know, we'll punch out of that on Advanced Micro Devices and, you know, watch out for the next trade. And I don't mind it here bouncing off VWAP, so I think it's fine, but that is going to be our stop. So let's see what winds up happening here with AMD.
IDF struck command centers of Hezbollah in Beirut, so we're going to continue to see headlines of that nature. It didn't really do much to oil prices. USO's got a double bottom in it right now. That if, look, double bottom into a potential trend break. I was just talking about Battle and Tepet or whatever, TPT. Both those small cappers, both of them have been languishing. If you get a trend break in USO, like I thought if we continued lower and broke that bottom, that these could be another leg down, TPET specifically breaking through that dollar, but now I can start to look in the other direction. Like you can break that consolidation to the upside if USO can break this trend. So we're only about 3 minutes to go. You're gonna be watching oil and listening for headlines all day long. So you know that in an absolute moment, everything can change. That's why you're tuned in here. That's why we have with Dara, we're all listening to the news as well when we can. That's the best of our abilities. But for now, there is a chance at this double bottom holding. I think that can get Battle and TPET back in to set upside. Still not really seeing much on BM&R for a re-entry. However, Uber's starting to look on the 15-minute chart. There's your bottoming tail wick, and then it reheld that 78.4 level. So it's reestablished that it's a bull stock on that 15. Close this 15 candle in 2 minutes above 78.4, and then look for the higher low here in Uber. We started the day with this. Look, obviously, the robotaxi, that's the robotaxi story. The Nvidia partnership.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Nvidia partnership, and it's still a good breakout. It's very much in line to close over this 50 period. If it can hold this week, I think that ends up being a buy over the 50 period moving average. It has not closed above that price since November, like early November of last year. We haven't had it hold above the 50 period on the daily. I like that for a trend reverse, but that's still got to hold it for 24 hours. For the day trade, it now just needs to hold on to the 78.4 for the next couple of minutes, and then we'll go for the VWAP long trade. There's Trade Sniper asking why Micron is ripping. What's the news? Micron being Micron? I mean,
yeah, I think so.
Memory, there's this whole, I heard Sharif talk about this, which is so true. Like if you've been around the markets for a long enough time, then you know that typically like Micron and memory chip names, super highly cyclical, like very, very much trend. Like they'll sit there and be like value and underpriced for so long on a PE basis. And then when it finally gets going, it's just the ebbs and flows. It's like trading a bloody airline. And that dichotomy has changed all of a sudden, because now it's like, no, it's growth and the demand is through the roof and there's been no signs of slowing. And yesterday it was SNDK and Micron wasn't as strong. And today it's Micron, and I'm going to double check because I haven't looked at SNDK. Yeah, SNDK is almost right back to where it was before. So this was I know we had a viewer that was short this early. Hopefully they banked and got out because it's a V-shaped recovery, but Micron is just a beast and it's on one. And it's weird that they don't want to follow each other anymore, but the overall sentiment in both stocks has been dip and rip here in both those.
All right, guys. 10 seconds left. Obviously, if you're green today, my hats are off to you. Congratulations. It's been a hell of a day here, and I think we've traded 4 or 5 names, 3 or 4 names. We've done some good jobs here, covering a bunch of everything. You're getting ready for the midday show right now. It's 11 o'clock. And we said this yesterday. If we go overtime, Joe gets mad. So we do not want to do that. He actually made it go in his contract. It's almost like anything past 11:01 and he gets really upset. So we're going to have to let you guys go. Thanks, Neil. Great show. Thanks, Adara, and everybody else as well. Thank you for all the nice comments there in the chat. We got another one right now with AMD, Tesla. They're kicking. It's been a good one. We'll see you at 2 p.m. Ciao till then.
Peace.
Boom, 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 boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Joey Options. I'm Sharif. And it is cold as hell
Yeah, you have
outside.
a T-shirt.
Yeah, but that really didn't make any difference. My body was fine. My face was just like inundated by all like the minus 100 degree weather. What's up, Case? What's up, Brush Digital? Shout out to Christmas. 123 Ronaldo in the house as well. Other Zinc. Blackhawk. We got Britt Brendan. But the viewers are coming in a little slow today. Wise Monk, like that one. Durant Gordon, Pac Rick, M Sense, Zayan Lala, Bill Hardy. Why? Why is that your bad, Assassino? Ah, that's not. Yeah, now it's pretty good there. We got Roadrunner, meep, meep. Prophet T, shout out to the source, the something or another. Abide team. We got Jay Koingi, Fredo Luing, Poison Joe. Oh no, I'm trading Rick. We got It's Bert C, the philanthropist baker, Nick J. Shout out to Pizza Pie. Who else, man? We got Indy, we got Roulette, Old Wise Trader. Always like that name, man. Artemis. Hopefully NASA can actually get the Artemis program off the ground and we can actually slingshot around the moon. I'd be pumped about that. James, we got Johnny, we got Los Polos Hermanos, Wrinkled Hippie. Okay. Fly Guy Hache. All right. All the Cream. We got, who else, man? Jeff Richards. One more, Joey. We're going to go Tony. And we have to stop for a second because there's already news at the big desk.
I do have a story on Microsoft for you guys. MSFT on watch after Wall Street Journal reported that the company is reorganizing its Copilot AI product teams. Their goal here is to unify commercial and consumer versions. Nothing massive, but again, just a reorganization here, it looks like, for Copilot from our friends at MSFT. Again, just a report as of right now. Back to you.
There goes CREG. The breakout is on, and at $3 is now in sights. There it is into the high of the day. 2 2/3, 266er, up 113%, and looking awfully freaking strong, man. A lot of respect here for the 10 EMA on the 5. There's a lot going today, guys, but we're going to be careful as we've been this week because, well, the continuation plays have been on one day, off one day, on one day, off one day. So we're going to see what this one does. CREG, Joey, just want to let everybody know, but IBIT's looking mighty delicious as well.
Yeah, it's looking really good here. Unfortunately, we didn't get to participate in this nice trend move. I had a feeling that volume would kick in eventually. Boom, and off to the races. So you have 1 1/3 here. We were out of the gate. I'm like, oh, okay, this is some nice strong signals being displayed. Let's get involved. Boom. Didn't take anything off, and then we took a second attempt, and that didn't work out for us, and then we just never re-engaged at this volume-weighted average price break. There's a bunch of buying pressure on the 5-minute too displaying itself, and yeah, we didn't take advantage of that one. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And then also Nvidia, we got a nice little scalp on this one. Then it comes back, we get out, and then we take a second attempt. And good thing we got out quick enough in order for it. Otherwise, it just tanked on us, and that would have been a really, really bad time. But Bitcoin, missed opportunity here on the day as it continued to climb a little bit higher. Other than that, guys, we'll pull up what I have on my charts here. SPY, the NASDAQ, buying pressure here, but then we're starting to come back in a little bit on SPY, the Qs. You can see NVDA, multiple time frames, and then Bitcoin, volume really starting to uptick here, guys, as we're breaking out. And this is what we want to see. What do you got going on, brother? Oh, is it? All right, thanks,
that
man.
displeases the production.
Yeah, they don't like that there. All right, so yeah, there it is. Volume kicking in. I appreciate you. A volume kicking in here on Bitcoin. ACO and SMR giving up that strong move that we experienced here in the pre-market. So that's all I have on my list today, guys. That's all we wrote for the game plan here this morning. No Taylor Swift lyrics there, but yeah, unfortunately we missed out on this Bitcoin trade. I want to pull this up from the daily, and we broke through that $42 supply zone, which is pretty good, right? And let's see how we react around this neck of the woods. Just in case, but a nice up move, right? So that uptrend is still fully intact. And we were talking about this yesterday, just the fact that now we have an additional point. You don't always have to necessarily catch the bottom. As Neil typically says, yeah, it looks like that nice trade, but there's other times that you can engage as well. So we have it from this previous pivot. We touched this pivot. Now let's see how we react when we get into that $45 mark.
All right, man. Continuing to Watch CREG here. It's got a bit of a pullback. I'm looking to see if it wants to hold up above 40 pennies. Where do we get in? We got in 47s, showing 46. Not looking really to take anything out. I'd rather get stopped out and allow this to try to make its way back into 266. So let's see what we get here. It's having trouble making any higher highs. I've got the 5-second chart up on my top screen. It's in a downtrend, unbroken downtrend on the 5. Now can't get above 50. There we go. It just dropped into 40. I think that might have been a stop hunt there. So watch out if you were putting your stop just below 40. There it goes back into 50. Let's see if it can work its way back up into 55. I'm going to put a liquidity tester here. So we're going to put something at 55, something super small, just to see if there's liquidity around that level or whether or not we just popped up into 50 kind of just willy-nilly like that. Yeah, no continuation here. It doesn't look like, at least for the moment. CREG is the one I'm talking about. I've got a bunch of others on my side chart, which I'll get to in a moment. But for now, I want to allow this trade to resolve. This is up about 97%. Let's see if we can get back above 50. Not showing its intentions right now to make any aggressively higher highs, but it does have a few higher lows in a row now on the 5-second chart. We're going to get to the multi-time frame look in a sec, but I want to see how this ends up resolving. So yeah, continuing to watch that. This is the biggest one, I would say, other than LNAI, which doesn't look that great. It's at VWAP. We'll get to LNAI in a second, but this looks like the best of the bunch at the moment, but a consolidative look after a bit of a downtrend. Let's see if the buyers step back in here, Joey, above that $0.50. So that's what I'm involved in right now. CREG up 100% on the day, trying to fight its way back above that $0.50, but not really encountering any buy orders. More along the lines right now of either sells or equilibrium in a bit of a range between 40 to 50.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, for sure. So Nvidia taking a little bit of a slide, so you get that turtle shell type price action. There was some buying pressure. If the momentum and the volume picked up as we broke through VWAP, I was going to look to take a long, but we get that curl over right now, so not looking too good. If it does fail to establish a new low of the day, then maybe we can find somewhat of an entry point around this neck of the woods, 182, especially if there's some indecision prints. I think that's going to be very telling, because now you would have established a higher low, and then maybe we can take a move back up into the volume weighted average price. AAPL still selling, SMR not looking good whatsoever, and Bitcoin putting in a lot of volume. This is going to be the second largest volume print on the intraday session outside of the open, and you're now seeing some selling pressure really start to kick in there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Let's head over to our scanner and see what we got going on from top volume and everything else along those lines. American Airlines, I was looking at this morning as well, as I got a nice strong pop, but no continuation to the northeast. SoFi, how have you been performing? Really starting to take a dive here as well. So if I'm thinking SoFi selling off, then the chances of Robinhood taking a little bit of a slide are probably relatively high. Oh, okay, but nice strong drive from 75 bucks all the way up to 77 in the hooded one, as Sharif would like to say, and we're starting to form a consolidative base. Okay, so that's not bad whatsoever. Even though it's about 5 points from where we're currently trading, if it breaks, then you can probably assume that you're going to have an additional leg lower. But if we continuously hold up here, considering we're down 50% off of its highs, then maybe you get somewhat of a rebound, and $100 would be Deion Sanders right there. Prime time.
All right, SWMR, guys, IPO, it's halted up, okay? The top is showing 15. The halt price, 13.75. Volume, 138,000 shares. This one just opened up. I believe it's some sort of drone company, Swarmer. I don't have all the information. $1.22 billion market cap with the latest 16% move. SWMR on the NQ. Looking good, quite frankly. It's an industry or a sector, I want to say, that's in play at the moment with the war. And I don't even think this war really was the precipice for it. I would say certainly the Ukraine war is. SWMR halted up, 13.75 halt time, 11.07.21. That's the last print. That means the earliest will be open 11.12.21. The top showing 15, halt price 13.75. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. We want to see.
Is your chat is working, eh? Mine said the event was over. Okay, I'll just hop back in. No worries. Yeah, no worries.
Oh, Assassino didn't hit the forward button. That's why he was telling me in my ear.
Oh.
That's why I took some. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant, SS. You know, he did hit it, but like, you know, it took a second. So anyway, SWMR, going to keep my eye out on that. Got stopped out of CREG. It's coming back down now into the third of a dollar. This current candle has a lower low than the prior red candle. So prior bar, which is 1105, the low of which is 229.
I don't know why.
Current bar low 227. So it's, you know, it's got a lower low. I do perceive some support at the fifth of a dollar at 220. There's that topping till candle at 1035 that rejects 220, drops down to VWAP at $1.75, then reclaims the level and breaches it at 1055. So there could be support at the fifth of a dollar. We're showing the third of a dollar right now. So that's CREG, bit of a bamboozler there. I would say still in a bit of a downtrend. Looking at the 5-second chart still on the top of the screen, trying to gauge when the trend has broken. It's really as simple as this, guys. I mean, I don't want to dumb it down. Well, maybe I should. But like when you're clearly continuing to put in lower highs and rejecting that downtrend, it's not time to get in. You're going to need a clear breach of that before trying to get back in, even though, you know, you can get back in and still find yourself on the receiving end of more selling, as there could be basically bull traps to trap you into a long and then send it back down. So we're going to continue to watch CREG, and as soon as we have this one open, SWMR, we'll report on that. Remember, we're waiting for 11-12-21. Adair.
Just be aware here, guys. We have comments from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. There is a bit of an uptick here in oil. I mean, nothing massive, but just be aware. The IRGC saying that they have begun a new phase of what they're calling impactful strikes against what they're calling their enemies. That would be the U.S. and Israel across the entire Middle East region. So again, strikes across the region here for the IRGC. They're calling these impactful strikes, and this is going to be back to you.
Nice little move there on NVDA, man. Let's go. I'll pop on that prime time entry right there. Let's see if we can break this 60 level on NVDL. A nice bottoming signal, and this is literally what I was talking about moments ago. If we head lower and then fail to construct a new low of the day, and we find somewhat of a bounce and indecision prints on the lower time frame, it's time to rock and roll. So we're fortunate enough to get in exactly when that candle formated, and then sure, is that even a word? But anyways, aside from that, a nice move higher, and I think this is going to be a key profit range right around that 182.84. Why? Because it was prior support and can now act as resistance. So as we climb a little bit higher, I'm going to be looking to take some off on the bid, obviously. Hopefully it doesn't come back to our break even. I'm now sitting on currently 50% remaining of this position. I'll remove this so we can just do this real time, because as soon as we head into 60s, I'm prepared to take another 20% off, a couple more strong upticks, and I believe we're going to have the momentum and the strength to do so. We just don't want that aggressive selling. So a nice 3-bar play. If we can put in a new high and not come back into aggressively, I'll have to get out break even. Sitting on 50%, I'm happy with that, and a little bit of breathing room, because look where my risk profile was. In at 40s, out at 30s. This is just a little bit of a dark pool wick, and then with that pop being essentially it being a scalp, out of it extremely quick and just leaving some for a runner. So if we can get that break, let's keep our eyes on the tape. I want to get this quote highlight up so we can see where the size is laying and if we have any form of ladder. 6,000 maybe. There it is. There it is, Sharif.
Ooh, good job,
there
bro.
There it is. There it is. Come on, a couple more upticks, and that's all we need, darling. Ooh, bang, there it is. A nice little move there on NVDL. Exactly what we needed. Took a loss on it earlier today. 2 for 3 on NVDL. We're looking for those sustained bounces. Yesterday, we had that volatility spike on the GTC. We were talking about that. Be prepared for that, and you don't want to jump the gun too early. The prints will display, and you'll be able to take advantage of the trade, and that's exactly what we tried to get going on right here in NVDL, Sharif.
All right, SWMR looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt. It's not looking like it's going to, well, it's past its time, so we'll keep an eye out on this one. The top keeps increasing, though. Into $16 it goes. It halted at $13.75. The last print that I can see there for 10 shares came in at 11:07.21, so that's the earliest I gauge it'll be open. Yeah. interesting look. We'll keep you updated on it when and if it does open at 10 minutes. Here's what I'm looking at, though. Sorry, I didn't bring in the black charts today. We're looking at LNAI. That's top left of your screen. That one is going to lose its spot momentarily here on the side chart. It is losing VWAP and is about to lose the $0.5. An aggressive sell-off here on LNAI. This one is the number one gapper in the market anyway, above 25 or 35 cents, whatever I'm filtering these days, up 143%, but it looks like the best trade is behind it for the moment. It's been a symphony of lower highs since putting in that high at 73, at 93, I'm talking pennies, right at 930, and then it's been dropping since that time. SWMR, the bottom left of your screen there, CREG, top middle of your screen. That's the one I'm involved in right now. We're back in that one. We're looking for a hold into the volume weighted average price, BIAF. This one's also kind of holding structure, but it's not appetizing. I mean, it looks like there is support between 250 to 255, which would by definition be below the volume weighted average price. That doesn't make it as attractive to me as if it was trading above VWAP. Moreover, it really can't shake any of the lower highs that it's been putting in. The high came in at 950. We attempted to breach it 1030, failed. We did get above 3. It looks like certainly selling has been at 3 or thereabouts for a while now. So that is BIAF. Also, I want to mention ETSA, EDSA. This is a former convict, one that we know about. I don't want to say it's more expensive, but it's about $7. Volume on it's also dropping, not like it had a lot to begin with. For example, the largest volume bar in the day is 123,000 shares, which isn't that much. I haven't looked at the spread, but something my spidey sense tells me it probably a little bit wider. It's trying to do the dance right now with $7. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. All right, here we go. CREG's breaking out, so let's see how we're doing over here in terms of profits. We're waiting for 1R. 1R is pretty close. We've got that at 37, showing 32. No continuation, though, into that level. It's what the beak here. We'll cancel that. All right, let's move up a little bit more. Still holding the majority of the shares. 2R for me is going to be around the $0.5, so let's go ahead and post right around the $0.5. Now, you know how I roll, right? If it's going to be close to an area of key technical resistance, I'm going to take the profit below that area so that, you know, I just secure the bag, so to speak, right? Because there could be sellers at these key areas of technical resistance. And what I'm talking about here, of course, is the $0.5, but it also applies to the whole dollar. Showing 38, good continuation now on, I'm just going to call this Craig, CREG. Let's see, here we go, 39 showing up. We're waiting for 2R. 2R, again, takes me to the $0.5, but I'm going to whip the beak before that. 3R for me is 2/3 of a dollar. Continuing high, this has breached prior bar high, but I have a bias that we reject, at least initially, the $0.5. So let's continue to watch over here as CREG tries to weasel itself up. Seller at 39 that we can't shake. So I'm going to look at the 5-second chart here to spot whether or not 39 or 40 was a key area of technical resistance. Initially, it wasn't, but that doesn't mean that the shorts can't set up there, or I should say, a profit taker start wetting the beak at around 40 pennies, but not an area that I had earmarked for resistance. Nonetheless, it is coming in as one. So we're going to continue to watch here. To see if this one can breach the 39, 40 penny area, and the answer to that right now is no. So the shorts are setting up quite aggressively at this 39 penny area. Something to think about here, guys.
All right, good luck there, Sharif. Yeah, I mean, here it goes, guys. You're getting somewhat of a pullback into 80.50s. Considering we were only risking 10 cents, we wait till a 1-to-1 at least. And if it comes back to our break even, I'm sitting on a little bit less than 20% of the remaining position, and it looks like it's about to. So maybe we can have somewhat of a trailing stop, because we ran right into that resistance zone that I was talking about before, right? So we had this level right here that was acting as prior support. You get the pullback into that range, retest, and then reject, okay? So all American reject right there, boom. And then sure enough, let's see if we can break through after this pullback and we can find enough momentum in order for us to climb a little bit higher. But not too bad of a look whatsoever on NVDL. I just have to be really patient and cautious just in case it does come back to my break even, because we obviously don't want to turn a winner into a loser. Not necessarily that it's going to, it's just that the fact that I don't want to give back any form of profit or realized gains in which we have extracted from the market, as Sharif just mentioned not too long ago. Boom. on this earlier trade. So Los Boys, okay, Jensen introduced a robots for the close. Nice, good look. My brother, what's up? Take a bit of a long there on Apple. Yeah, let's take a look at some of these mega boys and see what they're.
The mega boys.
That didn't come out right, maybe. I don't know.
I don't mind it.
I don't know if this was past your time, Sharif. Do you remember the show Mega Babies?
What do you?
Or before you? Or yeah, maybe past year?
Oh,
No?
I'm ancient. I'm ancient.
Yeah, I know.
No,
but
hold up. Mega Babies, I have no idea what. So
was
it's
a
clearly
Teletoon
past
show.
my time.
So
yeah.
shout out to all the 90s kids that were there watching Mega Babies and stuff like that. Amazon, not too bad, guys. Forming that bull flag. I was just looking on Amazon not too long ago to see if I could get anything within a couple of hours or so. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic. I was actually just looking at some running glasses because you know your boy's going to be up in full throttle in a couple of months here. And be prepared. Oh, okay, look at this print. Look at this print here. Etsa's running or something? Okay, there. What's SWMR you got going on there? What are you dancing like that for?
I feel good right now.
Oh, all right. I feel good. I feel
all right,
good.
Adara, what's going on?
President Trump posted on Truth Social. I took a minute here to read it because it is a lengthier one. And as I often say with these Truth Social posts, probably the easiest way to read it is to just skip to like the last line, just to get a sense of it. Now, I did read the whole thing, but I'll start here with the gist of what President Trump is trying to say. He's saying that because he doesn't feel like the U.S.'s NATO allies or other non-NATO allies have been there for them. Quote, we do not need the help of anyone, exclamation point, with regards to Iran. So basically, President Trump saying these other countries aren't here to help us. As such, we do not need or want their help. We will do this ourselves. He does end it with his trademark, thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So once again, President Trump basically saying no thank you to any help because he doesn't feel like these countries, I guess, rush to help them quickly enough with regards to Iran, specifically stopping Iran from being able to build a nuclear weapon. Back to you.
China.
Come on, Xi. Where's that naval armada, Xi? We know you want that oil, Xi. It's you who's hurting, baby. Send over the naval armada. Let's go. Wouldn't that be something? A naval armada by the Chinese side by side with the Americans. I personally don't see it happening. It doesn't mean that we can't talk about it, but yeah, anyway. Interesting look. All right, so we're going to keep an eye out on that. Look, guys, CREG got out basically top wick here. That seller at 39, we couldn't shake, so I got the hell out of there. But in any event, CREG is going to continue being focused for me. But let's talk about some others. So ETSA, I saw some people yelling about that in the chat, rightfully so. Here's the deal. This one is continuing to put in a bit of a downtrend. I mean, it has had these opportunities to try to clear the fifth of a dollar. I'm talking about 720, and it's failed. Moreover, for just looking at the way that it's trading, it looks a little spready. So let's have a look. Yeah, and I was right. 13 on the ask, 2 on the bid. So a little bit lighter on volume there. Doesn't mean we can't trade it. We just have to trade it a bit of a different way. Up 37.5%, dancing around 7. More, it's holding 7. If I had to really, you know, I don't want to say guess, but if I really had to be asked or pressured to answer this question, I think that it resolves itself above 7, and it's also holding structure. Like, look at this area over here, a key area of technical resistance. I think SWMR is open. It halted again, bro. I didn't even have time to look over. All right, man, SWMR is going to be one of those ones. I think this is going to be trouble here in a good way. All right, second halt up 263%. Trade this carefully. There's a lot of money to be made here, a lot of potential to be made, but there's also on the other side of the coin the potential to lose a lot, and you could get caught in a down halt. And yeah, if you ever been caught one of those, it's not fun. But in any event, keep your eye on SWMR. Casey, I know this is kind of like your moat over here. KC 526. So if you want to enlighten us as to what your approach is with these multiple halters, I know that's your jam. Let us know, Case, how you're thinking about this one. But in any event, we're going to keep that on the side chart, of course. I want to talk, though, about ETSA. I think that it's still holding structure, as I was trying to say here before I got distracted by the halter. This 690 area, I want to give it to 680 to 7, a 20 penny buy zone. It looks like for the most part the wicks bounce off 90, but the reason I say 80 to 7 is because look at the closing prints. All south of 80, the wick did get up right around 7, 697, whatever, and then now we're holding structure, albeit though we're putting in lower highs. So that is kind of the look there. I don't know how I feel about ETSA quite yet. I'll continue to watch it a little bit more, get a little bit more in tune with how it's trading. Grunfeld, NBIS, Nebius short. Yeah, I saw that one actually on my scanner, but some of these inverse or some of these ETFs, these leverage ETFs, are blocked on our system. I'm not saying this one is. I check. But just some of them are because they don't do the requisite amount of volume, so they by default get blocked until we request them to get unblocked. So I didn't want to go through that whole process. Wow. Moreover, you know, Nebius, I'll trade these leverage ETFs that are connected to a bigger name on the days where there's really no small cap gappers to trade. Today, I don't feel that that's the case, so I'm going to try to focus on the small cap gappers. In any event, Nebius has been having a good few days here, Joey. This is an inverse. I think this is inverse because it's, 2 times short. Okay, so that means Nebius is down. In any event, so this is NBIZ, which is two times leveraged inverse ETF. So up to 960 it goes. Looks like generally, you know, there's support at 9. I wouldn't be waiting all the way to 9 though, but that $9 area is where the volume weighted average price is. Moreover, that's where the pre-market high at around 815 was, in and around that area. So that's something you can look at there. I'm not going to be inclined to trade this one unless I really have to. What I'm watching here, guys, is CREG continuing to defend this, like, I want to say 20 to 15 penny area. Now, it's not really making any higher highs, but there are buyers stepping in at this area, which is prior area high. Moreover, it is the volume, it's kind of close to the volume weighted average price, certainly is a 10 EMA, showing about 212. So CREG, we're positive on it. We were 1 for 1, but my second trade bigger than my first, so that's why we're positive. I'm going to continue to watch this one, looking for a possible move back up and to bring this one over 100% again, Joey.
All right. Good stuff. Yeah, One Piece is in the chat. Man.
China.
What's up, One Piece?
China.
I love him.
No charts on SW1R on TradingView, and stupid hood locked me out. TOS it is.
Did you see Big Smile?
I see.
You saw? What'd he say? You want me to read it out?
Sure. He didn't really say anything, really.
He messaged me yesterday about you. I don't want to say anything. Did LJS, for everybody who doesn't know, you know, not that this is my name for him. I don't call him that at all. But Big Spile calls him Little Joey Smalls. Talk about his boxing days yet today, or did I miss it? Gosh, I hope I didn't miss it.
I don't want to
show him the video, Joey.
I don't want to always have to bring it back up, man. I remind the people once in a blue moon. And
you got to show him the video, man.
Like, it's just like, you know what I mean? It's just like it's like those guys back in high school that can't get out of the high school thing. You know
Al Bundy. Al Bundy, 4 touchdowns in one game. That's before your time,
you know what
right
I mean?
there.
So I got at some point we got to move past it. But just don't forget, man. Don't forget.
People don't forget.
People don't forget, man.
People don't forget.
Yeah, he loves to pick on me. That's for sure. One Piece though. Shout out to Big Spot.
Uncle Rico, Kenichiro.
Yeah. Who's Uncle Rico? Yeah.
From what's his name?
Who's he calling Uncle? Yeah, Uncle Rico's one of the.
He's talking about what you talking, like the guy in high school, right?
You can't get out of the high school mode. I know, Dragos. You already know what's up, man. These Twitter fingers out here, man. It's crazy. Yeah, Uncle Rico, one of the best characters. He's in a season of White Lotus, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, dang.
Let's see it. Pardon me?
Which actor are we talking about?
I don't know his name, but it's Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite. He's in
I don't know Napoleon Dynamite.
He's in a season of White Lotus.
Bro, I love that movie, man.
Yeah, it's a great movie. When I was off with my knee, I watched it. I'm like, this thing is too comical. Yeah, and
it's
super
so
bad.
good.
And super bad.
And it never gets old.
It doesn't get old.
Because it's stupider every time you watch it.
It's a cult classic.
Yeah.
Honestly, the stupidest thing out of the whole movie is that how it starts, and he just has this toy, and he throws the toy out of the bus window on a string, and it's like, what is going on here? This is absolutely about nothing. And then the llama,
so good.
Tina, come eat your food.
The llama, right?
Yeah, it's just like, man, what I wanted to talk about
Craig
here,
is losing the bid, guys. Watch out.
What I wanted to talk about here was Circle. I don't know who they think they are right now, but this is going absolutely bonkers. Another strong up day, and then essentially from that breakout in the previous earnings report, this thing has gone parabolic. It's broken through the downtrend, and then now is on the backside and continuing to climb up to $128. From that breakout day, you're up over 100%. 118%. So that's a substantial move here in the span of about less than 20 trading sessions. Let's get the accurate reading. 15, so a little bit around 3 weeks of trading, you get 127% gain in CRCL. So that's some big time moves. Ethereum, how has it been performing on today's session? Not as good as yesterday. Maybe Bitcoin slightly outperforming it currently, but aside from that, what we've seen is exactly what we want in the crypto space over the past couple of days. Now moving forward to Bitmine immersion, garbage. And we don't like this one either, nor do we like MSTR, but a nice little move coming back into VWAP. Maybe you'll find somewhat of a bounce, but don't forget, if you're playing these names, you have to look at the actual what they're tracking. So it's either Ethereum and or Bitcoin and MSTR and BMNR. All
right, I found a new one here, INLF. Coming from 40 pennies, or it looks like the low is 32.5 pennies, 58.50 high. I'm just putting in the ticker. I'm also possibly setting up a trade here on SWMR. Just before I get to INLF, let's just do a quick look here. So SWMR halt time 11:23:16. Earliest it'll be open. Earliest will be 11:33:16. We are 30 now, so we got a few minutes. So it gives me an opportunity to let you know about this. By the way, tap 1870, saw the tap moments ago at 20. So INLF, not a bad look, 68%, 69% in the Ville of Green. It's pretty wicky, man. It pops up from, 32. Wiki. You know what wick means, right, Randy? Like those, exactly. So pops up from about 32. We're going to go to crypto in a second. So 32.50 pops up to 50 pennies, drops right back down. Now it looks like it's kind of regaining trend. It's still pretty, rangy, so that Randy doesn't come at me again for saying wiki, per candle, per 5-minute candle specifically. But it's got a good look here. I mean, if it continues to hold trend, looks like 54, 53 penny area defense, support, I should say. So that's my look there. I also want to mention EDSA. EDSA's looking good here, man. It is defending, I want to say that 690 area, but there's certainly a seller at 720 area. I mean, it's been above 720, but look at that flat top. Now, I would like to report to you guys this one's putting in higher lows on a consistent basis, but that isn't happening. So it does look like a sideways consolidation. But the fact that it's holding structure, I think in and of itself is bullish. So EDSA, despite its spread, I think is a proper one for now. Do you want to mention anything before we go to crypto?
No, so someone just said, haven't listened in a while, we're back, bang. So I hit the bang for them, and then we're going to send things off to Adara with crypto.
Take a look here at ORBS to start the crypto segment. Now, this is 8Co Holdings. They're involved in that World coin, or that World, which is a project that's co-founded by Sam Altman. Looks like as of today, and you can see they kind of got a spike here around when this came out at 11 a.m. Didn't mention it because this talk wasn't doing too much, but I'll talk about it now. Basically what happens is World, alongside Coinbase and Cloudflare, launching something called Agent Kit. So basically this is a tool that will allow AI agents to carry cryptographic proof that they're backed by a human. So basically trying to weed out any AIs or agents without human backers getting involved in the crypto space. Interesting project there from World, which ORBS, again, they're related to, they're involved in that. Why we got a little bit of a spike, at least briefly, that they're now back below the dollar level. Let's talk about BTC. Bitcoin actually made a high here around 76,000 pretty early in the day. We haven't been at that level quite since then, but holding on to that 74,000 level, now that's going to be significant because this was, as we go back here, prior resistance and support, and that's been the case since 2024. We retested it mid last year. So this 74,000 level continuing to be of interest without a doubt. Ethereum daily chart, we're a little bit removed from that most recent level of support resistance going back to like 2,200. Right now trading around 2320. But either way here, ETH maybe looking to pose its first red session after, I believe, 8 straight sessions of winning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yes, that's correct. If we post or print a red session today on ETH, that'll be the ending of a pretty significant green streak. Back to you.
Bro, what is this guy even talking about over here?
What happened,
I don't
Joey?
get it, mate.
Who is it?
There's some English talk over there. We tried to essentially go again 10 cents worth of risk, same narrative on this trade. We wanted it to work instantly. Stavern, Or Steve M. I don't know what he's on about. So he said,
what you on about?
Yeah, exactly.
What you on about?
So yeah, anyways, aside from that, guys, here it is, NVDL. We tried one more time, gave it 10 cents, get out right away because we expect that to work relatively quick. Broke my winning streak today. That's happened. The day's not over unless you got shut down or something. Then it's over if you're shut down. But if you're not shut down, then it's not over. Plenty of time left. And yesterday I was red for the majority of the day, leading up until that volatility spike in NVDA during the GTC. And then sure enough, I was just waiting. You get that strong up move up into just a little bit below 90s, come back into VWAP, boom, pounce on that one, and we put on our biggest trade of the day yesterday. So yeah, let's see if we can get back into that neck of the woods. I found lately that 3 o'clock to 4 has been pretty good for me. 2:30 on has been pretty good. So haven't been the best in the intraday, but at this point, I think the overall market's going to head towards the low of the day. Or sorry, I shouldn't say that because we're currently about to print that.
Print it, Joey.
But with NVDA, right? So we're going to head towards this neckline. I was looking for some more indecision. We didn't take a long off that one. We just jumped a little bit early on this to find somewhat of a bounce in case you're going to get a rebound, because if you're going to in any name, I think it's going to be this one right here. So that's what I'm going to stick to. My guns, we have to be cautious on how we trade it.
All right, guys, I got into ETSA. We're looking for a move into the $0.50. High of days 37. I'm going to give this to below 7. I've sized in accordingly, meaning that I haven't been able to take as many shares as I wanted to. Couple reasons. One, the stop area to me was a little bit south of where we're trading. Number 2, the spread. I have to account for that as well. So we're going to see what we can do here on ETSA. Fluffy's back. Shout out to the Fluffsters. ROMA, she says. Let's have a quick look at Roma.
I don't see
Fluffy Hippo, my boy.
I don't see your
cap.
Swear.
Fluffy, I don't know why you love these ones that are not doing volume. You always find me ones that are not doing volume. Let's have a look at Roma.
It goes to Nvidia, low of the day.
Low of the day. Well, Roma looks fantastic, Fluffsters, on a daily.
You're so ripping.
It clearly, it's trying to take out that $5 decisively, and it looks like it has these last few days. I want to say basically reclaiming it on the 12th. But intraday, it's not my favorite. This is a decent chart, man. This is not a bad-looking chart right here on ROMA. Not like I know anything about this company, but when you look at it intraday, it's super light trading. Just to give you an idea, the prior candle. Let's not even look at the prior candle. The one before that on the 5, we did 2,685 shares. So it's super low. I do not love them. It's just not much to trade. Yeah, I'm always nice to you. Did I come off as mean? I didn't mean that. No, but I complimented the fact that the daily looks fantastic. It's just, the volume on this one is a little light for me, to be quite honest with you. It had good volume this day. Like, this is what I'm kind of talking about over here. Like, this is the kind of volume that I want to see. This was a good day for it. What day was that? That was the 12th. So that takes us back to last week. But in any event, 850 high back on the 12th. If you're looking today, what's the situation today? Yeah, we're still below 6. Looks like there's some selling coming in at around 4/5 of a dollar. We'll keep an eye out on this one. I don't mind the daily chart on this at all, Fluffster, so shout out to you. BIAF, TT Mass saying, got that on my sat chart, and here it comes again into or above, I should say, the volume weighted average price. But this is the problem. We had a lot of selling at around 290 with the wicks going through 3, nothing closing above 295. In fact, nothing closed above 292. Kind of a random area. So I'm going to say 290 is where the closing prints end up, with the wicks breaching 3. BIAF is good, but technically still a lower high. I'd love to see what kind of buying and selling as well we're going to get at around that $2.90 to $3 area. If history is any guide, there's going to be an aggressive fight between longs and shorts at that level, but I'm all eyes. BIAF is up 48 and change on the day, and certainly deserves my attention here. ION LF does not. It's losing VWAP. It's looking like absolute hot garbage. Look at that, 58.50 now all the way down to 44.50. So this is losing the bid in a hurry. It's below VWAP, it's below the 10, and it's going to lose its spot on the side chart. CREG was good, and then it wasn't, right? That's what is kind of characteristic of these small cap gappers. There you go, unbroken downtrend, trading below VWAP, drop below 2. It's going to have to break the trend, get above VWAP, and get above 2 for me to get interested again. It's still up 60% on the day, and that means it's probably going to be on a lot of people's radars. I'm going to continue to nurse the trade that I have here in ETSA. You know, unless I get stop hunted, I feel that this one could breach 737 high and then maybe weasel on up into that $0.50 area. That's my 1R. So 1R for me is going to be the $0.50, 2R for me, $0.75, 3R at around 8. So some lofty expectations here, but we're going to pack the patience separately. We're also watching that IPO, SWMR, swimmer, I'm going to call this one. I think it's a drone play. Tap showing 18, halt price 1760, halt time 11:33:42, meaning the earliest it'll be open 11:43:42. We're showing 40, so we have a few more minutes here, Joey, before this one opens up. I didn't get in last time because it opened up down. So I still have a plan. I've calculated my risk on this one. I want to see what it has to offer. I'm taking smaller share size on this, of course, because of the volatility and, you know, the risk that this one has. So we're going to keep an eye out on that, Joe.
All right. So yeah, this is what Gaurav and I are looking at right now. So an increase in volume right there, nice engulfing print, but nothing to follow. So the way that I'm looking at this right now is that it's a pretty strong bearish candle, right? Like there's no buying pressure stepping in that volume. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get somewhat of a curl over and head a little bit lower here, but it could bounce. The 5-minute displaying something a little bit different, a nice indecision print. You have sellers push price all the way lower, and then now you get buyers step in and it closes a couple of pennies higher. So I got my eyes on it. Hopefully that works out for you, Gaurav. Also, this breadth looks relatively weak as the volume is starting to stair step down, but anything can happen. 182.44 could definitely be a target there, but SMR's displaying some nice prints, guys. We have some nice prints on IBIT. But one thing that I've been noticing for quite some time is that we have kind of the double defense here. So we have this volume. And let's actually make this a little bit bigger so we can see it. So we have this volume kind of anomaly, right? So you have that indecision print, buyers push it, sellers push price lower to where it closes at. And then sure enough, you tank. But then now, as you're going lower, you start to form some of these an additional hammer candles around the lows, but the volume isn't exceeding what this print was, okay? So I'm going to be looking at that this candle is going to overtake this candle unless we start to form somewhat of a base in the pre-market and then slowly start to curl around. I might take an attempt here on SMR. I really like what we got going on. It's literally 10 cents worth of risk, and why not, right? So we'll see if we can catch a long and maybe somewhat of a bounce here on SMR. But guys,
just one sec before we go to the interview. Here comes ETSA. Here comes the $0.50, 745 high, showing 48. It's got a cross though. ETSA is on the move here, guys. There's 48 print, please. Let's go. Seller at 48. That's crazy. Boom. All right, ETSA's good. We can go to the interview now.
Excited to welcome back to the show today, Raghav Mehta, CFA, VP and ETF strategist here at Global X ETFs. Thank you for being back here with us today.
Thanks, Adara, for having me. I hope you can all hear me loud and clear and the tech is working, just making sure.
Yeah, you sound all good on our end. Let's get right into the questions here. So let's start this session by learning a little bit more about these Beta Pro leveraged, inverse leveraged, and inverse ETFs. What's the structure of these products in terms of their product construction?
Sure. So if I want to, again, I'll try to explain it as clearly, as concisely as possible. If we get into the design of these products, what we do is normally we use derivatives to create the fund. It could either be a futures position, more often than not, or it could be a swaps position. Now, what we do is when you buy the fund, we have two types, the daily 2x or 3x bull and the daily bear ETF. So you have the long side of the market, bull ETF, and the short side of the market, which is bear. For the long ones, we would buy typically futures contracts to give you that long exposure on a particular underlying. Similarly, on the short side, we would short sell our futures contracts or by the way of swaps to give you that short exposure in the derivative markets. And when we do that, you not only get the long or short exposure inbuilt, embedded for you for the end investor or the person that actually ends up investing in this ETF. But at the same time, because with derivatives, either futures or swaps, you get that natural leverage. We also give you that 2x, the 200% leverage that's baked into this ETF through the use of derivatives or swaps inside the contract. So when you buy it, you not only get an inbuilt short or long exposure, but you also get the 2x leverage, 200% leverage on the underlying asset. And why do we do that? To answer that question, it really is designed to simplify trading experiences for the retail traders. The reason why we do that is if you were to do this by yourself, let's say you want long or short exposure, but you want that leverage, you could do that yourself, but you'll have to borrow money, borrow cash from your broker, and the broker typically charges the prime financing rate, which could be anywhere between 4.5 to 6%. So it's basically the prime rate plus a few basis points that you would pay to your broker, depending on who your broker is, whether it's Interactive Brokers or any other discount broker that you're using. But what happens is that cost of financing and that cost of borrowing funds to create that leverage, along with that leverage long or short exposure, the cost of funding or the financing on the prime rate that you pay turns out to be costlier or higher in terms of the funding costs than you would normally pay for this ETF. Whereas with our ETF on betapro.ca, if you can pick any fund that you want to play in the markets with, our fee overall is much lower than that overall funding cost or that financing cost, because you're only paying for the total fund expense ratio, which includes your management fee, your expense ratios, as well as your trading expense ratios, or your total fund expense ratio, which ends up being a lot lower than that 4.5 to 6%. And at the same time, you don't have to learn or really know how to get into a futures position yourself, right? You can simply buy that ETF, which gives you that leveraged long or short exposure on any asset class, any broad market, or any commodity or index that you're looking to trade intraday. And that really simplifies your experience. So you don't have to do it all by yourself or really learn how to trade futures. Or, sometimes you're not even sophisticated enough to be able to have a swap execution facility to be able to trade swaps yourself. So we do that for you inbuilt. It's baked into the ETF itself. And it's really designed to simplify the trading experience for the end investor. So you don't have to open up a margin account or borrow on margin. And at the same time, with derivatives, you know that you get that natural leverage because futures markets tend to be a lot more liquid. And it's the multiplier effect. So we make sure that we also rebalance these ETFs every single trading day at the end of the trading day to maintain that precision. So let's say if it's the natural gas 2x bull or bear ETF, the ticker is HNU for the daily 2x bull and HND for the daily inverse 2x bear on the natural gas asset. If you were to, let's say, look at what happened with natural gas, let's say the natural gas rallied 4%, that 2x bull ETF should be precisely 8%, 2x up 8% before fees and expenses to give you that precise 2x exposure at the end of the trading day. So we'll make sure that we rebalance our futures position to give you that precise exposure and the upside exactly as a multiple 2x of the reference asset. Similarly, the next day, if let's say natural gas drops 1%, you'll get that negative 2x exposure. So your return at the end of the next trading day will be down 2%. So we'll rebalance once again to make sure that we give you that precise performance, which is a multiple negative 2x or 2x if it's a bull ETF. So we make sure that the fund sticks with the objectives and we rebalance it at the end of each trading day. So again, that's how these ETFs are designed. That's how they work, if I was able to simplify it for the audience over here.
Thank you so much for going over that for us. Now, I want to get into gold now, because I know last time you were here almost a month ago now, you were talking about gold. So let's just take back and recap how the gold trade has been since then, and where do you see it right now?
Perfect. So if you do a recap and let's pick up where we left last time. So the last time I was here, I did an appearance on your show at Trader TV on the Feb the 24th. If you look at what happened with gold in the 6 trading days following the 24th and my live appearance on that day, what actually ended up happening was gold sold off. So I was talking about how the gold market was getting overstretched, getting too hot and overheated, and there was this risk to the downside of a pullback or correction. Well, guess what? That's exactly what happened. So if you look at the gold performance over the 6 trading days following my appearance on the 24th, that's exactly what happened. So if you look at, in fact, the trading dates March 2nd to the March 3rd, in that 1 or 2 day time window itself, gold dropped about 6%. And if you actually look at the cumulative performance of gold over the entire 6 days, gold was actually down 2%. So again, if you really followed my call, if you followed my lead, you could have actually made some money there just following the intraday bearish opportunity with the gold price action that we saw over those 6 days. So again, long story short, if you are still bearish, I just want to reiterate the ETF is GLDD, that stands for gold and down, which is your inverse 2x daily bear gold bullion ETF. You can learn more about it on betapro.ca. That's our website, which gives you that inverse exposure to gold along with that 2x leverage, as I explained earlier, through the futures and the derivatives market as we run the fund on a day-to-day basis and maintain that negative inverse 2x leverage exposure inside it. And again, if you kind of zoom out from this whole picture and you look at the long-term, I think fundamentals and what we're seeing in the market for the long term are still supportive and constructive for the price of gold. Central banks are still buying the bullion for the long term, and you are still seeing that de-dollarization that I mentioned the last time I came here on the show, and the dollar alternative, the so-called dollar alternative, which tends to be gold nowadays. So long term, you are still constructive on the idea of holding gold. So again, if you have a slightly longer term as a trader, we have the GLDU ETF. That's the gold daily 2x bullion ETF, the daily bull ETF. Again, learn more about it on our website, betapro.ca. That's what these ETFs are for. These are meant for intraday trading. And the best use case that I want to talk about over here is, let's say you already have long exposure in the gold market right now. You can actually use or pair your long position with GLDD to give you that hedge in the market, right? Sophisticated traders who might be trading gold inside their RRSP or TFSA registered accounts, they cannot actually short inside the TFSA. But if you really want to hedge it, you can use or hold our GLDD, that's the inverse 2x daily bear ETF, to hedge your existing long exposure in bullion in your trading account. So again, that's the story with gold. If there's nothing else, we can move on to the other content that we have for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just talk about oil here. Do you have any thoughts on oil prices? Of course, given recent and ongoing geopolitical events, it's certainly something that's kind of hard to give a longer term call on just due to how volatile everything is. But what are your near term thoughts here on crude oil?
Sure. So, the word higher for longer was always used earlier for interest rates and inflation, but that same term, higher for longer, is now very relevant for what we're seeing with oil. Now, there's more hedgers than speculators in the crude oil market because of the nature of the asset class. It's a commodity that's widely used for industrial purposes. So more often than not, you actually have more hedgers than speculators. And when you combine the hedgers and the speculators, there's one thing as a leading indicator that I like to watch on the trading side is the chart that you see on the screen to the left. So we like to look at the call to put option skew. What that tells you is, and I want to kind of simplify what the skew means, it's basically the difference, the spread on the crude call option premium minus the crude put option premium. That spread, or what the market's willing to pay for for the call option premium for crude oil as a percentage of the put option premium. That ratio is the highest we've seen in years. And the last time this actually happened was 4 years ago, exactly back in March 2022. So the derivative markets and the hedgers are still pricing for the upside if you look at the price of oil, the crude oil, right? And when that happens, there is still expected to be more bullish momentum on the upside in the near term. But obviously, there's a reason why this is happening. If you look at the fundamentals, if you look at the chart on the right on the screen, we are monitoring the oil vessel traffic at the Strait of Hormuz, or the oil tankers that are flowing through the strait. That traffic, both inbound and the outbound vessels, have actually come to a near total halt. And when that happens, you have that scarcity of oil because 30% of the oil supply goes through the Strait of Hormuz. And when that's shut down completely, there's literally 35% reduction in supply. And obviously, let's say Trump or the U.S. backs away from this event, and tomorrow we wake up and there's peace restored in the Middle East. Even if that happens, when you've shut down oil refineries or you've cut down production, you're not going to be going back live the very next day instantaneously, right? So this will lead to lingering supply risks, and we might see oil getting higher for longer. The question is how far high up will the oil prices go in the near term? The answer is we don't know. It really depends on the duration and the intensity of these events and how long or short-lived these events happen to be. But one thing that I know is for sure is that the market's pricing a lot of heavy implied volatility. But in the near term, there's demand for the upside. So again, if you want to take advantage and trade crude oil intraday, we've got two ETFs. One is HOU, that's the daily 2x bull ETF for crude oil. Again, betapro.ca, our website, explains everything about this fund. And with oil, you also have ripple effects in the natural gas market. So the next ETF that I want to mention is HNU. That's the daily 2x bull natural gas ETF. Once again, betapro.ca will have all the fund details. With these, you can get that potentially amplified exposure on the upside for both crude oil and in the natural gas markets. We use derivatives to trade the contracts for you. So you get a nice inbuilt leverage inside the fund, and that tracks the 2x daily returns of crude oil and natural gas respectively. But the bottom line over here is there will be a lot of volatility, a lot of implied volatility, which creates a lot of opportunities for traders to, capitalize and get in and out quickly, relatively quickly. With that being said, we are still seeing risks of oil being higher for longer in the short term.
Thank you so much here for being with us today. Raghav Mehta, CFA, VP and ETF strategist here over at Global X ETFs. Thanks again for being here with all of us.
Thanks, Adara.
Great information and great interview there. Thanks, Raghav, for that information, giving us an inside look into how, these ETFs work, especially from the leverage look. Joey.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm going to hit?
Beta Pro. Pretty sure I've seen... All right, and we hit that for you. I know, Indy. I know. We didn't take it. But we have it.
Boom.
Boom. But we took this IBIT trade here. We're flat on the day. I just need this dirty dog. There's this one video where buddy's blowing on a screen for the stock to go up, and that's what I'm tempted to do. I'm still sitting on about 70% of this position right now on IBIT. Just don't want this pullback to be too deep, but that SMR trade was absolutely cash money. Shout out to my boy Bart. If you got in at 12, that's what I wanted to get involved with. It kind of went without me. There was plenty of time to get involved. There was hesitation nation, full disclosure. So now we got to see if we can hold on to this IBIT trade, but if not, we'll take the scalp for what it is, a breakthrough VWAP and a continuation of the trend, then I'm going to be more than happy. You know it's going to be a green day when you got the finance vest on.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, it's a solid indicator there. So we're going to be patient and wait. We had NVDL and we have this IBIT currently sitting on right now, but with 70% remaining. So we're holding the bulk and have a lot of unrealized currently. But if it comes back to the break even, we have to be prepared to get out of that. But SMR was most definitely the trade that I wanted to take. MF dangerous. Thanks, Sharif. Tip for the tap. Thanks, Sharif.
He's printing up a storm.
What's SWMR?
Yeah, that's the IPO. Swimmer, that drone IPO.
Swimmer.
MF Dangerous printing up storms on his side. While Adair was doing the interview, he was asking me about the theoretical auction price on this.
Bro, I can't even show you. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, I was going to say this. Well, I was going to shout somebody out, but then I can't even say that. I can't even repeat their name.
Which one is it?
It says Joe knows how to hold a ball.
Is it soon or before?
It's like 2 below the MF Dangerous Super Chat.
Oh. All right, bro, you did it to yourself now. We can't refer to you. SWMR is going to halt, guys, 26.52. Halt level is triggering. We need about a few more seconds. False halt. False halt. New high a day. 26.52. Right back into 26. Halt level still 26.52. You'll always be able to see that on my level 2. On the right side is limit up. On the left side is limit down. So you can see that red rectangle there in the bottom of your screen. If you can read the price within that red rectangle, that is limit up. It's adjusted now. 26.79. It's moved up from 52. That is the new limit up. So keep your eye here on SWMR. Very strong, very volatile. This one can end your day super quick. So please trade it carefully. It's up 96%, was up over 100 at 26.52. I think the opening print was something like 13 and change or something like that. I think 13.75, give or take. In any event, it is 12 o'clock. That means it's time for Happening Now with Adara. And when she's done, Neil's lesson of the day.
This is going to be a bit of a truncated Happening Now because I really mostly want to talk here about USO and the fact that President Trump is speaking. He started speaking at the end of our interview with Rogov. So I'll mention some of the things that are being said. He's with the Taoiseach of Ireland. That's the leader of Ireland. They are both wearing green ties to suit the occasion. And President Trump, of course, talking about the Strait of Hormuz. He's saying that he's had great support from the Middle East on the Strait of Hormuz. He said that Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain have been really supportive here with regards to their efforts against Iran. And he said with regards to Emmanuel Macron, he'll be out of office soon. So he's not too worried about France not supporting these measures. We know he's already said on Truth Social that who needs them if they're not going to help us, more or less. In fact, he actually was just asked a question, what's going to happen here if you get these nations to help secure the Strait of Hormuz? He basically sidestepped it. So President Trump kind of ignoring that question as of right now, literally and figuratively, but USO is going to be on watch because he is, of course, heavily being asked here about the Strait of Hormuz. He just started answering questions. Let's talk about earnings. LU reporting after the bell. Lululemon, they don't have a CEO right now, or at least not a permanent one, so that's something to be aware of. OKLO also reporting after the bell. They did an announcement this morning as well, so news play not working too well for OKLO. Let's see if the earnings play they'll get for tomorrow is a little bit more effective. Again, I do apologize, brief for Happening Now segment, but really wanted to focus on these USO comments. President Trump, as we get more comments, I'll put them on the screen, I'll put them on the chat, and I'll bring them to you right here on Trader TV Live, which you can catch not just on YouTube. You can get it on Rumble. You can get it on TikTok. You can get it on X. And I think you can also get it on our website. But you know what you can also get no matter where you watch Trader TV Live, right around 12 p.m. almost every day that he's here? It's Neil. Lesson of the day. So I had a little bit of fun with this. Excuse me, took a little while there. But we've got Neil. He's got a lesson. Neil, we're all ears.
Thank you, Adara. We'll give you the lesson here. And, sometimes patience, I always talk about patience as one of the virtues that you can have. But you have to remember one thing. No matter how patiently you wait for something, no matter how good it starts to look, no matter how awesome, it's like, oh, yeah, it's finally setting up the way I like. You got to respect your plan. You've got to respect your rules. You've got to sometimes be able to read the room and know when it's time to get out. Because if you watch this morning, early on in the day, there were a bunch of good opportunities out there. Like Uber trended well early, and there was a bit of a trade for Intel. But the first thing I traded that I lost on ended up being BMNR, and then I didn't even get back into this thing until 10:30. At 10:30, it finally rounded the bottom, headed above VWAP. It was trending into a long, added on a breakout of the high of the day. And you're going to notice we ended up getting in the top tail. And here's the thing. There's two lessons that I learned from this. One of them was and you see me do this more than anyone else, I'll be that first guy to be like, oh, that's it. Let's just get out and take the scalp that's available to us. I'm all about that. I have no issues with it. Like, I'll be much more ready to be like, okay, that's the move. Maybe we can catch it again if it's clean. We'll take what we can get. I did it on Uber twice, just a couple of scalp trades. And when Uber couldn't break this, I'm like, okay, well, I like the long off of 78. We catch it, miss it here, catch it there. Couldn't break the trend line. So I just get out. It's all in, all out at one spot. And sometimes that's how it is. And if that's your style of trade, then you stick to it on that style of trade. Now, obviously, in hindsight, there is something that got lost here on BMNR. I'm going to point out a few things first. Before I get to this BMNR, I'm going to pull up USO. When I left you, USO had done this. See that downtrend into a double bottom? If you like trends, downtrend into double bottom, that could have been a single entry with a single exit into the volume weighted average price. That's a fail not to have it. I don't have my fail. Okay, there we go. It's a fail not to have it. And if I'm being real about that BMNR, when you get that sense, hey, the move is over, bat it up here, it's not breaking out, we're failing, I don't like that tape, let's jump out of the trade. And now part of the reason I could pick that top is because I had ETH going in the other way, right? Like if I see that's a leading indicator and ETH is already starting to pull back, I can jump out. But what did both of these do? There's ETH breaking the trend. There's BMNR breaking the trend. You know, as that happened, there was another trade out there. Our bias can get the best of us. And some people call it spidey sense. Not really. It was failing the top when ETH, the leading indicator, was already failing the top. It's what got me out here, so it's what got me out there. But sometimes you got to be able to flip the script. Because as much as I like this above the volume weighted average price, I like trend breaks better. And USO had a good trend break, missed it. You can only do what you can. BMNR had a trend break, probably should have had it. That was even better. And to the south side. But the only thing you can do is that next setup, you've got to be able to play it. You know, I hear traders all the time say, well, if what you're doing isn't working, then do something else. If what you're doing is working, then make sure that is what you do. Because as much as I miss that trade, I wait for that next opportunity to try to sniper something, and whoops, my trend line did not get saved, so there we go. There's Oklo from the open. 1, 2, held the high there again on a bit of a dip, made this bottom, not a double bottom, but right back into the prior day close, breaks the trend, I jump into the long. Actually didn't get my second fill, doesn't really matter. We get that long, we'll play it into the prior low. If it can't break that, then I'll play, or if it does break that, we'll hold the rest into the volume weighted average price. You've got to know what it is that you're looking for. And ultimately, as a trader, you can have a bias or whatever it might be. You can come in thinking one thing. But if your prime setup shows up, you got to be willing to jump in there and take it, because if you've been green for a while, right? Like if you're a profitable trader and consistently profitable, and there's a particular style or strategy that gets you there, you got to hit that one. So yeah, I like that BMNR trend, and fine, it was holding over VWAP, but there was a better trade and a bigger trading opportunity out there that was a better setup for me, and it was that trend reversal. So fine, you were able to capture some of that long into the high, but that's that other trade that I got to be involved in because it's the better setup for me. And sometimes you can lose sight of that. And where you lose sight of that is when it contradicts what your original thought was on the stock or on the instrument, whatever it might be, and that was a long. So I wasn't thinking short reversal, but that trade was right there. It was right there. It was a fail of the high of the day. It was a trend break. It even had continuation on review. All of those things that I would normally be looking for. So we hear traders like to say that all the time, like, man, if what you're doing ain't working, try something new. If what you're doing works and you're consistently profitable month after month, then you've got to make sure you hit those. And I know I'll be the first person to be critical of myself, look at a trade that looks like it was good and then say I bungled that because I should have 100% reversed it and been short. But that's what you have to do. You have to have that level of honesty with yourself. And regardless how Oklo works out, it doesn't matter how OKLO works out. As far as I'm concerned, hey, it didn't save again. There we go. I'll hit save twice this time. As far as I'm concerned, when you take one of those trades that is the setup that you love and the setup that has been paying you, then you're fine with it. I know where my out's going to be. Prior bar on that trend break, right? So that's at that 59.7. I'm sitting here, got the 60 long, and I know where my targets are going to be, right? So that's kind of a binary situation. We'll let it glide in. If I see it starting to fail around 61 and it can't break out over the price, fine. I'll take like the 50, 60 cents at the 1-to-1 and maybe not the buck, but I can make that decision when it gets a little bit closer, right? So know the strategies that pay you and are better for you. Right? Like I don't mind that VWAP long in a trend trade, but it's not as good as the trend break. So I know that I got to prioritize one over the other. Didn't do that today. So as much as the BM&R was a win, I consider it a miss because I didn't get that trend breaking trade, which I like so much. And that's the real lesson. If you know, and if you don't know which strategies pay you, first of all, that's a problem right there. Like you should know what pays you or what doesn't pay you. What strategies work for you, which don't. Which ones work the best? Because there's nothing, like if you're a trader, you come up to the market every single day. It's like going to work. And if you sit there and you lose every single month, then you're working for free. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's like paying your trading tuition. But while you're doing that, you should at least have an understanding of which strategies and setups work the best for you. So that I can have a stock that worked and be like, nah, Neil, that wasn't good because you had a better trade setup and you didn't get it on that stock. And that setup's been paying you better over the last 6 months than the one that you did take. So green, red, people are always like, oh, you green and red on the stock. Well, what difference does it make if I'm green on a stock if I didn't get an A+ setup on it and then missed a bigger trade? Am I proud of myself for that? Why should I be? Because I missed that A+ setup on that stock because I had a B+ that won. So that comes down to always being aware of what does pay you better than others, defining your strategies, defining your setups, knowing what works for you. It requires some work. You have to record. You have to go over your trades, not just was I red or green on this stock. If I took 5 trades on it or 3 trades on it, were they all the same setup? Were they different setups? And compare apples to apples. You hear me say that all the time. Compare apples to apples. A breakout trade isn't a mean reversion trade. It's not a VWAP bounce trade. You know, it's not a consolidation double bottom off a historical support level. Like there's all of these things are different trades, and you've got to know that difference for yourself. Usually at the end, I try to give you guys a what was the lunch and how was it. I haven't even touched it yet. I pointed this out. Sharif actually was pointing it out to me as I was trying to say it to him. They doubled up on these carbs here, and this is all of the protein I get. That's it. It's this little thing of chicken. So I'm going to be protein deficient today for some reason, so I'll just have to pick it up at, I'll go home, I'll probably just have like, I'll have to have some kind of a protein-rich snack. I don't know what I'm going to do. I got a big dinner planned tonight, which is, no, I don't whatsoever. I'm literally having chicken for dinner and I'm having chicken for lunch, so I'll have twice as much chicken at dinner. I just don't understand why there's a little protein. It's just so weird, man. And then it's almost like it was an accident that they doubled up the carbs here. It's like you should have done 1 scoop and then I could have had a bigger thing of protein, but is what it is. Good luck in the rest of your trading. The market is trying to bounce off VWAP here, so that should be interesting. Keep an eye on oil prices for sure. That's what it's all about. And make sure you stick to your A+ setups. You know, like it's all well and good to have a B trade win for you, but it causes you to miss out on a bigger and better setup, then it's not so great after all. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, President Trump is still talking. He said a lot of things. He just said that Keir Starmer, who is the current leader of Britain, is not Winston Churchill. So there's a lot of comments being made. I think it's worth saying. But I'm going to start here with the geopolitical stuff, because I think that is actually going to be key, because he did say some things about Iran. He said that the conflict with Iran was largely over in 2 or 3 days. He said they could take out the electric capacity in Iran in 1 hour, and that, quote, we could knock out oil on Karg Island. So President Trump basically saying they could take out oil in Karg Island. However, he also said they're not ready to leave yet, though they will be in probably the very near future, quote unquote. So saying it's over, then saying that they could leave, they're not going to leave yet. He also said that there could be some kind of action with Cuba soon, and saying their relationship with Venezuela is very good. So lots of comments on geopolitics from President Trump today. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. I want to let you know We are now live on Twitch. This is the live feed right there on Twitch. We have one viewer, but I think like this is Fabian. This is the first time in a while, right? For a few years, yeah. So we got to get this up and going. But yeah, we're live on Twitch now. So if, for some reason you have an aversion to YouTube, there you go. You have another kind of what's it called? Portrait or landscape, sorry, landscape format. You don't have to watch us on the portrait mode there. So live on Twitch. Guys, SWMR, first halt down of the day. This is the new IPO. Opened up kind of early, man. 11:06, the first print coming on this one. Typically they open up afternoon, after like lunchtime. In any event, KC 520 frickin' 6. It's printed up several storms on this name. This is her wheelhouse right here, and more jealous I could not be because these are big outsized winners. Anyway, up 409%, halted down. Got to take profits sometime. In any event, tap showing 24. Will halt price 25.45. Halt time 12:10, 52 earliest. We will be open 12:15, 52, but if history is any guide, it likely will be a 10-minute halt. I think the last halt was 5 minutes. All the ones prior were 10, so you're going to have to keep an eye out on that. Separately, someone was telling me that, what's it called? ETSA is a short. Look, I get it. You know, we had the outsized move here on ETSA. This one felt like a short squeeze through 7 into 8, but I don't think it's a short quite yet. I think it's holding 7. Moreover, it's holding the volume weighted average price. We'll get to that. Also, there was news on Palantir that you guys brought there during the afternoon rundown. It didn't really move on the news, but I'll bring it to you guys anyway. Keel and Palantir partner on U.S. Navy Ship OS initiative backed by up to $448 million in funding. So it looks like they've entered a collaboration to support U.S. Navy Ship OS's initiative for the maritime industrial base. Keel will integrate Palantir's Foundry and Palantir's AIP into its operations and connect its IFS operations into Palantir's platform. Ship OS has up to $448 million in authorized funding and is intended to deploy across Navy shipbuilders, shipyards, and more than 100 suppliers. So interesting look there, but as I mentioned, Palantir didn't really move on the news. Anyway, so just before we send it to Joey, I gotta tell you, I'm not liking any small cap gappers right now. Nothing. In fact, CREG, I think this is the one that looks short. And kind of this is why I didn't get into it. Let me make my point. So clear downtrend break here, right? And if you've been watching me for a while, you know that I have a bias for these ones, especially when they hold up above VWAP. This one didn't do that. It straddled VWAP from the sell side, and then it tried to reclaim volume weighted average price. What it didn't do, though, was take out that shelf, that 2 1/3 shelf that we have been holding out at. In fact, it couldn't even shake the $1/5 of a dollar, 220. And then to give, or, you know, to kind of confirm that this one was going to fail, we get basically a bottoming tail candle that is breached by the subsequent red candle. So this, if I had gotten into this trade, for example, if I had gotten in, let's just say 215, 210, okay? Because it reclaims VWAP, it breaks the downtrend, it looks like it might be making another move into 2 2/3, and then I waited out over here, so I don't take any actions on the 1155 candle. Where I would have taken action is the 1155 candle gets breached by the 12 p.m. candle through the low. That's where I would have got the hell out. So say I got in 215 to whatever, 210, I would have been getting out like 205, 204. And then as you can see, 4 candles in a row now, downtrend on Craig. And I got to tell you, this thing looks like a glowing short, I want to say between 180 to 175. The reason I give you that range, look at this area low over here that we defend into 180, but I'm very much alive to the fact that 175 was an area of support. Now, it could have been support because VWAP was there at the time. In any event, I'm going to look over to Neil once he settles down and he gets his everything ready. I'm going to probably look to see if I can get shorts here on CREG. I may or may not need them, right? It may set up in a way that I like. It may not. In any event, I'd like to have them. So CREG in focus over here. We got to pause for a second. We're going back to Adair.
This headline is not super detailed, but I'm going to bring it because the stock is moving, so I think we should address it here. Nvidia pushing higher into that 183 area. We're getting comments from Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang saying that he has, quote, strong visibility of that $1 trillion plus. Now, we know yesterday he guided $1 trillion plus with regards to this forecast here for Blackwell and Rubin. He's further clarifying that that forecast only captures Blackwell and Rubin, and it does not include any new products to come. So these comments coming through right now from Nvidia CEO. Back to you.
How much? Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. It's costing me an 11. Oh, who you dunking on, Joey? You're dunking on somebody. See that, Ram Ram? Ram Ram's back, by the way. What happened?
Bitcoin. Let's go, man.
This guy, bro.
That's what I'm talking about. Just
Get him, Joey.
Sometimes, you know what? Sharif?
Get him, Joey.
I'm not even going to go there. Bitcoin.
Okay.
I hope that individual doubled down. I hope you doubled down on going inverse what I was essentially doing. That would have worked out really well for you. Let's go IBIT. A nice climb right there. And that's exactly what we're talking about. A massive spike in NVDA as well, too. So, bang. SPY, big move higher. NVDA, big move higher. Let's rock and roll. That's what we're talking about here. And man, I put on some shares on this trade, and I was just waiting to hit the specific targets. I'm still sitting on approximately 25% of my remaining position.
Sitting on it.
Why? Because we're going to let this rock and roll. If the market wants to continue to climb higher, then by all means. Whoa, my boy Bart. What's up, Bart?
Simpson?
Are you still not Simpson?
Oh, my bad.
Fortunately, because I mean, there it is. Nice move, brother. If you're still sitting in this trade, I hope you can break through some of this resistance zone right here. And the same narrative, trend line, simplistic stuff, hammer candle, holding that trend line, and then boom, we get that nice uptick with the overall market. Massive volume spike in NVDA. There might be somewhat of a continuation in trend, and I really like these bottoming signals here on the SPY. From a low of around 670 would be a good entry, and you get $1.40 just like that. But don't forget, it's extremely more expensive than what the TQQQ is. What's that double leverage that you guys were telling me about again on the SPY? It wasn't very liquid, but let me know what that is. I'm going to post up at 14s here on IBIT, 42 14s. But Adara, what do you got?
But I have here more comments from Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang. Right now, Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang, as you can see, we did get this pop into 183s on Nvidia. More comments on that $1 trillion goal that Huang mentioned yesterday during that Nvidia GTC keynote, further saying that he expects the company to close, book, and ship more than $1 trillion in business, focusing here solely on Blackwell and Rubin. But he also said, quote, the $1 trillion target will keep growing. So not only will they have an expansion here of this $1 trillion target, but yeah, it looks like a pretty good look here for NVDA. Back to you.
SWM.
Go ahead.
SWMR open, heading down. This is the 10 EMA on the 5 on SWMR. Limit down, 21.36, currently showing 23.5, 23 1/3. There it goes into 24. This is turning into a hammer candle here, bottoming tail candle. Previous halt level was 25 and a third. 25 and a third. There it goes into 25 2/3, or a half, sorry. On the bid, on the ask, it's a half. On the bid, it's 10. So 26.10 halt level here. We need another 5 or 6 seconds at this level. 26.10 halt. Up halt again. One measly down halt on SWMR, and there it goes back into the upside. The strength on this one is certainly not lost on anybody. The high of the day, mind you, is 29.41. Didn't quite make it up into that $30 area, but my spidey sense tells me this one's probably going to see 30 in a second. Boom, boom, brought to you by SWMR. Get it, Casey. She's all about that life. Great trade, Case. Good for you. This is right down your alley, so keep killing it on these ones. I know that when they come around, you're gung-ho on them, so good for you, Case. All right, guys, what I'm keeping an eye on here is ETSA. I'm looking for this one to hold 7. I could be convinced to go back long, and now I'm looking short on Craig. Nobody got that. All right, shut up, Ram.
Why we got a time? What was the countdown for, Assassino?
Craig? We got to go to Adara.
Keep an eye here on USO. More comments on the situation here in Iran. Trump said that, quote, the war will be over soon. Now, we know earlier he said it should be over pretty soon, more or less. And he also said that once this conflict is over, oil prices will drop like a rock, quote unquote. He's saying furthermore that it will, quote, not be too long before ships can pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you very much, Casey, for doing it freaking live. All right, guys. Who got a morning note here? Ron Miller, Jawa, Sab Gink. We got Jake Fair, Steve Mint, Richard Stein, Darren, 2497. All right, so I can't say that name. SDG Fella, Terra Pin Riders, Space Cat, 420. Okay. We got Nido Brand. All you guys got. Check the chat. All you guys got free YouTube memberships vis-a-vis KC526.
How did that guy get up in the chat and then he already got a membership?
Because he just gets into the chat.
No, but I mean he's
got to be live in the
new,
chat.
But our boy Gorev has been in here, never caught a membership, I don't think, or Los Polios. We'll just call him TBK. TBK.
You think it's rigged?
It has to be.
You making accusations? That's crazy, bro.
I mean,
you're opening up yourself for a defamation lawsuit there.
Oh, is that?
No, I have no idea, bro. All right, we're just joking, of course.
Oh, you got something?
I just wanted to show this, guys. So all you guys who got free memberships now, you can mosey on over to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV. Super simple. You click on our icon there, and then on the top you'll see tabs. Click posts. Then mosey on down. There's a handsome gentleman by the name of Jensen Huang. There's the morning note, morning market brief. It'll say members only. For those who are subscribed, click read more. Click that bad boy there, and it'll take you to the morning note. Super, super simple, always ready and available before we go live every morning at 8 a.m. Get it?
Yeah, all right. Let's go, man. A nice little move there on Bitcoin as it's continuing to climb a little bit higher. This is what we were looking for. Good. So, yeah, it's been a nice trade. We waited for that precise entry. I figured that we were going to be a little bit strong today, and that has been the case. So not too bad of a look. We'll take some more off at 18s, and we'll post up there for a little bit left. I only have approximately, let's see, 15% to be exact. We'll remove a little bit more at 18, so we'll post up. We'll wait for that to come into play and see if we can catch that fill. Not like the UFC fights. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Chuck Gibbs, you know what's going on. I don't think UFC's rigged whatsoever. Those guys are going in to win. AA and PC says Joey Rigatoni. I mean, there it is, man. Let's go over a couple more names. Let's see what the big boys are up to here today, and then we'll go over the top performing sectors. We'll take a gander through the options chain to see if there's anything cool that we're looking for. We're past that 42 supply zone by approximately 13 cents currently speaking on IBIT I'm referring to. But let's see what Nvidia is up to. Volatility spike. We like that there. I thought you were ready to go. Something. Okay, Apple. High of the day there, Sharif, 255. What does it look like from a daily? Not too bad. A solid recovery. We're still down about 10%, a little bit more than that, I think, at this point, 11%. Amazon, how have you been performing on today? Pretty good, I think. The past couple of sessions, it's been strong. It's a positive catalyst coming up with this name, so not too bad of a look. And Tesla, how have you been hovering right around the volume-weighted average price? Moving forward, let's take a look at the options chain and on IBIT. Those 42s are now under the water, and you're going to see 32,600. But what is really attracting my eye is that we have a level at 42. We have a level at 43, 44, but this is the big dog.
The big dog.
To keep an eye out for, and that's going to be that $45 mark. We're worth absolutely nothing at this point. A couple of pennies. You can't even go to McDonald's with how much these things are worth or anything along those lines. Maybe a couple of junior chickens or something. Oh man, sorry to sidetrack, but I don't think I've had a junior chicken in probably about 10, 15 years.
Good.
Aside from that, yeah, I know I'm all for it. I think McDonald's should be banned, to be honest with you. You think
Straight
so too?
to jail, eh?
You think so?
Well, they got the McFlurry. The Oreo McFlurry is acceptable,
But I mean, we can get ice cream somewhere else, Sharif. $45 mark, 75,300 contracts. Before we send it back to our boy Sharif, let's see what the stock tracker has been up, the portfolio. Your boy sitting in a cool fifth place right there. My boy Sharif sliding a couple spots, Fabian, but Ramin sitting in that 4th slot there. And then Obi down 54% in Circle. That's going to be absolutely disastrous, especially if it continues on the current trajectory it's sitting on right now, already down 50%. Now, let's see what the top performing sectors are up here today and where we're going to find the most strength, and that's going to be in the energy sector, okay? We're up 1.5%. Real estate, we're up 1.06. Consumer discretionary, about 0.8%. Communication service, 0.6%. Now, as for the week, how have we been looking? All negatory. For the month, the only positive major average here is the NASDAQ, up roughly 0.4%. And we know for quite some time, it's either the best performing or it's the worst performing. And right now, it is the best one, even though it's only up a measly 0.4.
All right, President Trump said this. Trump says Cuba is speaking with Marco Rubio and said the U.S. will do something soon. So President Trump on Tuesday said Cuba was in bad shape and that the country was speaking with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Washington will be, quote, doing, quote, something with Cuba very soon, he said in comments to reporters in the Oval Office. So interesting look there. Guys, I got back into ETSA here, and I'm looking for this one to hold up above 7. So that's my move here. I've given it a little bit of a buffer, given its spread. Well, at times it's spready. Right now it's about 5 pennies. I want to see if this one can make its way back into that, I want to say 7.25, 7 1/3. So EDSA back in focus for me. And just as quickly as I got shorts for CREG, which didn't cost me that much, 70 pennies here per lot. This one is trying to make a move back into that area high. Here comes the fifth of a dollar. This is the area that we rejected on our attempt to reclaim the level. We kept putting in lower highs after we got out of this one. And here's that 218 showing 219. Here's 220. The bid is picking up a little bit, and this one's looking good. I think if we can get above that $0.25, and even more relaxing would be above the third of a dollar, because we had basically the candles from 11.10 to 11.20 that were rejecting that third of a dollar on a closing basis. I think that would rest a little bit easier. But CREG and EDSA look like they're back in focus here. Not to mention, of course, SWMR still trading at about 27 bucks, about $2 off the high. Going back to Adair.
Yeah, just letting you guys know, President Trump just ended this press conference. As mentioned here, a lot of these comments were about the situation here in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. He did mention, as I said a couple of minutes ago now, he believes this conflict will be over soon, and that as soon as it is over, these oil prices will drop like a rock. He also said that he thinks that hopefully he'll be able to meet with Xi of China, leader of China there, in 4 to 6 weeks. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, so this is what we got going on, guys. We're posted up at 18, so you do experience somewhat of a pullback. But I think we can recover, especially if the overall market decides that it wants to trade back to VWAP as well, too. So we have the SPY and the NASDAQ performing a little bit better, considering you can see the Qs is right there. And then we're still about 1.5 points away from that on the SPY. NVDA volatility spike, no follow through just yet. Some selling pressure starting to step in on the lower time frames. And then we have IBIT starting to come in a little bit as well too. I'm glad that we only have 15% left if we get stopped out. But if this trend line holds up, we see some indecision prints, then maybe it's going to be a good time to reload and add some shares if the overall market wants to participate. SMR did climb to a high of approximately 1237 off of this double bottom roughly, and then Oklo found somewhat of a recovery back into VWAP, but slowly coming in here as well. Moving forward, let's take a look at a couple other names. How's Netflix been doing? And then we'll do this, considering we're getting a couple volatility spikes in NVDA. We'll take a look at the chain to see if there's an increase, 45.3%. I don't think that's anything substantial. Let's head over to this week's expiration cycle. Once again, in that 185 mark, absolutely acting like a big-time wall of defense. And then 190, even more, okay? That 200, we were sitting around 266,000 last week. This week, it's shrunk in size, so 241. But there's just massive amounts of supply zones through this name. And we're not going to see anything, like, you got to think about it from a volume standpoint and a mega cap, from a capitalization standpoint, the two largest being Apple and NVDA, right, and Google as well. But there's not nearly as much options activity in Apple as there is in NVDA or in Google, okay? So Like Google doesn't even have that much. It's not even comparable whatsoever. If we head over to the 20th cycle once again, it literally dwarfs in size. I understand that Google is significantly, it's like almost 33% more, right? It's hovering around that $300 mark, and we're just a bit below 200 on NVDA, but it's not even close, and 180. Apple and NVIDIA are relatively close in price. Or actually, no, they're not. They're 250 Apple. Wow, what am I talking about? But aside from that, it's still not even close regardless. If NVDA trades up to 200 and something dollars, it's still going to have that amount of options activity just due to the size of the float as well.
All right, LYYLH4W. Sharif, can you give your thoughts on proposed changes to the NASDAQ index inclusion for IPO? Seems fugazi. So I did actually read a little bit about this yesterday. I didn't make any notes, but what I do like is this fast entry rule for mega IPOs. So basically, that's the most significant change I would make. There are others, but if you're a newly listed company, you could be added to the NASDAQ 100 within as little as 15 trading days after the IPO. It's a massive shift, of course, from the current requirements where companies, I should say, typically have to wait for the annual December reconstitution. But there's also that market cap over seasoning. So to qualify for the fast entry, you have to have a market cap that fits within the top 40. Currently, that's about $100 billion, give or take. So if a company meets this Titan status requirement, the NASDAQ will waive the standard seasoning period that currently requires the stock to trade for at least 3 months before being considered. And then there's a waiver of the liquidity requirement. So standard inclusion rules require a company to demonstrate 3 months of specific trading volume liquidity. The new proposal waives that. And then there's the temporary expansion of the index, right? Usually it's a one in, one out kind of system. Swap immediately for fast addition. You would temporarily, I should say, increase the number of constituents on the NASDAQ 100. So it could be over 100, but that's on a temporary basis. So I don't feel there's probably that much wrong with it. I'm assuming what they're doing here is they're trying to lure in these bigger companies who have been staying private for longer for whatever reason, right? And they're trying to lure them into the public markets by making listing a little bit easier. And we've seen that with SpaceX specifically, that Elon Musk wanted to be able to get into the NASDAQ 100, I think, immediately upon listing. In this case, I think the rules would allow him within 15 business days if he was to meet, trading days, pardon me, if he was to meet the other requirements. I don't have a big problem with it. And the reason I don't is because a lot of these tech companies that may be the most valuable are staying private longer. That means for most people, not all, most people, they're not going to be able to, catch the accretion to the high side. And so that could be some missed opportunities there. And I think the exchange is basically trying to augment that in order to kind of weasel everybody in. There are other vehicles, I get it. You can invest in one of these companies like DXYZ, for example, that holds SpaceX. But I think most people would want a direct ownership rather than holding them through a proxy vehicle or a third party. At least I'm just speaking for myself. At least I would. So that's my little rant about that. I hope that helps, brother. Cool Brioche, KLTR attention. Let's have a look at KLTR. I've been holding, by the way, ETSA for a while now. I've been holding for this one. Looking for that one to move back into the $0.25 as well as the third of a dollar. But let's look at KLTR. What do we got on this? Okay, I don't like it right away. Big move yesterday. 405 could be an earnings play. I don't care. Sold off a Christmas tree retracement all the way down. It continues to sell off into 8 o'clock. 4 a.m. opens up, and it's much of the same. It's an unbroken downtrend. You can kind of see that pretty clearly by drawing the trend line there. To me, it's still negative on the day as well, Cool Brioche. It's got to get, I think, above 139, 140. That was the official close, but we know that it's a lot higher. Got up $2 on volume, mind you. Like these volume bars in the aftermarket, 1.5 million shares, 1.4, 1.4. So it was ample amount of volume at that level. So yeah, I wouldn't say, it was a light bunch. Degenerate, $2 super chat. Thank you very much. Got in SWMR at $16 a share. Printing. Ooh. Sold most. My man, that's a big move there, but it does look like SWMR may be at least on the way down for a while. It looks like there is a buyer for whatever reason at about $22.50. That's not the first time we bounced off it. I'd say the first area defend at 22.5 came at 11.55, the low of which was 22.52. Here comes again, 22.30. Can it lose this level? It looks like it might. Let's watch here. And then the other attempt at 2250 was the candle at 1220, the low of which it was exactly 2250. So this is the first time I think we've been below the 2250 level. Not for a while here. Let's see. And the ask hasn't dropped either. The bid is below that level. I'm not going to punch in here, obviously, but we'll continue to watch to see if it does lose the $0.50 level here on the ask, currently showing 2/3 of a dollar, so hasn't quite made it down yet. No, there's buyers here. So be on the lookout here. 22.5 seems to be where a big buyer has been coming in. I really want to make my point here before it loses it and I look stupid. This is what I mean. 1155 candle, 22.5 defend. 1220 candle, 22.5 defend. This one does breach it, so the low of this candle is 22.30. But as you can see, showing 72 now, so could find its way back above that $22.5 area. Keep your eye on this one. I've got really nothing to do. I'm continuing to watch here, EDSA. It just touched, I think, the 20 penny area, 17.19. I'm waiting at the $0.25 and the 1/3 of a dollar. Look, if it continues to hold trend by putting in these higher lows, I'll hold it. But if it loses 7, I'm out. I'm not giving it to VWAP. VWAP's around 695. So that may be a mistake on my part. We'll find out shortly. Last but not least, CREG. This one broke trend, man. It got above that 22 1/5, but as I suspected, it's having trouble with that 22.30 area. It weaseled on up into about 22.28, couldn't clear 30, dropping back down now into 13. Looks like it found support at 10. The reason I say 22.30 was a level, look at these candles here, 11.10 to 11.20, no closing prints above that 230, but it did wick, I think, into about 39 or 40. In any event, it does feel like this one is breaking trend a little bit here. And it does look like a bit of an upward channel. If we can kind of draw it that way, let's adjust this a little bit. And then it also has a very clear buyer at 185. So a nice looking double bottom breaking through the neckline here, but at least for the moment, no continuation on Craig, Joey.
All right, man. So yeah, silver, we had a missed opportunity. Did you take that one, Gorv? Because it was a really good print. Excuse me, choking on my apple there. USO at VWAP, pardon me.
Punch in the apple.
Punch in an apple punch?
Punch into apple.
Punch into apple if you're choking on it. At VWAP, I mean, I don't know where yours is. It should be all relatively the same, especially if data starts collecting at 4 a.m. Not right now, right? We have that strong up move, and the market is still holding a base. I'm going to be looking to potentially take a long on the NASDAQ as Nvidia is funding somewhat of a bounce. We're bouncing off of VWAP on IBIT. So, I mean, that could go a little bit lower. You're right. Just wait for your entry. You could be totally right on that thesis. Where was our high? 119.98. And we were looking at options chain activity. 120 does seem to be a supply zone. And over the past couple of days, I don't believe we've had the ability to breach that. Okay, so we come in off of that. What did I just do? So we've came in off of that level on multiple occasions. 123, you sell off. You climb up to 120, and then you sell off a little bit more, so not too bad of a look. But as for SLV, this is exactly what we want to see on the 5-minute. I can tell you this for free. I guarantee you the algo. I shouldn't actually probably say that, but let's pull it up right here. Without even me having to look, it should have triggered, and this is what we're looking for. I know I've been on and off about them, but I'm just waiting patiently for it to really get rocking and rolling. I created some more over last week, and I was telling you guys, and yeah, it's working really, really well for the kid. We'll head over to the 5. Let's get this out of here. And did we hit our intraday? Yes, exactly. So see, I didn't even have to really look. And I'm like, just because we know how it's designed and it's really accurate on the triggers, so we're now in this position right here on SLV, and it works fantastically on some of the ETFs. So let's go over to our metrics. Substantial, right? Like this is really, really prime time. We're gonna go over and see what we have. We're currently in a position on it. Max X, we're getting total 8 trades, profitable. So shooting a 50% clip rate with a 3.2% profit factor, or 3 to 3.2 profit factor, absolutely phenomenal with an open P&L currently right now. So the list of trades, we're in this one. A couple wrong ones, but the February 26th to 27th, absolutely phenomenal. And same with this one here right now. So a really good look on that position. I'm glad that it's picking up the exact signals that we want. That's the whole point of it. You just eliminate your the discretionary aspect of trading and just get involved. and just let this stuff do the work, right? Because sometimes I get personally frustrated. I'm human, but at the end of the day, this is what we want, and this is exactly what we're gonna get. So a nice look there on the algo on SLV. You got something?
No, I was pumped about like your assertiveness there.
Yeah, I created a couple more, man. It's not even funny how easy it is now. And I'm still using GPT. I haven't even used Claude or anything along those lines.
For the simple stuff, I feel like I
think
maybe I'm speaking out of turn here because I haven't used too many, but I got exactly what I wanted from Gemini for my
your
risk calculator.
Your calculator?
Yeah. We're coming in on Saturday, bro. We're gonna do
you
it
and
live.
Jose?
Jose is on. He's in Saturday and Sunday typically.
Yeah.
And he was nice enough to be like, hey, I'll be in. So if you do need help.
That's
he'll be
that
able
guy.
to
Jose is that guy.
He is that guy. I'm kind of pumped, man.
What am I using ChatGPT for? I'm not even, I have no idea how to code. Yeah, vibe coding. I have no idea how to code whatsoever. So, dude, you know what you should do? Because it's so easy, you could just type into Gemini or whatever you want for your EMA strat on small caps and just plug it in.
I don't want okay. I see what you're looking longer term. I don't want anything trading for me at the moment. I get that that's the future. I get all that, right?
Yeah.
Right now, I just want to be able to execute my trades in a timely manner. I find the risk calculator is excellent.
Yeah.
I mean, I can practice doing the math in my head. I just don't care, right? If I can, especially if I can vibe code it and get this done in an integrated way, I think that's the move for me. Right?
Okay, that's your stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can just do that within in your code, right? Like you could have a certain amount, like have X risk per trade.
I get all that. I know that's the future, especially if we want to be able to do something else and reclaim our time.
Discretionary trading. There's always going to be discretionary trading.
Yeah, swing trading and stuff like that. That really, I mean, I think that again is the future, but. For now, I'm just going to kind of stick to executing myself, but I just want it to be more timely. Guys, I just want to digress for a second. Rivian is making a move here. Not the name that I'm going to trade, but this is a great-looking bull flag. Pop off right at 9:30, holding VWAP generally. I mean, it did wick below it here with this crazy-ass candle at 11:20 with equidistant upper and lower wicks, but once it was done that weird candle, it's been putting in higher lows and higher highs here, up to 1590. I mean, we could see 16 on the day. We'll have to wait and see. 16 is not really a level for me. Technically, of course, it is psychological resistance, but that 1613, I want to say 1620, the double bottom from back on the 11th, that's probably the area of resistance I'm looking for. But Rivian, multiple topping tails into around 1590, 15 high 80s. There could be a seller in and around there that could get shaken. So keep your eye out on that one. I'm not going to trade this one, but of course, I wanted to mention that to you guys. All right. Swing trading from, no, you're not 1320. I'm not going to read that out, but you're fine, brother. You're fine. You're fine. T-King. I'm going to call him T-King.
I call him TBK.
Yeah, that works. Yeah. He's actually an old viewer, bro. He knew I called Apple the dead one. He knew that I was trying to sell the floor mats for my F-Pace, which hasn't been in my garage since August.
Is it the same name? I like TBK, man.
I have no idea if it's the same. I don't remember the name, but yeah, he's obviously a longtime viewer. So shout out to him.
I like all of you.
Yeah, of course. Wow.
Yeah, we'll go with about 99.99999%. It's always the bad apples.
Bad apples.
That ruin it from everyone else. Sorry, guys.
With an apple in hand, he says. Exactly. I like that.
What was it? Dads don't worry, I'm here. All right, Sports and Stonks, much appreciated. Who's it? You, Ram.
Yeah, of course it is, bro. Of course it is. Name them.
We don't do that. But see, that's the thing.
She just wants to start problems, as she typically do.
What is life without a little bit of problem, Sharif?
What happened?
Oh, Joey is the bad apple.
Oh.
That's great. No, that's my boy. What am I doing? Going to Adara?
Yeah.
Keep an eye on DraftKings here, guys. Not 100% sure this is why this is moving, but I think it's a pretty good bet. I just saw this headline coming through, seeing reports that Kalshi is being charged in Arizona with operating an illegal gambling business, so I immediately pulled up DKNG. DKNG is trading higher. Let's take a look at PENN. This one, a little bit of a spike, certainly nothing compared to that DraftKings pop. Again, could be related to the fact that I'm seeing reports that Kalshi has been charged with operating an illegal gambling business in the state of Arizona. Back to you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Continue us. Yes, Ram is back. She's back, and
Oh, don't start.
She's brought her attitude with her. but it's good.
How else would you want it?
Oh, it's dark back there. It's dark. That's the production team. If you guys can't tell, we have the wall of TVs. We got top left. We got CNN. Then we have CRPS News. Oh, I thought she was going to give a different gesture there. There she is.
Oh, what a save.
There she is. Yeah, camera's a little bit dark, but that's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, good to have Ramin
You're getting love in the chat, Ram. People are happy you're back. So shout out to Ram. Guys, I'm still watching CREG here. I mean, it broke above that 2 1/5, and you felt like it was on its way to 2 1/2, and now it's losing 2. So I've got shorts on this one. Neil was nice enough to get me shorts, but I'm not going to be short unless we lose, I want to say, mid to low 180s, maybe even a little bit lower, because I see support at 75 as well. It's still up 61.25%, but it does feel like it's trying to put a bit of an upward channel. If that's the case, my short isn't going to work out. So I'm keeping my eye on that separately. I've been trying to pack my patience here on EDSA, but this one feels like it might be losing trend a little bit. It was putting in some higher lows. I feel that that has changed ever since the candle at about 12:30. And here comes 7. My stop is just below 7, but this one is spready. So there could be a zone of illiquidity below that $7 area, especially if a lot of people are getting out at that level. And there it pops up right back into 11. So I'm not sure how to square this circle here on ETSA. We're positive on it. I don't want to give too much back. We have a much smaller position here than we got in initially, just based upon the fact that the chart pattern was not setting up in a very meaningful way. So why size in when it's not? So that's my look here on ETSA. I do apologize for the lack of trades in the afternoon, but there's not a whole lot going. I've been scanning my scanner. I've been keeping an eye on some of these names that we've had here, and they're really all breaking trend or they're doing nothing. Of course, SWMR continues to zig and zag. It's got a bit of a lower high trend here, but if you're picking it up off key levels, you're probably in the money. It's given up that 22.5 that I was pontificating about. It got into about 21, now showing about 25 here, as it tries to work its way back up. I'm probably not going to trade this one unless there's like an A+ setup, which I don't currently see at the moment. So not a whole lot for me to trade. Sadly, in the world of small cap gappers, but we're going to keep an eye on things. And if there's any other ones that I haven't mentioned, feel free to tag myself or Joe. Let us know what's going on. But typically what I do ask is that they're above the volume weighted average price, and if there was a pre-market high, definable pre-market high, that it be above that. If it's trending, I'll have a look at it anyway. But yeah, tag myself or Joe for that. I'm going to keep my eye here on ETSA because it keeps weaseling into that $7 area, and that is a little bit concerning to me. Cool Brioche says UAMY. I think you called this one out to me yesterday, and I did really like it. So shout out to Cool Brioche. How's this one looking today? This one's looking like a short. So hasn't quite given up the entire move. It looks like maybe about 50% of yesterday's move. Let's do a little Fibonacci's. I know they're not called that. Yeah, right at 50%. So this area here, this double bottom that we put in at 1120, and about 1145, that is 50% retracement from the breakout level from yesterday. That is from the pre-market breakout. Coming back into that 10 1/4. So 10 1/4 is about 50% of yesterday's move, but that does take us into the afternoon there where we made a high of, I believe, 1110, 1108. Okay, so right at 1110, 1108, same difference. Yeah, this one looks like it could be a short. If it does lose 10 1/4, that could be a good look there. Hangry Wife. JVA says Outlaw Trader. Let's have a look at JVA. Oops, typed that in wrong. JVA. Coffee Holding Company. Little light on vol, especially lately. Look at that volume drop off, bottom right of your screen. At the height of the volume, we were doing about 87,000 shares per 5-minute candle. Now we're down into single digits, guys, like 2,000, 1,300, 2,600, 7,000. So light volume here does hold for a bit of a downtrend, though. Lower highs from that 4 1/4 now showing 411, give or take. Yeah, good breakout there in the aftermarket yesterday, right, I almost say about 415. Good continuation, but light volume. I'd be buying at 4. So I like that level, especially if it holds up. Keep your eye on that. So that is JVA. Thank you, Outlaw Trader, for that. Argo, says Grunfeld. Let's take a look at ARGO. Light volume, brother. Did I type that right? This is on the pinks. So Yeah, I won't have updated data for the pinks, so this will be delayed for me, so I can't really look at it. I can look at it on my platform, but I can just tell you that it's really light on volume, brother. Only up. Am I typing the right thing? AGRO, my mistake. AGRO. I typed it in wrong. There we go. Oh, this is really good, Joey. Okay, sorry. This is really good. 1280, holding trend, deep retracements on the 5, coming to the 20. Most of the retracements hold up at the 10 EMA. Good shout out, Grunfeld there. I do like that one. That's going to replace INLF. AGRO is the ticker. Sorry, I didn't get to throw that in. We're going to look at this one for a minute, but while we're looking at that, we're going to send you to Adara.
Beware here, guys. I actually might have another small cap mover for you, Sharif. It's about 10 million shares of volume. Obviously, it's been kind of consolidative all day, but there's a new story now for NFE, New Fortress Energy. Bloomberg reporting that NFE has signed a restructuring support agreement. Push to the upside here for NFE. Back to you.
Very much for that, Adara. Not a bad look here. This is a good breakout. 127, there it goes, guys. Through that flat top, I want to say around 117. We couldn't shake the sellers there. Watch out for the big drop, though. Some of these, you know, they'll have the algo spike. Sometimes you'll get mass participation, and then sometimes you won't. And then it'll drop back down. So if it does, I could say 117, maybe 120 buy area, but right now it's trading at the highs, and there it goes into 128. NFE is the ticker here, Joey.
All right. Yeah, I'm just running through the scanner here. We're heading back towards the high of the day on IBIT. Hangry, did you take that short on US? Oh, it did squeeze back through the volume-weighted average price. Now starting to head back in a little bit here. And then we also had someone talking about FJ. He's talking about SoFi. I was pulling that up. Could be, I understand what you're getting at here. You're like, it could break either way. But I think what we want to do is just go with the flow. And it's stuck within this channel. So if you have the ability or you want to try out a new strat, once you have this established over X amount of time trading, it's essentially channel trading. So you want to just sell the top end, buy the lower end. Sounds a lot more simple than it actually is. But it's like range trading, right? But just in a specific direction. So keep an eye out on that one there. Could be a good potential trade. Hangry, I'm still waiting for the entry, watching the cues. Yeah, same thing. NVDA about to display a good print here. Gaurav, are you still sitting in this trade? Because we had that volatility spike. We pump right into the volume-weighted average price, and then we come right back in. Now, if this volume continues to uptick, there might be a good entry, and then maybe we can officially break and hold the volume-weighted average price on the cues if we get this move in NVDA back through. With that being said, you obviously want to keep an eye on that most heavily weighted underlyings, and that is going to be the Mag 7. All right, what a print we got there, Gaurav. Are you on the win minute? We got the volume. We have the indecision. Let's wait for somewhat of a pullback, and then we're going to look to get involved here on NVDA. Oh, it's going just off to the races.
Get it, Joey.
Just like that, Sharif. We're doing it, man. We're doing it live. We're still sitting in this position. Hopefully we can get a sustained bounce, volatility spike, and just like that, there you go. We'll take that. Hopefully we can. So what I'm looking at here, and I think it's happened on multiple occasions, not that I think it has happened on multiple occasions, is that you have the support levels acting as resistance. So you have that pop up into that prior one, and you sell off. So if we can break through that, then I think we're going to be doing okay. I'm not going to be giving this one too much risk or leeway on that entry. But other than that, we're involved off of that hammer candle on NVDA. Let's go break through that 80.35 mark. And then I think we can really get off to the races and climb into that next zone, which would put us around 80.50. And if the other larger participants are starting to join the trend, then I think we could be sitting in a pretty good position. Apple is starting to come back in. It was going off with the overall market, put in a high of the day, 255, comes back in, and then now you're starting to get somewhat of a rebound. So
why is Intel getting clipped? Does anybody know? Like, why is this thing down 3%? Like, it's a bit of an outsized move here, especially like that. It's the worst performing semiconductor name on my watch list today. Is there a reason? Because I didn't review this at all. Intel, Adara, is there anything on Intel for the drop there? Rubin boosted Nvidia's dominance. I don't see anything here on Intel. It's down over 3%. So I'll keep looking. Intel debuts Core Ultra 9 plus an Ultra. What is this? This is nothing market moving.
There is a lot of social media attention, which obviously doesn't mean anything news-wise, but like a ton of people are looking at this. Like we're talking multiple posts a minute, which you don't often get for the likes of Intel without a salient catalyst, which I'm still not seeing.
Okay, thank you very much on that. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either. All right. We'll keep tabs on that. Pathik says Uber is breaking higher consolidation. Let's have a look at Uber. Great headline, of course, with Nvidia yesterday at GTC, continuing today. Let's have a look at the ride-hailing king. Here we go, right into 79. Okay, so there is aggressive selling from the morning at 79. Take a look at take a gander, I should say, on these topping tail candles here, unbroken. We started the topping tail dance at 9:45, and we didn't end it until about 10:30. Reason we ended it there is because it dropped big into 78 bucks. But here it is again, into the high 78s, trying to work into 79. This could be a nice breakout here through 79. And then, you gotta assume we get into 79, we're probably gonna mosey on up to 80. Who knows, right? But this is a good flat top here that's manifesting here on Uber. Whether or not we're able to shake the short sellers at that level, you know what? Joey Opsh does this all the time, but I'm gonna do it today. Let's take a look at the options chain. See if there is a put wall or a call wall.
It depends which direction you're going.
We're going north, so it's a put wall, right?
Call
Then
wall.
we're looking, right?
Call.
How, why though, call
You're
wall?
going north, right? So
Yeah.
you want to go up?
Yeah.
So you want to go up in the options chain.
I don't understand, but so if there are calls at $80,
Yeah.
how does that create resistance?
Well, it's a ceiling, right? So if you're at 75 bucks and you have calls at
Oh, I'm thinking of it the wrong way.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right.
exactly.
Okay, my mistake. Let's have a look at Uber. See what this one has here. Let's go. So, yeah, a lot. 14,000. So, am I looking at the open interest?
Yeah.
Or the volume? The
Yeah,
open
yeah,
interest,
yeah,
right?
yep.
So that's the largest open interest right there, right at 80, 14,400. Just compare that to 79 where there's less than 4,000. Sorry, yeah, less than 4,000. Let's go up. Is there anything else? 85 has as well, 13,700. So yeah, so that 14,400, that could be interesting there at the $80 level for the call wall. I learned something new today. All right, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Guys, I also want to mention that one that Adara brought to us, NFE's kind of topping tail, but it's not giving it up in the way that I typically see. Usually we see just a big drop down. So current bar low here on NFE is 128.5. Okay, 128.5, but it's trading at 133. If you wanted to get in here, I would give it to current bar low so you can kind of tighten up the risk. It's got a 140 high, current bar on the 5, 140 high, low 128.5. NFE, the ticker, not a bad look. Separately, keep your eye on AGRO. Thanks to the trader who mentioned this one, showing 1270 here, holding up at the 10. I would be interested in picking this up here as well as 260. We've seen the money fills on this name seem to be at the 20 EMA, which is the yellow line on the chart. And then if you're at 1270, there's a good chance you mosey on up into 13 if you catch the right move. So keep your eye on that. All right, NFE opened up another bar and it's holding prior bar low. It's 3 pennies away from the high of the day. It's about 140. Joey, take over. I want to set up on this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So we're still sitting in this. It's not looking too good right now. You can look at these downtrend. So if we can catch the top end of that channel, it'll put us roughly around the break even. Little delayed on the entry, but this is going to be my out. So I have to hold this position until proven it wrong, right? We don't want to get out too early. So that's my narrative here on the NVDL trade. We had a nice scalp on it earlier, and we're just looking to continue that momentum and play the ebb and flow within the overall market. You can see that we have a support level right there, but the strength and every time we do pull back isn't as strong as the volume pressure pushing us right back down. So that's what I have going on right there. And then also we've been long IBIT for a good portion of the day. We'll head back over to IBIT and see what we got and see if we can establish a new HOD. Or that's not going to be an HOD, but break through this previous pivot high. And I like the volume and the momentum that it's starting to display. The only thing that's really hindering this potential trade is this. Right, so we're kind of going counter trend, and we're keep knocking on the door of this channel. If we are fortunate enough to sit through this trade and open up on the backside of this north of 80.22 on NVDL, then we might be able to find somewhat of a sustained bounce. All right, so that's what I'm looking at there. Come on, keep going. 42.20s could be a next potential out on IBIT. This has definitely been our better performer here today as we come back in a little bit. SoFi, what is SoFi up to? Yeah, we were looking at FJ. We were just looking at SoFi, looking like it's getting defended. Okay, so there it is, channel, right? So now you're starting to break through. It's not the cleanest, but you are at the top end of it. So if you think you've established a bottom around 1750 and are going to have the ability to break through, hold it with that small curl over, we're not going to call it a turtle shell exactly, but that does look like a turnaround type price action with a slight increase in volume. So that's what we got going on. 42.13s there on IBIT, almost the new high of the day. We're going to wait for 18s there.
All right, man. Just give me a second because I'm still in this position.
I didn't know if you're ready or there.
Yeah.
So, okay, yes, let's go, NVIDIA. Big time pop on that one, NVIDIA. We'll pull that up for you guys. We just punched through 15s on 42.15s on IBIT, but let's see if we can get 40s here on NVDL. We don't want to get out too early, but that's a 10 cents right there. We like that 10 cent. Another volatility spike. We'll take that all day, every single day. I don't want to take it out too early, just in case you do get that aggressive pullback, like kind of like what we're seeing right now. And then I have to get out break even because I don't want to turn a winning trade into a losing one. So a little bit stronger of a momentum push where we can head into maybe 43s. And then that'll be around a 2-to-1 for us, and then we can look to take some off. We're printing 35s, and you can see on the odd ask we have the 40s being printed, but we need an additional strong flush that is going to increases and then potentially head there. There we go, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
That's what I'm talking about,
Good
sir.
job, Joey.
A nice little pop there. We didn't get 42s, but we caught 40s, so that's not too bad whatsoever. We'll continuously hold on to this position. How much did I take off? Only 20. Well, I shouldn't say only, but it was 25%. So a good chunk of it. We'll take another 25% off and then leave the other half remaining just in case we do get somewhat of a pullback to VWAP. 40.15s we tapped into. We're going to wait for 18s and post up on IBIT. And so let me put that order out so that I don't have to pull the trigger too quick. I'd rather just have that order resting, even though I don't love placing those. Let's get this off of here. NVDL, a nice little uptick once again, and you can see on the tape that the ask is slowly lifting, and that's exactly what we want to see. 2 cent spread.
Oh, baby.
There we go. Of course, rejected the order, Sharif, baby.
Sorry. You want me to take over?
No, it's okay. I just don't want to have a hockey error, but nice little pop right there on NVDL. Let's see if we can break through. So we were talking about it. You've seen how we came back in off of this resistance zone. It was acting as support. We pull back a little bit, we accumulate, and then we just have the ability to push through that resistance, and that's exactly what we were looking for. How much am I sitting on here now? I don't want to hit that button. Okay, yeah, so I got half now. We're cool. We're cool like a cucumber, and that's exactly what we wanted. Make sure you don't double down on going inverse, your boy.
Double meat.
Oh, is that... can I tell you something?
What?
I really like, the folks over at Chipotle, if you say you want more, they give you more and they don't charge you.
Yeah, bro, Adair's been talking about that forever. That's a Brian Nickel thing, man.
Yeah. You got to keep the customer happy, man.
Yo, anybody who gives extra protein
is
aces in my book.
Whoa.
Aces. All right, Adair, what's up?
But not just that, Joe. They famously, or the former CEO, Brian Nickel, famously told us if you want more protein, just give a little, weird little shoulder shrug. So shout out to Brian Nickel, and I love that I got the opportunity to say that. But I want to talk about Nvidia, NVDA. On watch, they're reportedly planning to use 50% of their free cash flow for investor returns. They'll be shifting to returns once they funded their investment commitments. So once they're done funding all those investments, which, as we know, Justice Wong mentioned, I think a week or so ago, they're trying to slow down on new investments. Once they funded their current commitments, they're going to be shifting towards these investor returns, using 50% of their cash flow to do so.
Thank you very much. I don't know how I feel about this NFE trade, Bovin. Bovin, I know you're in it. It's kind of consolidative here. The 1 shows higher lows. The 5 second also shows higher lows, but also lower highs. Here it comes, and it dips into 32. There seems to be a buyer at 32 for now. It can't clear 36. It had initial trouble with 37. Here comes into 32. I stop out at 31. We're in at 35. We're going to give the super tight stop. Doji candle preceding the current 5-minute candle. But there's that buyer again at 32. For now, though, it does not feel good trading, at the low end of the range and holding it. And the size is getting taken out here at 32. So let's watch. If it drops anymore, I'm just going to flatten out and take a 3-penny hit back up to 34, but still not showing me its intentions to kind of move back up. You're not seeing the buyer step in aggressively here, and you're not seeing a positive trend here on any time frame, whichever one I'm looking, 5 second, 15, 1 minute, 2 minute, whatever. I don't like what I'm seeing right now, but it's not giving up the move. 140 high. What are you seeing on this, Bovin? It needs to break out 150. I completely agree. Well, I'd say it had to take out 140 first, Bovin, just so that we know we're overwhelming the sellers who were waiting at that 40 penny area, showing 35 again. Here it is, break even on this one, but nothing to write home about. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this one. A little too consolidative. There's a trader that says breakout or bailout, right? And this one does not seem like it's breaking out. So I should bail out. If you know, you know, right? So we're gonna pack the patience here. Let's see. I've moved up my stop. I gave it to initially prior the bar low at 12.55, the low of which was 128.5. So I'd given it to 128. And then I moved up my stop. There's 137. Okay. This is where we had trouble initially. This is where the sellers were stepping in quite aggressively at 3.7. Can't shake the sellers at 3.7. But at least we took out the seller at 3.6. No continuation though. Look at that. Nothing is getting taken off the size, off the ask. There into 36 it goes. So it looks like it's still suffering from that same seller at around 37. So that's prior bar high ended up being 37. We have the same prior bar low and prior bar high for the current 5-minute candle. 137, 132, the same for the candle at 1 o'clock and the candle at 1:05. So, I mean, it could be a bull flag. I don't know, right? Like, I could get stop hunted, right? It could breach my that prior bar low and then get stopped out and then mosey on back into the high. So who knows? CREG, Neil was nice enough to get me shorts for this one. This one's breaking down now, guys. It's lost 180. Let's see if this one loses 175. That's what I'm looking for there. Back now, boom, on NFE, into 40. Good. Pack the patience. Bovin, I hope you're holding, brother. Let's see if this one moseys on up. Let's go ahead and see if we can take another print. So for me, 1R was 40. So we already got 1R. 2R is 46. Let's go ahead, set up a little bit more here at 2R. We're going to go into 45. Let's see what we can get on this one. 141 high a day, but no continuation. None. But the buyer at 32 was a staunchy little bugger. He's single-handedly the reason we didn't get stopped out. So we're going to continue to watch here. I want to mention ETSA as well, but for now, we're going to Adair.
Partnership announcement on watch here for our friends at Nvidia. Nvidia announcing that AT&T, or T, will be partnering with Cisco CSCO alongside Nvidia, of course, to build an AI grid for information of things. So for IoT work. So again, AT&T, CSCO, Nvidia, AI information of things partnership here. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Joey, what are you looking at?
I'm just reading what TBK has to say.
Who?
TBK.
Okay.
I mean, there it is. We got out at the break even, but now it's starting to climb a little bit higher. No re-engagement there. So we'll look at it. I don't know if that's true. Like, we can figure that out real quick. And if you're lying to us, TBK, you're going to be in a whole world of trouble. So we'll pull that up. And I think you might have said that before. And I'm not seeing anything along those lines of saying Michael Saylor bought more Bitcoin. Because I've seen people say that last week.
Yes, he did. He bought 32,000 or some crap yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So TBK, I trust you. Now 22,000
on my feed.
89 million for I don't know. I think it's up 89 million yesterday. Purchase of 22,000. Is that even possible? Anyways, aside from that, he bought more Bitcoin. I don't see anything. When did you say he bought it potentially, Sharif?
The infographic I saw on my Instagram yesterday said that he bought yesterday, but that could be wrong. Did double check?
Yeah, no. $1.57 billion.
Yeah,
okay.
that makes sense.
So here it is. So at 9:41, Filing Strategy announced an update of its Bitcoin holding. The company reported acquiring 22,000 more Bitcoin for approximately 1.57 billion at an average purchase price of 70K. So is he moving this alone all the way up to 74 between March 9th and March 15th? So as of yesterday, or a couple of days ago, whatever it may be, March 15th Strategy holds 761,000 Bitcoin acquired for an aggregate purchase price of approximately 57 billion. All right, man, the bet goes on. If you want to talk about putting your eggs all in one basket, here it is. It's Saylor and Company going on an absolute run. 70,000. Hey, who are we to question what this guy's doing? Another purchase of some more Bitcoin. That's substantial. If I could just get 10% of that, Saylor, that would be pretty cool, my friend. And I would much appreciate that. But aside from that, guys, NVDL, we're all out of that. Indecision print on IBIT. I really like this. I think at this point, we close hammer, we can break through this previous pivot of 42.17. All right, so that's my game plan. We're still holding on to about 15% of Bitcoin here.
All right, I have a lot that I want to say. I'll get to one thing at a time. NFE, come on, bro. We want 2R on this, you know what. We're waiting for 146. 146 is the high of the day, but didn't cross, showing 145 here. I mean, we're so close to the $0.50 NFE. I mean, come on now, let's go. I'm disappointed in myself, though. I'm super disappointed in myself because, number one, I got to get out of ETSA here, which didn't trigger my stop, but take a look at, what's it called? Craig. It is breaking down. Oh, we got shorts on this one, but I was so busy with NFE, I didn't get an opportunity to look over at CREG, and now it is bleeding its own blood. It's lost 80 pennies. It's lost 75. This looks fantastic here. As a short, it's below VWAP. Now, there is one line in the sand that we need to concern ourselves with, and that's that $1.60 level. That's the pre-market high. I don't want to say the official high of the pre-market. It's where the closing prints were rejected at on the 5-minute chart. This is the level I'm talking about right here, bottom of your screen. See that double top, one green, one red. 160 was the resistance level, drops into about $1, 104, then rockets back up to 260 where we get involved. But anyway, 160 could be a line in the sand here. Be on the lookout, though. CREG does look like it's losing trend. It lost that, I want to say, 85 penny buyer that it had that was holding this one up single-handedly, and now it's in the 60s, and it's about to breach 60 here. 59 just showed up. Craig is a short. It's on the way down quite aggressively. I screwed up. I should have definitely been involved in that. In any event, let's look at here at NFE. What are we doing? We're showing 44s. We're still holding, looking for the move into 46. And then if we breach the $0.50, we're going to hold a piece for the dream on NFE. But right now, it's showing a staunchy little bugger selling at 44. There was seller at 45. Obviously, a seller at 46 because that is the high of the day. Let's move up the stop now to break even. So we're going to go ahead. We're moving it up right into 135, but I always have to give it a bit of room, of course, in case there's an area of illiquidity that necessitates me to cancel the old stop, which was at 129er. That is no longer the case. Bovin's at 140 held. Oh, Bovin's saying 140 held. Agree. Bovin, and that was the breakout level. So you want that, the testing of 140 again. I love the way you're thinking, Bovin. Look at that stair-step structure. So that, I'm pointing at the screen with my finger. Look at that 140 rejection, drops back down, holds 130, pops up into 46, drops down, retests 140, and here we go again, but we're getting that same annoying seller at 145 here that we can't shake, and there's a whole bunch of lottage showing up here on the ask, so be careful with that one. And there goes Craig all the way down. Joey.
What's up?
That's frustrating. Look at this move, bro.
Craig.
Look at that. Brett.
At the break of that neckline, the neckline break there.
What's going on there, Randy?
Of shorting that, John?
Yeah, man, I had shorts. Neil got me shorts on this one. It cost me 70 pennies.
Oh. You let that...
Randy said, it's too cold for shorts outside. I agree.
You let that 70 cents go to waste.
I know, right? Like an idiot.
What are you going to do about it?
In any event, that's okay. That's okay. And then I could have stopped out of this one, break even, ended up getting liquidity grabbed, and now it's heading back up. I'm talking about ETSA, of course. But we're going to keep an eye here on NFE. I think that 45 sellers running scared, even though, maybe I shouldn't say that, because there's more lottage this time around on the ask than there was when I viewed it previously. I think we had about 150. Now it's showing 243. But we know all that can get wiped out with one big buyer. And we've got higher lows. I think, you know, we're probably going to break through 145 here. We're going to pack the patience, see what we get. But great call out there by Adara on NFE as this one weasels into the $0.50. If it loses 40, Bovin, I think I'm not even going to give this break even. Or if it loses 40, I'm going to give it to 138. And then we'll give it down to 135. So that way, no part of the trade can actually be negative. If anything, it'll just be break even if I get 3 pennies of slippage between 8 and 3.5. Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. Going over some of the news articles here. See what we got going on.
Oh, crap. It's quarter after.
And it's quarter after.
Totally didn't even notice.
Time. It's all right. You're
Totally
you're
didn't
locked
even
in,
notice. You want to
tapped
start?
Yeah, we'll talk about the NVDA here quick because we're going to transition that into some of the articles that we got going on. NVDL, nice curl over, was providing the liquidity right there, and then we get a nice little bounce heading back toward into 50 on NVDL. And then IBIT, we're still posted up at 18s, and we're hovering. I think we can break. We just have to punch through that prior pivot level, some strong momentum, and there goes NVDA. So if we start to follow in Bitcoin, that's going to be prime time.
Yeah. Give me a sec. I thought you were. No, I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right.
We're just gonna put it on the side over here, Assassino. So if that's okay, just so that I can keep my eye here on NFE. We're gonna zoom out a little bit. All right, guys, let's talk. So there's 3 news stories today on Nvidia. I'm sure there was a lot more, but the ones that I reviewed, I couldn't put it all in one. So let's talk a little bit about that $1 trillion in demand that our friend Jensen was talking about yesterday. He said there's combined demand for Blackwell and Vera Rubin systems, and he says the demand is going to reach $1 trillion by 2027. And that's up from the prior guide that he had given us. He said about $500 billion. The company is expecting, as we know from their earnings report, 77% revenue growth, about $78 billion for the quarter in terms of that top line. Management emphasized that AI token generation is absolutely exploding, which is driving sustained need for compute capacity and, of course, faster inference. And that's what this GTC was about yesterday. It was about inference. Something we've been talking about for a long time. Not saying training is not important, but there are stages in this thing. Not just I have to watch here, Bovin, because I think it just breached 140. I have my stop at 138 here on NFE, so we're going to keep an eye out on that. NVIDIA does plan to launch the Vera Rubin chipset later this year, and it's, according to reports, going to deliver 10 times the performance per watt, a new metric now that's being used in AI data center world. Performance per watt versus the prior systems, which is, of course, addressing the energy constraints that we've been talking a lot about when it comes to AI data center buildouts. The company also tested Kyber architecture, teased, I should say, the Kyber architecture slated for 2027, which features 144 gigahertz CPU per rack. 144 GPUs per rack, for higher density and lower latency. NVIDIA also unveiled what we've been talking a lot about on this show. All right, I got stopped out of NFE, so now we can just focus on the news. They also unveiled Grok, which is the company that Chamath Palihapitiya was involved in, to basically get their foot into the ASICs game, application-specific integrated circuits. Some people call it custom silicon. Both are good. And they unveiled the Grok 3 LPU. That's part of the $20 billion acquisition that we reported to you guys on a few months ago. It's designed to complement GPUs with low latency processing. Some of the other names that are involved in this, Broadcom, Marvell, they're very much in the ASICs game. ASICs really good for inference. The LPX rack, which is what they're being called, is going to have 256 of these LPUs, and they can boost tokens per watt performance by up to 35 times. I'm no tech head, but that sounds good. Year-over-year increases. Joey, thoughts NVIDIA?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to lead to my question to you, Sharif. So essentially what Jensen was saying over yesterday's GTC is that the cloud is no longer about like file storage. It's about the generation of tokens. But my question to you, Sharif, is so obviously the more compute, the more tokens you can generate. But how come I don't know if this is a silly question. What about the compute power that is generating these tokens? Like, how come you cannot create these things from simple code? Do you understand my question?
Yeah,
like,
I'm not a technical guy, brother.
Yeah, no,
I'm not the wrong guy to ask about this.
You see what I'm getting at? I'm
just going to take their word for it, Joey. I mean, if they need more,
obviously, if they need more, right? Because it's like, hey, when I used up all my Nano Banana, essentially I used up all my tokens.
Right.
Correct?
Yep.
Same with Brando. He was using Grok. He used up all his tokens.
Yes, sir.
So how come these tokens can't be generated from code? That's what I don't quite understand.
I think tokens here is kind of like a currency.
Yeah.
So you're selling compute and you're commodifying it in tokens. So I'm just giving you any number.
Okay.
So if you want to run process A, Process A is going to cost you 2 or 3 tokens in compute power.
Okay,
I think that's what that means.
It makes significantly more sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I was getting at. Now Jensen's like, hey, I'm ready. We're looking to be horizontally integrated.
Tokens are
vertically,
energy, everybody's saying.
Yeah, so tokens are energy. Okay, so when you're using Grok, when you're using Nano Banana, you're using X amount of energy. Okay, makes a lot of sense. But I mean, $1 trillion, that's the only number I really care about. That's why I'm going to remain a long-term investor in NVDA. It's going to become one of my largest positions, that's for sure. I think we're consolidating down here for a reason. And with the next couple of earnings report, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing climbs to new all-time highs.
Yeah, some people are like, don't ask Sharif about tech. Ask him about proper curl form. Come on, 1320. And then you got J Swan. Oops, different token. I wonder what he's talking about there. Toke. All right.
Yeah, I get compute. Yeah, I understand that, but it's like, okay, so what you're dividing all this token, I shouldn't say tokenization, but this compute power between specific applications.
All right, guys, Etsa's making a move here. I got stop hunted, full disclosure. There's the breach, and there it goes into 730. Etsa's going to make a move here. It could see 8 again, but just be on the lookout for, I want to say that's 7 1/3. That's where we popped into 1040, 1045. We couldn't shake the sellers there, of course, and then the squeeze got into 813. That's where we were involved, but there it goes, 728 or so. So keep your eye here on Etsa. Let's talk about NVIDIA's autonomous driving headline, because that's obviously a big one as well. They announced a new partnership. We're going to get to the Uber one on its own. For this one, we're just going to talk about the other non-Uber related partners. Hyundai, whatever it's called, Nissan, Isuzu, BYD, Geely, however it's said, for the Drive Hyperion AV platform. This platform enables level 4 autonomy, which allows, of course, vehicles to operate without human input in defined conditions. CEO Jensen Huang called this a chat GPT moment for self-driving. I think Elon was probably punching the air when he said that. In any event, key secondary growth pillar beyond AI chips. That's what analysts are looking for here in terms of this headline from NVIDIA. The Drive Hyperion integrates AI training, simulation, in-vehicle compute, positions NVIDIA as a full-stack AV operator, much like Tesla. NVIDIA does not manufacture the vehicles, though, but provides the core infrastructure, so you don't have to invest in that part of the business. Existing partners include, we've mentioned Uber, Lucid, Stellantis, Aurora, Nuro, and current vehicles, most of which are level 2, while level 4 robotaxis like Waymo and limited Tesla robotaxis that are on the road right now, they're limited to select markets. But as we'll see in the Uber story, this could change very quickly. Joey, AI autonomy from NVIDIA.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this segment slightly growing multiple earnings reports ago, but now it's really starting to catch some steam. And I think that Elon might have thought he had a clear path to maybe winning this autonomy race, considering his main competition is Waymo. So you have a player 1 and player 2, but now Jensen signing some big-time deals. I think this can really, really tighten up this race. Obviously, we don't know of anything that they got going on right now, but as for the software update, it makes it a lot more simplistic. I will always remain, Tesla has the advantage just due to production capabilities, but then you have the largest company on the planet teaming up with some big vehicle makers here, manufacturers.
All right, let's go on to the last NVIDIA story, I promise. They unveiled their space AI computing platform. So NVIDIA announced a new space-based computing platform that's aimed at powering AI workloads directly in orbit. Where have we heard that before? Jensen introduced the Vera Rubin Space One module. It combines the IGX Thor and the Jetson Orion chip. The Jetson one is for robotics, and it's more mobile. It's optimized for size, which makes sense, of course, because weight, a pressing issue when you're trying to get payloads into space. It's optimized for size, weight, and power constraints. Initial partners are going to include Axiom Space, Star Cloud, and Planet Labs. I'm really surprised there's no SpaceX in there. So, The system is designed for space missions and satellite deployments. Space-based compute offers access to virtually unlimited solar power, and that's obviously a pressing issue now. As we know, a lot of these data centers get canceled because community pushback. They don't want their energy costs to go up, even though some of the hyperscalers have committed to paying for the energy themselves, so it wouldn't go up on residents. This is still being presented as an option. As I mentioned, rising electricity costs tied to AI infrastructure are pushing companies to explore alternatives. Competitors moving in. Google is also exploring orbital compute. We already know SpaceX/xAI now targeting large-scale deployments. We'll have to wait and see, much to the chagrin of Blue Origin, who was complaining to the FCC about that. We'll get to that at a different time. Some of the key hurdles, though, include cooling systems in space. I thought it was freaking cold there, man. I didn't get it. Apparently, heat dissipation is limited to radiation in space. Not something I knew. High costs and limited rocket launches as well are capacity constraint. But as we've seen with some of these space companies, their launch cadence has really picked up in 25 and slated to pick up even more in 26. So I think that, putting these into space is really not the barrier as much anymore as maybe some of the other constraints. Joey, what do you think about putting these data centers into space?
I mean, Elon's been talking about it before. He wants to do it. Why?
For a while.
Yeah, for a while. Yeah. I mean, I thought it would be significantly cooler as well too, unlimited energy. But then obviously we had that issue between Amazon and Tesla was saying too much space debris. If you're launching multiple satellites and everything along those lines, just running around the orbit at crazy speeds, I think that's going to be the narrative. So imagine you have this massive data center in space and space debris. When you have this one-off event and just starts smoking and destroys everything.
And these things have limited lifespans. Yeah, because they are in low Earth orbit, so they're constantly being pulled by the Earth to come back, right? And so they have to, fire their jets to or their thrusters to maintain
a lot of energy.
But they have a life cycle, like these what are they called? What's Starlink? Starlink. These satellites, I think they spend 5 or 7 years in space and then they crash down.
Let's make the point too. It's not overly easily accessible. Right, like think about the
for
risk.
Repairs.
Yeah, exactly.
Well said.
You know what I mean. So it's not like going to where you have that regular data center on the ground.
That's
you
not
also have to risk individuals,
Good
highly
point.
trained individuals, which is going to cost you probably a pretty penny as well too, to keep going back and forth.
I don't think so. I think it's busted. They're probably not sending anybody up to do a spacewalk. That thing's coming back down.
It's busted.
I don't think that you send somebody up there.
How are you going to bring this thing down?
Oh, you can bring it down. It falls in the Pacific or whatever.
Okay. Now you got to go fish it out of.
No, it's done.
Oh, it's done. That's it. So all that money is just gone.
But that's what these low Earth orbit satellites are. That's what I was saying. SpaceX, they're done. They're done.
That's why Amazon has to throw X amount up in there and Tesla. Exactly.
Well, there you go. And Office Depot, Starlink goes down regularly. Some people rely on it for the nets in California and Nevada. I personally can't speak to that. My only experience for Starlink was on a flight back when I went to Aruba a few months ago, and it was fantastic. I've never come across internet on an airplane like this. It was like no links.
Rivian says he gets Starlink and never goes down.
Yeah, Rivian millionaire. I think he said that before, actually. Let's talk a little bit here about Amazon expanding the ultra-fast delivery to drive convenience edge. Amazon launched 1 hour and 3 hour delivery services across parts of the U.S. They're now reaching about 2,000 cities for the 3 hour delivery, and they specified here hundreds of cities for the 1 hour delivery. About 90,000, give or take, items are going to be eligible for the reduced delivery times, like groceries, meds, household goods. You're going to pay about $10 US for that 1 hour delivery, and you have to be an Amazon Prime subscriber. For 3 hour, you're going to pay about $5. It's going to be a lot higher if you're not an Amazon subscriber or a Prime subscriber. The move, of course, builds on Amazon's long-term push from 2-day shipping, now to 1 day, now same day. Now we're talking about ultra-fast, and the new storefront features will allow users to actually filter for items that are eligible to be delivered using this ultra-fast process. And if you thought 1 hour was good, you need to look higher, because Amazon is continuing to test its even faster options of 30-minute delivery called Amazon Now. That's only available in select markets. Rivals like Walmart are trying to match speed, claiming 3 hour delivery coverage for about 95% of U.S. households. Quick commerce players like Instacart, DoorDash, Uber Eats, they're also expanding their rapid delivery offerings to make sure they're keeping up with the standard. Joey, do you think that we see more of this? And if you do you think drones play a part?
Because what's the most advanced city in China called again?
Shenzhen?
Yeah. Like they're already drone delivery already in full
Straight to
effect.
jail.
And I think you have to take into consideration that it's very difficult to get from one end of the city, especially during rush hour in Toronto, from one end to the other, right? So what is the quickest way to transport these things? You're gonna have to get the drone delivery. We talk about, hey, is there a race to the bottom in delivery fees and everything along those lines? I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but who can deliver the fastest now?
Well said.
Right? So I don't know. I just don't think, like, I've never been to New York or anything along those lines, but I know Chicago traffic can be pretty bad. And traffic in the city to get from a major center. I think there's a big Amazon right at Martin Grove and Belfield in Etobicoke, Amazon. Sure. That's not as bad, but you still have to access the Gardner and Lakeshore to get that delivery that quick. I don't know how realistic it is. There has to be some form of leeway, right?
Makes sense.
Like an hour on the dot. What happens if it's not there on an hour dot? From the time I hit place order to the time it's at my front door, you need
probably
an hour.
Some sort of refund, maybe.
I
don't know.
Right, but then how much is that going to cost them? Because it's not possible. It's not possible, right?
I'm assuming, I haven't looked into their logistics, they might have smaller hubs where they can hold these fast-moving items.
Yeah, they would have to do that, but like where, okay, so you'd have to have significantly more hubs, so more brick and mortar, so what is that going to cost you at the end of the day to run this operation? Like, what are you going to do, just like place them all over the city? That's the only way where you can have that quick access.
Like you know, I've always been saying this about Walmart. Walmart's got the infrastructure already there, the stores. Yeah. Right? So they can operate off that.
You can put it in the warehouse. I don't know if they can ever team. I highly doubt that they would team up with Walmart.
No.
But like, where's the closest?
Logistically possible.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, there's not that many Walmarts in the city. The closest one to me is at Dufferin Mall. And that's a wretched of a drive, and I live, if there is no traffic. It still takes.
There's none in the middle of the city. I gotta go all the way to Kiel, or I gotta go all the way to, I think, Midland. So it's either east or west for me.
Exactly.
D Economics says insurance will love drones, but he's like, you'll never see drones. Brother, it's already happening in China. This is not an if, it's already happening there. It goes into like what's it called? It's kind of like a drop-off area. And each, the drop-off area is full of lockers, and you unlock the locker with your NFC on the phone, and the drone comes from the top of these lockers, drops it in, it then scans the barcode on the box. It's for food mostly, and then it puts it directly into your locker, and then you just unlock the locker with your phone. Let's talk about Google. Actually, this is not that important. Let's talk about Tesla. Here, this is not that big of a deal either. This is just about a $56 billion Department of Interior backing deals for battery production. Not a big one either. Let's get to oil, though. So this is getting worse and worse here. USO up another 2/3 of a percent. Sorry, 2 2/3% up to 118.01. We know that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. The Strait of Hormuz accounts for about 31% of the global seaborne crude, 20% of the global crude supply flows through this route. You've seen Saudi Arabia trying to, divert some of that through the east to west pipeline. Can't fit as much, obviously, on that pipeline. So we're going to continue to look like to have more disruptions, despite the fact that President Trump is working on a coalition to escort oil tankers. But the details of the plan remain unclear. He was very, very open in his dissatisfaction with NATO and how they're not participating there to help, secure the strait and allow vessels to go. Naval escorts could expose, of course, U.S. and any other ships that are patrolling it to direct attacks. Alternatives like insurance guarantees or coordinated protection have not fully materialized. Another issue with oil another day, Joey.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it is. I mean, we've seen the fluctuation within the oil prices. We've seen the increase in volatility. We've seen the headline sensitivity with oil. The thing is, though, it's starting to cool off, right? One day extremely hot, the next day it's not. And then eventually we'll just get back to our ways. It's probably going to take significantly longer than what we're anticipating in order for the USO and oil prices to come a little bit lower. I told you guys that I was at the pump over the weekend, $2.08 a liter, right? $2.08 a liter for 93. I think it's going to take a while before we kind of find that median within gas prices.
All right, SWMR is halted up again. Okay, this is the IPO. It's up 480%. Halt price, $29.09. Halt time, 133.34. the majority of the halts have been 10 minutes, but there were, I think, 1 or 2 that were 5. In any event, if it's going to be 5, the earliest will be open is 138.34. If it's going to be 10, it's going to be 143.34. So get ready. Tap showing 29.50. 29.50 still puts us below the high of the day. High of the day is that candle that we got into at 12.05 on the 5-minute chart. 29.79 HOD on SWMR, halted right now at 29.09. Fantastic look there for everybody involved in that. Thank you very much. Health Hutchinson, I think. Can't really see the full name. $5 super chat. Reads as follows. I live in Texas, and we have drones to deliver stuff already. A drone opens up, and a rope drops my food on the back porch. Walmart here does it. I did actually see those. Thank you very much for that. I know they're in limited areas, but it's good to see. The example I was talking about, Health Hutchinson, was a little different. It's a locker-based system, and it's really in urban areas, because like everybody that, you know, they live in the city, they're off on lunch, they want to order their food. It comes vis-a-vis drone, I should say. I'm sure you guys can YouTube videos of this, of course, available online. 2 New York cents. In California, gas prices are an average of $5.80 in LA County. Even more expensive if you live in the more expensive areas like Santa Monica. Is this Santa Monica in LA County? But yeah, I get your point there. Of course, Santa Monica is beautiful. Crouching Tiger. Sharif, look at Nvidia. I know you only look at small caps, but all right, let's have a look at Nvidia.
Yeah, it's breaking out.
Is it?
Yeah.
Probably Jensen or something happened there at GT. Well, GTC's not on yet, is it? Let's find out. Yeah, it's about to go break even. 183.25 is yesterday's closing print. So we're about to go break even right now on NVIDIA. There could be resistance here. There certainly was in the morning when we lost it. Like we got up to 185.50 at about 9:30. That's the implied balance high. We dropped pretty aggressively. And then look at all these topping tail candles here trying to breach through that closing print. That closing print is 183.50. We rejected VWAP at around 12.15, but that was another attempt to go green. Let's see if this one does it, man. Clearly a buyer here at 182 or thereabouts. Very few in the way of closing prints below 182, so we know buyers were stepping in there. Do you have any look that you want to mention on NVIDIA?
No, it broke out. We took that trade. We never re-engaged, but it's really starting to go now. So there's multiple opportunities to get involved in it, and now you can see the volume on the lower time frames really start to uptick. And at this pace, the NASDAQ and the SPY are probably going to follow.
Oh, I got to interrupt.
Yep.
There goes SWMR. That's a new high at day, 32.45. That's halt level. That's limit up. 32.45 is limit up here, guys. Watch out. What a monster this is. 550%. Need a few more seconds like this. And sorry, by the way, to the person who was super chatting. False halt. Heath Hutchins. I call them Health. I do apologize. 32.45, Assassino. We were going to halt up. Now we're going to halt down at 28.49. The bamboozlement is in full effect. We were 550%. Now we're down to 470. So a lot of volatility. I hope nobody got caught in that because that is brutal. Adara.
Let's talk about the airlines. I know we're going to talk about these in a segment, but I want to mention this because this actually just came out here. Give me a moment.
Bro, I'm so mad. Look at, it's an unbroken short. Oh, what a disaster I am. Anyway, let's talk about U.S.-China summit. Possible delays here. President Trump wants to delay the meeting between him and President Xi by about a month. He said he requested a delay of the planned meeting between President Xi Jinping by a month or so due to the ongoing Iran conflict. Article reads, the summit was initially expected to be at the end of March, but the administration is prioritizing war management and domestic pressure. Trump emphasized the delay is logistical, not strategic. We're going to pause for a second. Going back to Adair.
Yeah, President Trump is actually talking right now as well at this Friends of Ireland event. He's saying, quote, the war is proceeding strongly. I also wanted to mention before UAL, so I'll get into that now. We know DAL and AAL also, as we have a lot of industry conferences, they're having comments here on guidance. We're going to talk about that in a minute, I think, in the news segment. But UAL just coming out here, CEO of the company saying their carrier has cut roughly 1 point of capacity for May to June. They're actually evaluating further reductions as fuel prices rise. So some capacity cuts here for UAL. Also seeing a headline here while I have you guys on ON. Not too much of a move here, but reportedly, according to WWD, ON is looking to resell used sneakers through a circularity business. If I get more details, I'll let you know.
Thank you very much for that. Let's continue on with this U.S.-China story. The delay, of course, comes as tensions increase, driven by both geopolitical conflict and the renewed trade investigation into China. We know that after the Supreme Court struck down the AAPL tariffs, President Trump and his team have been coming at it from a different way. And part of those ones are these trade investigations under Section 300 or something like that. Not entirely important for this article. Anyway, the administration recently launched probes into alleged unfair trade practices, of course, adding friction to an already tense situation with China. President Trump has urged China, a major buyer, of course, of Iranian oil, to help ease the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz. Officials have downplayed direct linkage between the delay of the meeting and Iran, but the conflict is clearly shaping policy timelines and engagement, according to the article. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent suggested any delay is logistical and not tied to policy demands on China. They want to make that point. Thoughts here, Joey?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about IBIT here momentarily as it broke through that pivot level that we were talking about not too long ago. We'll take a little bit more off there. I think it's smart for Donald to hold off on this meeting, obviously, considering or on the summit, just considering what he's got going on in the Middle East. You want to tackle one thing at a time, and you don't want too many things on the plate. I mean, if you want to switch up the headlines, by all means, head over to China, and that'll probably be enough to take a little attention off of what we got going on here from a geopolitical standpoint.
Good point. All right, Adair, what's your take on the U.S.-China tie-up?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, listening to Trump right now, so if we get anything more here on China, of course, I'll let you know. But it's interesting. We're waiting so long for this meeting, and I think this, like, China, U.S./Xi, Trump tension and development has been a thing for now, like, a year and a half, and all of a sudden, now Iran takes precedence. And this is a pretty interesting decision, I think. And, you know, we say 5 to 6 weeks they'll reschedule. I wonder how that's actually going to happen, because we know President Trump has said that the conflict's going to end, but now today he said, like, it's continuing strongly. So I think unless we, like, get a clear, decisive end to that conflict soon, and then President Trump has time to, you know, recover, get ready, take time, I don't think we're going to necessarily get this meeting in the 5 to 6 weeks that we think we might, like, unless the coordination's really tight. So I don't know. I think, the prioritization here is really fascinating for me, and a distinct change in pace from what we were seeing even, like, you know, a couple months ago, and certainly very early in Trump's second term. And I wonder now as well if this changes at all the strategy from China. Like, I think that there's a lack of immediacy here from the U.S. I think in a way, you know, maybe it shows we're not as concerned about China right now. There aren't any or as many tensions. That, I think, is a good thing. But I think that the area, again, where you do have some issues here, or where I would be a little bit concerned, is the fact that at this point they're kind of, I don't know, they're not prioritizing that relationship as much as maybe they should.
Oh boy, this one's gonna haunt me. Joey, remember that Craig one we were talking about?
Yeah, like 30
It's halted down.
30 seconds ago, yeah.
It's halted down.
Dang.
And this thing was up like 30% or 40%. It's down now, 26.33%. What a move here, guys, on CREG. Craig is bleeding its own blood. It's halted down at 91 pennies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so CREG, a hell of a short down.
What time did it break that support level? What was the price of it at that support level break?
180, I want to say 185. That was real level.
So 50% down from there.
From there, Joe, yeah, 50% on the dot. Good call. Yeah, that's not good. Let's talk about Alibaba, keeping the conversation onto China. Alibaba introduced Wukong, which is an enterprise AI agent platform designed to manage multiple automated workflows in one interface. The tool is going to enable tasks like document editing, approvals, meeting transcription, even research, kind of moving beyond the chatbot response. And that's what we're seeing here from AI companies, really a shift from these LLMs, which kind of give you information, into agents, which do work on your behalf. And then we talked about the order condescendi for AI, and we're going to move from the agent into the multi-agent mode. That's coming next. Currently, it's by invitation only, so you can't get it right now, and it's at enterprise, so I don't think it's made for regular users. the shift from passive chatbots, that's what I was talking about here, to proactive AI agents. That's kind of where the industry is going. These systems require, though, deep integration with enterprise data, which has the concerns here of security analysts, because it does raise privacy and security concerns. Remember Claudebot or OpenClaw or whatever they're calling it now, and you have to give it access to all your accounts and stuff like that, and then it was susceptible to prompt injection. So there has been, some security issues with these multi-agents or these agentic AIs. Wukong, though, is going to integrate with Alibaba's existing platforms like DingTalk, which has about 20 million users, and it's expand to some American platforms like Slack, Teams, and then, of course, the Chinese platform WeChat, but showing good broad-based inclusion there. Plans are going to, they do plan, I should say, to include it into Taobao and Alipay. That's their e-commerce and their fintech payment system. So it looks like they're going to put it in everything here, Joe. So, Alibaba just catching up to what all the other American companies are already doing.
Yeah, rightfully so. And they're looking to get involved with Microsoft Teams as well, WeChat, and another service called Slack, which we're obviously not too familiar. We don't have WeChat here. That's a China thing, but an all-in-one platform. We're going to head over to Adair, but first things first is that how efficient are these things, and do you think I don't know, I've never used any of these pieces of technology, but can they be, the objective is to be more efficient, but can they kind of eliminate some error? Like what if it accepts a meeting that you don't want it to?
Hallucinations.
Exactly,
yes.
Hallucinations.
100%.
So there still has to be some human interaction within some of these platforms.
Yes, I think they have improved with hallucinations just based on, some of the summaries we see. There's not as many mistakes as there were prior. But hallucination is a bit of a problem. Adair.
Let's keep an eye here on oil. We have more commentary from President Trump on Iran, saying that their time in Iran here, the U.S.'s time in Iran, will be, quote, a couple weeks, not much longer, and saying they're way ahead of schedule. He also said that this conflict in Iran will be, and I'm using his words here, a short-term excursion. Furthermore, he said that it will take Iran about 10 years to repair their damage, so saying that it's going to be unlikely for them to be able to quickly rebuild the nuclear capacity, because we know that was the big concern here with regards to the U.S. even in getting involved here in the first place. So again, more comments here on the length of the Iran conflict. Keep an eye on USO as Trump continues to make comments during this Friends of Ireland luncheon.
NFE's heading back up. Craig, CREG's open and continuing to bleed its own blood, 71.53 low. We were involved in this at $2 2/3. It's lost the dollar. It's lost everything. It's now down 40% on the day. CREG is the one I'm talking about, but NFE also making a move. Let's talk about Nebius, down 11 1/3 after they announced a $3 3/4 billion convertible senior note split across 2031 and 2033 maturities. It's going to include a $2 billion 2031 note and a $1.75 billion 2033 note, with an option to upsize by about $300 million combined. The stock fell 6%. It's down 11 1/3 right now, as I mentioned, reflecting the dilution concerns and typical convert pressure after a sharp run. It was up 15% the prior session, so maybe some profit taking. We'll see. The proceeds, though, of the raise are going to fund aggressive expansion of AI cloud infrastructure as well as data centers. We saw Nvidia with the tie-up with them. Capital earmarked for GPU purchases, of course, as well as the full stack AI cloud development. They look like they're quite ambitious with their goals there. Focus is on building long-term capacity rather than short-term profitability. Meta is also partnered with them. They committed about $27 billion to Nebius over 5 years. Agreements also include $12 billion of dedicated capacity to Meta, and that positions Nebius as a key infrastructure partner rather than, a speculative build-out story. NVIDIA's ecosystem as well are going to be involved in this. So the infrastructure that Nebius is building out here is going to include the Vera Rubin platform, tying Nebius directly into that full hardware AI stack. The first large-scale deployments are expected to begin in early 27, which makes sense because that's when we've heard the majority of these big players get their hands on Vera Rubin. Joey, Nebius down 11 1/3.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising. Obviously, the offering isn't good, but these guys are striking some big-time deals left, right, and center. They're building in Norway as well. They're a part of the EU build-out, signing deals with CrowdStrike as well too, to get cybersecurity into these data centers. I think it's really important, regardless of this offering. And I don't know, considering they now have a lot of obligation here, Sharif, I don't know if this name is going to fall into the world of what happened with Oracle, considering all of their obligations.
Right.
But I like the deals that they're signing with. They got Microsoft. Who was it that they did something, a big time deal, $2 billion investment from Nvidia. OpenAI they're involved with as well too. So they're really expanding their customer base now. CrowdStrike as well. So these guys can really be off to the races. It's just the funding rounds that really cause these names a little bit of issue to have to meet those obligations.
You got to raise money, right? You can't all be through equity and dilution, right? So, all right, JKL, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Curious if we see some diverging. What does that mean? Diverging as we head towards the end of the day with FOMC tomorrow. Do you want to cover that? I don't understand.
Yeah, sure. Curious if we see some as we head in.
Deleveraging. Sorry, I couldn't read that.
Yeah, there we go. We both got that one wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's a little bit of a mixed bag, to be honest with you. You'll see an increase. We got options expiration this week as well too. As for the deleveraging, who knows? You always have those speculative individuals that think during the meeting is that, hey, you're going to have that volatility step in, and they're going to step right in with it. So increase in volatility. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case, but you'll see a cooling off of volume out of the gate into that FOMC meeting.
All right, let's talk a little Delta Airlines. Thank you for the super chat. Delta Airlines raises Q1 outlook on strong demand, so they expect Q1 revenue growth, in the high single digits, now tracking to about $15 billion. That does exceed the prior guidance of 5 to 7% growth, which would have been around $14 2/3 billion. So a nice move up there. The strength is driven, according to the company, by accelerated demand trends across both consumer and corporate travel segments. Domestic and international travel demand is showing what the company is saying is broad-based resilience, not just a seasonal bounce, according to them. Corporate travel continues to recover, which is supporting the higher yield ticket pricing. It had been kind of falling off a little bit since the end of COVID. The airline is benefiting also from that premium heavy offerings, which makes up 90% of its revenue mix. That can't be accurate. What? There must be something to that. I'll have to look more into it. Anyway, despite the rising jet fuel costs, which could be a damper on margins, they still expect EPS to come in about $6.50 to $7.50 on a full year basis. Per share, of course, on a full year basis. Management emphasized capacity flexibility as a lever to protect their margins in a volatile cost environment, and premium pricing is helping to kind of offset the input cost inflation. Clearly here, of course, jet fuel and like how they're doing relative to their peers. So CEO Ed Bastian highlighted that Delta is, according to him, better insulated from the macro headwinds due to its premium focused model. I've always understood Delta to be the most premium of the American carriers. I could be wrong, but that was my understanding. And to me, it rings true because they're the ones that are focusing the most on, building that business class, first class. We heard about them wanting to take out 50% of the fuselage specifically for premium. What's up?
Coinbase is flying. Thanks for that call out there. Gorev, really good look. A low of 204. Now look at that really start to pick up, volume increasing as well. We'll look to see if there's anything along those lines. But finish on Delta. We'll talk about that. I just want to point out that Coinbase is moving, and we took some more off on IBIT.
SWMR.
IBIT there, Assassino. Bang, 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 bang.
Good job, Joey. SWMR is breaking out into basically all-time highs because it is an IPO today. 34.42, get it case. What's your take on Delta?
Yeah, you're talking about how they're looking to increase the business class segment and just make the majority of the planes this. Now, my question is that it shows that there's a lot of demand, but do you really, really want to surpass this? We know the higher end consumer can hold on a little bit longer, but what is that going to do for the back half? Like you see people taking less flights. You're going to see an increase in the economy prices as well too, because there's going to be less seating, right? So what I'm thinking is it could be a double-edged sword in the fact that yeah, you're going to have these business class seats, but then you're also going to be eliminating a lot of the average flight. Right?
Yeah, I think I'll be honest with you, I think they're okay with that because you charge so much more for the business class, right?
Yeah. But I mean, you think about it, like, again, what if you have that kind of that cyclical effect? Is like you're eliminating a lot of your customer base. Your TAM isn't the same.
I don't think you're wrong.
They don't really care, I guess.
I don't think they care.
Because it's like, hey, the rich people are going to fly, and if you're too poor to afford the business class, then
I hate to put it like that, bro.
But that's how it has to be.
They don't give a, you know what about you, right?
They don't give a bleep.
All right, Adaira, give us your take on Delta.
Yeah, first I want to just say President Trump finished his comments here at that event where he was, as we know, discussing the Friends of Ireland luncheon. So those comments are now done. He's not speaking anymore today. I think maybe after the bell he is, but as far as I'm seeing on his calendar, not during. Let's talk here about DAL, because it's actually not the only airline company that did have some kind of guidance notice. So DAL basically maintaining, for the most part, their guidance. They did mention that demand. AAL actually increasing its guidance. And then UAL saying that, identical to Delta, they also are expecting a $400 million hit. And they also had to shrink capacity a little bit here going forward to May and June. They will continue to kind of decrease capacity as needed going forward. But here's my thing. I'm kind of two minds with these airlines doing this now. So part of it is like, I think it makes sense, let consumers know, hey, this is how we're doing. We're actually doing better than we thought we might be. I think it's a good thing to allow the shareholders to know too, so they don't get like a whole scare during the earnings report. But then the other part of this is now I think with these earnings reports, have you maybe kind of like front run some of this excitement? Is a lot of this priced in? You know what I mean? I think that's a real concern. And I do understand, of course, especially with all these industrial conferences this week, as I've said a couple times now, it's a good time to do it. I think it makes sense that this is an announcement you'd want to make, but I do wonder if it's going to kind of maybe offset any kind of reactions we could get to this same information when it does come out at earnings, a couple weeks or months down the line.
Fair enough. Let's talk about Uber expanding the robotaxi push with an Nvidia partnership. I promised you we'd get to this one. And we have Uber is up 6% today. So good look. They announced a partnership, yes, with, you guess it, Nvidia to deploy robotaxis using their autonomous driving stack. Initial launches planned for LA and San Fran in 27. Then they're going to expand, according to the company, to 28 cities globally by 2028. Vehicles are going to run on NVIDIA's Drive Hyperion platform combined with the Alpamayo, an AI model designed for complex driving scenarios. I'm guessing it's for the outlying situations. The rollout is going to follow a phased approach. Initially, they're going to look for data collection, then supervised operations, and then full level 4 autonomy, a process we've seen Tesla do, Waymo do, so nothing new in that regard. They're also pushing this multiplayer ecosystem, which allows multiple AV, autonomous vehicle, developers and automakers on its platform. So it's kind of positioning itself strategically as a marketplace for these autonomous mobility apps or software or stacks, rather than being a single operator or going at it alone. Do you like that approach from Uber?
I do. I think it's smart because we know that there's a lot of disruptive services coming out right now. The Waymos, the Zooks, obviously with Elon coming out with the full production in robotaxi. So you want to position yourself because all these companies are going to do, if they're not using your app, is grab up your market share. Right? So I think it's really important. You got to strategically place yourself and make sure you get involved with them. Uber, I remember I was listening to the All In podcast, the CEO there talking about Elon Musk having fleets with Uber purchasing large amounts of fleets so that they can get involved. And we know, we were talking about this from an insurance standpoint, but if you're going full autonomy, you're eliminating essentially your largest expense, and that's going to be the driver.
Yeah. That I think is the most important point.
Right.
Obviously it's a high fixed cost for them. I'm talking about drivers for Uber. But what I really like about this, Joey, is they're like, look, we obviously have the network of customers who want ride hailing. We're not going to invest a dime into our own AV platform. You schmucks go and do that. And when it's good and ready to go, come to us and we'll put you in contact or in touch with or connect you to the actual demand. I think that's brilliant. Obviously, it saves a whole bunch of CapEx from them. At the same time, though, do they profit off it as much? Does their business model change? I would answer that and say yes. their business model does change because they have that upside, as you so astutely
Mentioned.
pointed out, which was the driver gets removed.
Yeah.
Sadly, people are going to lose their jobs.
Absolutely.
There's going to be less side
I
gigs.
mean, you're gonna have mechanics too. You'll have job loss, but then you'll have job creation as well too. But the thing is, though, my issue with Uber purchasing these vehicles, that's a very large expense, depreciating expense, and a large liability as well too. I think what's really good for Uber is that they don't own any of their vehicles.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
They don't own any
It's a
vehicles,
great point.
right?
Yep.
So they don't have that depreciating expense of the actual vehicle itself.
Well said, Joey.
With the maintenance involved as well, wear and
All
tear.
right, something's going on with SoFi. Everybody's yelling about SoFi. We're going to have a look here quickly to see what's going on. Allow me a minute. I got to pull up my chart. Here we go, SOFI. What do we got? We're dropping bigly here on SoFi. I don't have any news. I just see the thing that says price spike down. So we'll steer clear for that for a second. But I do see it, guys, on SoFi. Big move down. As soon as we have that, we will give that to you guys. But now it is 1 minute overtime. So we're going to send you over to the big boys. And as soon as we have something on SoFi, we'll make sure to point it out.
Okay. Yeah.
Welcome. You see
I think
anything
Neil
on SoFi?
you just sold all your shares there. Is that what happened there?
Yeah, I've been looking into this on X even. I'm not seeing anything there either.
Yeah, so what we're talking about, thank you for joining. For anyone that didn't just get moved on over, SoFi with the break through the low of the day. I feel like the market's doing anything in this moment. A huge volume spike here in SoFi through the lows, now down 2%. It was already kind of weak, and we making a fresh low here? I think we did. We made a fresh low on the, probably like not a 52-week low, but a low of this year at least, is SoFi, for whatever reason, is headed down. So the only trade I'm in is in BMNR, which I don't know if that's making a bit of a...
SoFi is getting extended.
It might be making a bit of a turn, too. I might end up trailing out of this BMNR. It's the only thing that I'm in off of VWAP, and I feel like I'll get out if this breaks 357. But SoFi, something real is happening
I don't
with
understand
SoFi.
I don't understand how it's this kind of a move, and this is not about Adara. It's just like to not be able to find anything. I don't see anything either.
No one on X knows. Everyone on X is like, what's happening? And you never see that.
Oh, my goodness.
I know. That's why I was wondering, like, how come we don't really know?
Come to me, please.
You got it?
It's already at you. Yep, here we go.
Yeah, it's funny. This came out the second after I just said, oh, we don't have anything on SoFi. SOFI to the downside. Muddy Waters Research. It looks like they probably published this a couple minutes before, but they only posted it on X now. So again, Muddy Waters saying they are short SoFi. Quote, we believe SoFi is a financial engineering treadmill, not a healthy origination business. GE Capital style marks, Enron-esque off-balance sheet structures, and relentless dilution. So again, guys, literally 60 seconds ago, MW Muddy Waters post this on X, posted it on their website, I'm guessing a couple minutes before, which is when we got this drop, but it explains why no one on social media knew. Back to you.
Can we
Enron-esque there?
Can we do one thing, just one thing in the world? Can we stop comparing everything to the most extreme example ever? Like, you can make the point without that utter absolute, like, what are we doing? If, like, not every, you can think that something is, and whatever, take it with a grain of salt. I don't share the SoFi. But the point I'm trying to make is, like, quite simply, like, Enron, Enron stands out. There's a pretty high bar for Enron. There's obviously, like, I could make the other analogy, like, everyone compares the bad to you know who. It's like, you just can't, at some point you lose credibility here. But yeah, SoFi, you'd have to read the report. I have not. It's probably on the trade ride home. I'll look into it, or if I'm being real, I'll pump it into like Gemini and ask it to summarize it for me, or I'll probably be on Grok or something at that moment. But SoFi, oftentimes, remember, anytime I see this, my first thought is, you didn't short this flat bottom break. You've been short SoFi.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, hey, look at this break in the 200 period. This break support, maybe the 23 short. I don't know. Maybe you're short in front of 30, and then you're looking exit liquidity. So my hope is close back above 1735, this prior low. If it can do that, I'd almost be looking for the exit liquidity rebound long. I'll let this one settle down a bit. I haven't read the report. I don't really know what's going on there. It's... For me to say that I disagree with something that I haven't read just because I own the stock and don't believe it's a joke wouldn't be fair, because I haven't read their case. So I'll be somewhat open-minded about it. But I'd rather look to see this hold $17 and play off of that, because I feel like this is always an exit liquidity kind of deal with these short seller reports, right?
Yeah, I punched, okay, anyways, just real quickly here. I am short Nvidia, basically against VWAP. I don't know if this is going to work out. Like, I'm trying to, empty out the clip against VWAP. What am I talking? Oh, it's against, no, sorry. It's against this level right here, the 200 period, which is 50s. So that's kind of what we went short against, man. We're short at 30 right now. It's starting to go against us a little bit, but we just did take some out. Yeah, okay, here it comes right back up. We just did take some out against that level there. We got to put our stop in at 50 if it does come back down. We're going to get out of SoFi, out of Nvidia right there. And then I wanted to take Robinhood there. I mean, it moved down as well, and I didn't really hear the exact. I mean, and SoFi is not Robinhood. SoFi is a completely different beast altogether with their bank charter and everything like that. But I just thought, maybe there'd be something there. And without reading the report, we'll take a small little take there and see if we can get some more Robinhood. And it's kind of bouncing around these levels anyways. So there's, potentially top heavy there on Robinhood. So we'll take a shot and see if that short wants to wind up holding. Get a little bit more in and around 50 if we can. And then run that. And then run that to the top. I thought that was a Dara, and I was like, oh my God, like, is everything okay back there? Oh, you're over there now.
I don't know if you guys heard that.
Yeah, I was just like, squeak, and I was like, oh my God, don't tell me something happened back there, but Dara's not even there. So, all right, we got some screwing in of wood, I think that's what.
I couldn't even describe that.
So, all right, so let's go over to SoFi just real quickly, just to have a quick look. So Muddy Waters does have that report out on SoFi. And yeah, SoFi, not so good, downside. Just touched down to 1670. Like, was there any reason for a bounce there? That was the low, it looks like a couple weeks ago, March 2nd or so down here in and around this area. So you lose that bid, and yeah, you're probably in a little bit of trouble. It's very hard. Okay, Nvidia's going to stop out. Ah, damn it, like have a report on Nvidia, man. But looks like we'll take a little bit of cash on the first spot there of Nvidia and then potentially here lose on the second. So, all right, Nvidia does not want to go down against these levels. I was just thinking like we're getting up to the top side here. Maybe we wait for 61s right there for Nvidia and don't stop out right away. Because we took some out, let's do that. 183.60, what is this exact high there? Just give it to that. Yeah, 60. It's not very great. 63. I don't know. Yeah, now I'm just kind of pulling at straws here with Nvidia. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here on NVDA. We are still short Robinhood and Nvidia right now. Market's like near the highs. I was actually thinking about, near the highs of the afternoon, thinking about shorting into this area. Kind of glad we didn't do that. You're above VWAP, above the 50-period moving average. So yeah, the short. Just for a try may not be that one right now. Maybe we go long, man. The futures are all above. We should not be short here right now. But we'll give it a go. The Robinhood one, not much action on this trade, so this we might be off on as well. So I don't know. Maybe we just punch out of this. Let's see if Robinhood wants to work. But yeah, man, it's SoFi's the story right now.
Yeah, ZM Comics in the chat here. If you're curious, Muddy Waters with a string of posts on X saying they are short on SoFi. You can read them. Look. You can read them out, and if you like their story, you like their story for sure. It's like several posts, and then it links to their research short report. So that kind of is what it is. I did trail out of BMNR. That was the first thing we mentioned. We're going to get to the rundown once we get the okay from Sharif, once he's ready, which is fine. But I've trailed out of BMNR. I did take this DVLT. I know this was being watched in the midday, and lots were opining about the triple top at 77. It broke while we were paying attention to SoFi, and it was still here after the breakout. So I've jumped into 77. Just going to give it to 76, right? Like, get the penny stock. So that's a high break. The lower high here is effectively at 76. So it's like a cent worth of risk. And just to see, how far this one might be able to go. It's not a blue sky setup here. It's worth mentioning if you go out to the, there we go, the 15-minute chart's having some trouble loading. Like, it does have these topping tails into 79. So I think a scalp in the first couple of pennies, 1 cent is 1-to-1, take something out. And if it can get to 80, that'd be a bigger breakout zone on this small capper. But SoFi comes out of nowhere. I don't know, if he can't hold on to 17, that could be a bit of a problem. Usually it's like a play back into the prior low or VWAP where I want to re-engage the short. Tomorrow I'll probably be thinking about like a dip long in SoFi. But right now, they're under pressure because of Muddy Waters.
Yeah, I would think the short is fine, but it's just like at what level? You've already sort of bounced back up to 1730.
It's like 3% from VWAP.
You're in the middle of like the low and sort of where this started right now. So it looks like 17. I mean, if you want to go short, you can just go short against 17. But I'm pretty sure that will stop you out. I think you got to do a little more work, or you got to wait, for it to jump back up into VWAP and for maybe someone to refute that or get a story about it. I'm surprised that we didn't hear.
I'd love to see a response
not even
from
on
the
the
company,
Benzinga thing here. So that's what I mean. Like somebody that's doing some real research here. Not that Muddy Waters isn't, but find out what that talk is all about. For SoFi. So that would be interesting to see that. So, okay, man.
It's, like, here's, just to give you one quote from them. After adjusting for what we view as inflated marks, off-balance sheet borrowings, and capitalized expenses, we reduce SoFi's 2025 adjusted EBITDA by approximately 90%.
Their EBITDA.
From 1.05 billion to 103 million. Management gets paid for diluting you. These are some strong, they're making...
We know that Anthony Noto was in there buying a little bit last week or a couple weeks ago, so there's something there for him.
Not saying nothing here.
But, not good. So, you don't want to get that done. Your EBITDA down 90%. I mean, that would send the stock, talking about their price to earnings. I mean, if they earning 90% less than what we're expecting, then that is going to, $16 is a great deal for short. This thing is going to go sub $10 if that stuff is legit. So
I would.
I don't know. Aloy, what's up, Aloy?
Sushi. Actually, you're
ALOY?
giving me ideas now because I haven't had sushi in a while. I'm really thinking about this. So I haven't even looked at this stock, and so anytime, and I appreciate the super chat, anytime we look at something, it's the first time I pulled it up or I haven't read a story on it, like I'll just let you know. I haven't looked at this. It looks like we just came to market and have been in trouble since. Anytime I see this come out, fail, it just made it just broke the low yesterday. It's all-time low, which is not really saying much, and it's trying to come back now. It never convinces me. Like, there's your low that got broken, so you're back above it. It's kind of a rounded bottom, but until it breaks an actual resistance level, which here would be about 14.5, 15, it feels like the trend has been down, and you're not really breaking it, so you break out above 15 even. And I think you got to be careful. Like, how many things have we seen? Like, what are the odds? At some point today, I was going to talk about that new IPO, and then we get asked about this ALOY, which its birthday was its best day. And I feel like there's a chance. Should I already forget the name of that ticker? I have to go to my IPO list. It was SWMR. Swarmer.
Yes.
Like, I'm not saying it's up 570%. Congratulations to anyone that played this IPO. Not really in our wheelhouse. I wish it was, because it would have been great if you took this one off the open. But not in our wheelhouse. It was a $15 million notional offer.
Swarmer.
That's tiny. I wouldn't be surprised if this is this is its best day, or tomorrow is the best price that you will get. Do you know
Kyle? Yeah, this is Kyle's stock. Kyle Schwarber.
Oh. For a second there, I'm like,
shout out.
Because maybe it was kind of like a Chamath thing. If it was a SPAC.
No, it's Kyle Schwarber. This is a 56 home run guy here. That's why it's at 580%. I mean, he's going to hit 57 bombs this year. Okay, guys. Yeah,
I think he regresses deep.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cal Raleigh too.
Cal Raleigh is going to hit
less
than 40 home runs.
The problem is a catcher. I too feel like your knees get weak. Palms and all that.
Catchers don't have. Look at Johnny Bench, man. Like, that guy is the greatest catcher of all time. Look at when he had like a monster year. We played the full season. The dude would be like just banged up like once every 3 or 4 years.
That was back then. Too.
And that was back in the day. Like, I don't know.
But nowadays, I mean, with better protection of catchers and maybe better nutrition.
True.
He also Bench is probably. I don't know the guy, but these guys probably having a a couple drinks.
Cal Raleigh has the best nickname in all of baseball.
Big Dumper.
The Big Dumper.
Yeah.
Can't lose, man.
The Blue Jays dumped on them and beat them, but I saw Ernie Clement the other day. That was a good one. Team USA.
Big Bills fan.
Okay.
I don't know if
I think we're ready.
Are we?
Yeah, Sharif's just chilling, man.
My bad.
Sharif's checking out some TikTok over there, looks like, over there by guy.
Checking himself out on TikTok.
Just making sure that we're live on there. That's what I meant.
Let me double check.
Okay.
We're good.
Good. Thanks, Sharif, for checking that out. And let's go back over to the desk and see what he's up to now. It's Sharif.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, Neil and Sean, as they're known, they're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your ticker on the afternoon rundown, you got to get it to the top of the stock visualizer that Neil always shows. But the only way to do that is to vote. And you got to vote in the chat. There's a way to vote, though. You got to throw in that $ before the ticker of your choice. So make sure to vote. We're live every day at 8 a.m. Let's have a look at all 4 major averages. And unlike recent days, all 4 major averages are in positive territory, with the NQ or the triple Qs up about 2/3%. The SPY trading a little bit below the 0.5%, up 0.43. The Dow faring the worst out of all 4, up 1/3, and the IWM Russell 2000 ETF up 0.85 on the day. Good look there. Nvidia just went green on the day, and of course, day two of the GTC. Most of the announcements yesterday. Some of the announcements here saying the CFO saying she sees opportunity for the stock buybacks, focusing on capital returns. Separately, CEO Jensen Huang said there's strong visibility, confidence for their latest Vera Rubin and Blackwell chips. In fact, he sees over $1 trillion of demand. And last but not least, the rate of growth is actually continuing to accelerate, guys. So Nvidia flat on the day. What's a look?
I guess, like the sell the news thing. It's hard. I know it's moving upside as we speak, but it's hard to argue with the sell the news in this particular case. The market just wasn't that impressed. I think at the end of the day, when you talked about that trillion, if you break up their last guides, it was 500 and the other one was like 490 something. I think it worked out to maybe a shade under what he was basically saying, and that just isn't big enough. I think we've been so accustomed to, if you're going to wow us, it's got to be gigantic. I mean, you've had Josh Brown. Chamath was talking about this recently. A friend of ours sent an article about this as well, where this whole disruption is changing the way people want to evaluate things. And so therefore, telling me you have a gigantic backlog and in the future are going to have all this income out there, maybe that's not how we value things if things are constantly going to be disrupted. And so therefore, we just can't assume 6-7 years down the road or 3-4 years down the road that's good enough, then you get this massive multiple. If people are starting to rethink that, then maybe that's why they're quicker to take profit when Nvidia pops. So as far as I'm concerned, yesterday it failed. Like, this was the breakout of the high yesterday. It was $185. It also failed the 188 level, which was big on the 15-minute. At the open today, if you go to the prior high, ignoring the event, that's what it failed. And it's still, and technically it's broken the trend down, but it's almost like a consolidation. Like, the afternoon resistance was here at 183.5. We're still under that. I can't feel constructive about this. I know it's turned green, but when I look at the last 24 hours here, that doesn't look bullish to me. And maybe it looks bullish to others. I'd be looking for a curl here at some point this afternoon in Nvidia. And I can't explain why Intel is so much worse than all the other ones. I still haven't really figured that one out. It's down 3% and still looks bad. But yeah, show me that you can maybe break out this 183.5 on Nvidia and I'll feel better.
Yeah, I was going long at this area earlier today on Nvidia before it lost the bid here at 183. And now I was just trying to play it again, sort of off that same level, but short, but it's not breaking down. So it's been a little bit of a lazy kind of trade. I mean, I'm already out of half, believe it or not, all the way out here, because we did start the trade down here thinking that we were gonna, how come as soon as I talk that happens? Straight back down into VWAP there again, which is down here. If we can get a 183, then great on it. But it looks like it's trying to hold, for some reason, this 25 period moving average, which has been held since 130. So yeah, starting to fight that. If we'll average it back at 50, then great. We'll take a little bit more there and see if it brings it all the way back down. But yeah, with the NASDAQ coming back in here, didn't really see the push that I thought we would have potentially gotten there in Nvidia. So yeah, hopefully we break through the 50 period on the futures, and that will help us spark a little bit of Nvidia move down. But yeah, we're going to try to cover in this area 183-ish if we're lucky enough to do that. My next offer is 183.10. Bid is 183.10. So hopefully that can come in. I don't know if we're going to talk about BMNR, but like I came back from the gym and realized that we put down well, I didn't realize it. I was looking at the thing here. We put down BMNR long at $23 today, right? The low of BMNR is 22.97 right there when it just came in just at 11:30, then straight to the upside. So I just want to say BMNR just topped out there as well, pulling back into VWAP. This is the trade I'm looking at right now, right in and around these levels. So you get that. We don't have that low, but it doesn't matter. It hits the low that we like, makes the way all the way back basically to the highs, pulls back into VWAP. Now you should be able to see buyers here on BMNR. So let's wait to see if that comes in. And there it is, man. We'll go for another one right now as we take a little bit off right there at 15s. It's small. It's just this was trying to go against us. We didn't get 50. It went to 48. I was sitting at 50. Hopefully Hood will, with the market, come back down, and that will also spark our Nvidia trade, which is now, whatever, 17 cents in the money. But here comes Robinhood. All right, let's go see what Sharif's up to.
Guys, the IPO today, SWMR into the high of the day, 37.11. This thing is up big. Began trading today under ticker SWMR. It makes drone autonomy software, which enables drone, to swarm. It helps operators control dozens or hundreds of drones simultaneously. It makes it difficult to disable the entire swarm by taking out one single drone. In fact, the company's technology has been deployed in Ukraine since 2023. It's supported more than 100,000 combat missions. Sales in 2025, a little bit down here, $310,000. That's down from $330,000 in 2024. However, it's up big on the day into the high, guys, 38.20.
Yeah, I was trying to find the other
wild IPO.
There was another wild IPO that was in the drone space maybe a month or two ago that we traded that wasn't successful, and I only chuckle at it because it's like, it's the one.
Voyager?
It's the one that you don't do. It might have been Voyager. Maybe VOYG. Was that it?
I think so. You just keep talking.
Okay, so look, it's always the one that you don't take, but you've got to have, every style has to have rules, and if I'm being real. Let me just go to this.
Yeah, it had to have been Voyager.
Look at this. It was a $5 IPO, 3 million shares, 15 million. What's a number we usually say is big for an IPO that we like? It's like, if it gets close to or over $1 billion, then that's liquidity. It's like trade on, let's go. This one's got the hype around it. In this particular case, I think he had two things working for it. Obviously, it's in the right space at the right time. Okay, you get that one out of the way. I think that all makes logical sense to everybody, which is fair enough. Now, the second part of it is it's so small that if it does go, it's just immediately blowing up because it's so tiny, so few available shares. As I showed you guys, 3 million shares at $5. It's done 6 million in volume today, right? And it's its first day. Maybe it'll have more staying power than this, but I think this is one where congrats if you like this. I almost feel like when it halted up the first time, if you could have maybe got that initial halt, I suppose, might have been a trade. I suppose you could have had this off of VWAP. It's so incredibly illiquid when I'm watching it, despite the fact that it's done 6 million shares. It's one of those, even with the space, I can't bet on this one. Its first couple of days not being its highs. So I'd be really cautious with this. And chasing up here in the afternoon, I'd hate to see anyone get rugged. That said, the only people getting rinsed right now are the people trying to short it. And I will 1,000,000% not be paying for shorts today on this. I think that would almost be, you probably just have to get lucky to catch the top. I think trying to buy the top up here is crazy. And I think trying to find the short, a little bit nuts. Although if you keep it to a tight stop, maybe you look for like the big even dollars, like if it hits like 50 or something in turns, that could be a little something. So swarm, right space. What can I tell you? I wish a Voyager had done this. It just kind of sucks. But now you have the chart up, which is kind of making the point. I kind of feel like this could have a similar day one best.
Yeah, just everything that you are sort of, ticking off there. This is also was in the right space. This was led by Goldman Sachs. There was like huge underwriters involved with Voyager, and it was in that 900 or $1 billion dollar valuation on the release of, I think it was 15 billion in total or something, but that was downside. So obviously this shawarma stock, oh man, that reminds me, man, I love shawarmas.
I can eat that too.
But maybe a chicken shawarma. But so downside there. Just so you guys know, SoFi, we're gonna go back and talk about everything, but it's going new low of day right now. It just broke 1650 or tried to anyways. Down there, 1651 is the new low of the day. So you're right here, right now, right here, right now. And also, this is right here, right now. So boom, boom, out there, boom. So out of about half or so, maybe a little bit less than that, right there at the 25, out of about another half or so there. So we have about a third left. So as whatever math that is, a third and a third, I guess. We took it a little bit there. So anyways, end of the day, we did go all the way down there to O's, and I have an O2. It goes to O2, so we don't get that fill. But hopefully next time we'll get that. All right, let's go back over to Sharif right now. We haven't looked at oil yet. Maybe that's coming up.
We're going to talk about SoFi here, Sean. So more on the report. Here's the report from Muddy Waters if you want to, take a screenshot or whatever, but I'll basically summarize it for you. The first allegation, deceptive financial engineering. They're claiming that SoFi operates a financial engineering treadmill rather than a healthy business, and they're saying they're using Enron-esque off-balance sheet structures to disguise debt as revenue. They're also making allegations of significant accounting discrepancies. There's an allegation of $312 million in material misstatements regarding unrecorded debt, which is suggesting, the potential for deeper undetected financial inaccuracies. They're also saying they're misrepresenting their loan performance. So they argue that SoFi's actual personal loan charge-off rate is actually 6.1% or thereabouts. That's nearly double the 2.89% officially reported by the company. They also go on to make accusations about questionable business segments. They say the student loan and their loan platform business are described as not strategic assets, but rather vehicles to generate artificial fair value gains. And last but not least, they say misaligned management incentives here. They allege management is incentivized to dilute shareholders and engage in these abuses specifically to meet performance targets and secure personal bonuses. This is by Muddy Waters. Want to make very clear, unsubstantiated. We're not, holding the veracity of this. We're just reporting what's being stated.
So, I don't know. Anthony Noto just invested $1 million in this in March. At the beginning of March, so 2 weeks ago, he put another $1 million in here. He has 11.6 million shares, whatever. And the shares were bought at like $18, so he'll be underwater on those new recent shares.
Depends if that water's clear or not. It could be muddy.
Well, it might be a little bit muddy. Look, there will be a response from SoFi, and I think, some of us will probably do a bit of a deeper dive to see what it is they're talking about. I haven't read it. We're live here, and it's 18 pages long of a PDF, or at least something like that. So it's a lot to dig through to see what their evidence might be, but that's what ChatGPT or Claude or whatever you want to use is going to be for. So I await the response from Anthony Noto and from SoFi. I assume it'll be from Noto himself, and I look for some kind of a trend break. I don't know. I was thinking about shorting the pop. It just didn't get to VWAP. Now it doesn't matter. You're at the lows. You're down 5%. The only play is going to be a mean reversion for me because I'm not shorting these bottoms on SoFi. And it's got a trend from that first bounce to when the news hit to the first bounce. If it can break that trend, which it's failing to do so here with this one green candle, then I might take a shot on SoFi. But be patient. Wait for the response from the company, read the report, make your own decision. Oftentimes, remember, they didn't short it today. They're usually short, and then this volatility and volume gives them some exit liquidity. So my guess is they've made their money, and allow the response and then see what's next. Hey, Fabian.
We have what's up, Fabian? We had an idea here with Robinhood. We put this on live with you guys. We punched into this right there at 2 o'clock, at 2:02. Now it's downside. So yeah, man, hit the sirens up again, man. We're sitting here looking for opportunities. And there was one right there on Robinhood. And I even said when I was in this position, look, I don't know if this has anything to do with Robinhood or anything at all, but we'll just play that downside right there. So here we go, man. It's 40 cents in the money on Robinhood. It's 40 cents in the money on Nvidia. This is what we're doing. And we're going to see if it holds VWAP. So I feel like this is a decent trade. We're out of 40% of it already, and maybe put a bid out to get a little bit more out. I don't have any other bids out here right now. I actually had more offers to go short. We just got missed there at 50s. So that would have been sweet if we had gotten hit there. But yeah, no, SoFi, everything Neil said and more. Just a matter of, come on, SoFi. Just a matter of waiting to hear how the dust settles on this. You'll probably get some upgrades tomorrow, or not upgrades, sorry, analyst action on SoFi. We'll just see what they think about it. Hopefully it's not downgrades, but this is down 6% and looking nasty. So yeah, man.
How long would you have to go without a response from SoFi directly before you'd be concerned?
They might not give a response. I don't know if they I don't know what this means. Like, they could ignore it, but like SoFi has been getting crushed anyways. Like,
I think that's part of the issue.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, there's so many down days right here. It might be easy pickings on them, but I don't know. Yeah, I would assume that if there's all these details about their employees are incentivized to do this or to do that, hopefully someone will speak up and be like, nah, that ain't the way it is. But
I hope so.
For right now, it does seem like it's a SoFi issue, and yeah, we're going lower on that. And I just take advantage of it with Robinhood. So I hope some of you are able to do that with me. I mean, it's literally the trade that I put on, and we're going to try to keep doing that there. And there goes another one. Spin it one more time. Money. Hopefully we get lower on Nvidia, but we're just like getting more outs right here at 183. So we just got a couple outs at 183.02s, 183.05s, whatever. Looking for the break now. Let's just hold on to the rest of them. See what Nvidia does here at the end of the day. Robinhood 45 cents and going lower right now. Let's go back over to the desk.
Where? Oh. All right, guys, let's talk about Micron. Micron up 3.8% after the company they announced that they began volume shipments of the HBM4 36 gigabyte 12H will begin in Q1 of 2026. Well, that's Q1. The stock may be seeing strength ahead of tomorrow's Q2 earnings report as well. Big earnings report for Micron, but a good day for them today, up 3 4/5.
In 4/5. So I actually, not at all. So I'm just starting to cover some more here. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'm being a silly one. All right, so I actually had Micron, right when we left, right at 11 o'clock, we had heard that Micron had just made all-time highs there, and I was like, really? All right, so that seems like a short for me because that's what happens sometimes. So we did get a good little trade there. We averaged it back in and then lost it at 458. So that was the out right there once we broke through 458. We started at 456.75. That's an out right there at 455. So that was 175. Then we put it back on and then lost 80 cents back there to the upside and broke through. So, small hit on Micron today, but I tried it off the all-time high, and it just did not. I still, like, you want to talk about a name, and obviously, like, this is just funny that's happening now because Muddy Waters, but like, if anything ever came out about Micron or SanDisk or anything like that, the amount of downside there is insane. But now that's, everybody doubting these things, and I'm included. Like, I cannot believe the run-up that we've had, 800% or something. And then now, all of a sudden, I'm thinking that, and there's 1, 2, 3, forget about that day, 4, 5, 6 middle fingers right in my face. Or for anybody that is short, boom. Like, it was just like, oh, you're at the 50 period. Oh, it looks like it's going to break. Like, I thought it was going to break. I'm not short it. I didn't lose or make any money on this stock. But that was looking like it was wanting to go down. I thought anyways that we had seen the tops. We came out. We topped out there. We sort of topped out. We came back. We did not hold the 50 period. I believe something happened there. And then there we go, man. So nice play up to 450, 460 right now. Breaking all-time highs today is Micron. So congratulations, man. That was a great trade if you're able to have it. And yeah, what a good dip buy anyways at 444. So you're already huge in the money there. And by the way, just we're going to throw over to Neil, but here goes my now good friend short, Nvidia. Now I'm very long in my long-term account. Almost the longest of all stocks for me is Nvidia. But for right now, kablam. Nice move down to the downside there on NVDA, and we just take an offer. We take a bid there, sorry, at 91s. And now the fact that we bounced off of it, I'm going to take another bid here at 99s. There we go. We cross up with Arkin, get that one. And now we wait to see what is going on with NVIDIA.
I don't want to throw any shade on Micron, but it's interesting that yesterday SanDisk was so strong and Micron was like relatively weak, and today it's like the opposite. Like Micron's the one breaking out and SNDK is like taking a little bit of a break, and it's just like passing from one to the other. So I don't know, like if that trend continues, like maybe don't get too crazy about it tomorrow. If they both go, they've been ripping faces off for a while. So you just talked about Micron. There's not much to add to it. I'm watching that Micron move and I'm remembering what SNDK did yesterday, and then look at this high. It's like perfectly double-topped consolidating. So I almost feel like everyone's going to be looking at Micron tomorrow and then forgetting that SNTK just did a day of consolidation, and then maybe this one goes again. It's the same story, it's just unfolding, ripping faces off for the short. So maybe don't lose sight of this. Micron's the one making an all-time high break today, but tomorrow you're a stone's throw away on SanDisk, and it wouldn't surprise me if the baton gets passed one more time. here. I'm not sure what symbol is next, but Eagle Guy just said, is there news on the trade desk? Is that moving?
TTD?
I don't know. I just saw someone in the chat throw it up there. Yes, it is. Okay, so you know what? I haven't heard anything in my ear, but then I didn't hear anything in my ear on SoFi.
No, I still haven't heard anything on SoFi. What is going on with this service over here?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to restart my news.
You restart it. Because
restart mine, but I have not heard a thing on the trade desk. And clearly, you just saw it drop $1.50 here in the last 15 minutes or so. But yeah, that's not looking very good at all. Not a very good afternoon for some random stocks here. Yikes. I don't know what to tell you.
All right. Yeah, I'm just covering some more Robinhood here, and we can go back just right here, just getting it at 77. We can go back to Sharif, and did you find anything on Trade Desk over there?
Looking, Sean, nothing yet on Twitter, nothing yet on my blotter. As soon as I get something, I'll let you know, but that's a 26.42 low. Big move down 1.25%. We'll cover Tesla here while we're waiting. Couple of headlines, a few headlines, in fact, on Tesla. The United States confirming that Tesla and LG did get into a $4.3 billion energy solution battery deal. They're going to build these lithium iron phosphate prismatic battery cells factory in Lansing, Michigan. Separately, there was today a nice headline for Elon Musk's autonomous ambitions as the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration proposed amendments to the federal motor vehicle safety standards to basically accommodate new autonomous vehicles. And Stiefel, I should say, maintained Tesla with a buy rating and a price target of 508. Guys, I'm still not seeing anything right now on TTD.
So just before we get into that, SoFi, actually, as I was getting distracted by the fact that my news service saying I needed to restart, and we were looking over at Trade Desk, SoFi, you can see it broke trend on the prior candle. So it did it a couple of minutes ago right here at about 1670. So on the next candle, it actually washed back down to hold this low. So I'm giving it to the prior bar low. I'm trying to add to it at the 70 level. Just mean reversion type of play here in SoFi. I'm not sure it gets to the volume weighted average price. And there was a very good point that got made. I forget who said it in the chat. Like anybody wanting to buy SoFi, yeah, I think it behooves you. If you're trying to invest in this, read up on the report. I haven't done so yet. Day trading is very different. I own SoFi on my personal account. I want to hear the CEO's response before I consider this an automatic dip buy. I want to see a little bit more about that report and see if I have any strong thoughts about it before I make some kind of a decision in the long-term account. Day trading is day trading. Like you get in, if it breaks this candle, I get out. If it gets to VWAP, I get it, that kind of a deal. But we're supposed to be talking about it was Tesla. I actually didn't trade Tesla today. Shout out to, you had it for the long side. I was actually looking at Rivian a little bit for a breakdown, and Rivian actually had a very good day as well, I believe. Is it still? Yeah, it's still having actually, it's up 4%. But I've been watching Rivian for this breakdown, and it's not doing it. This gets up to like 17.5. That's the EV name that I'd be looking for. But I'd be looking for it for a bit of a fade here on Rivian. But yeah, the EV's having a very, very good day. Uber, good day. Tesla, a good day. Rivian and Lucid were all pretty good.
Tesla's been a great day, yeah, financially, but it's only up 0.5. I mean, it's better than better than SoFi right now, and this was a little bit better. So yeah, we were looking at this earlier on today, and then all of a sudden it just dropped like right into our lap, right off the open. And I was just kind of looking at it like it might be worth a shot against some of these lows. So we're able to get it off of that, and we actually somehow basically got the very bottom there at 393.07 or whatever it was that we were long. And then it just ran up, man. That was like $6, $7. You know, when we leave, we got to put in our stop. And I said if we break 396 at the time, I believe there had to have been something going on with 396 about why I chose that to be the stop level. But we only had like 5% left, right? I'm never going to leave and have a decent sized position on that, is for sure. Anything can happen at any times. And then that just created that, and it looks like we got basically taken out at the very bottom right there on Tesla. But no, it was just a trade earlier today, and we had seen so many times, man, Tesla do these crazy kind of moves. Like there's a little bottom wick again, and then bumping right back up to the top side on the open, right? Here's a move off the open 2 days ago, just flushed down, based out, and ripped. We just kind of got lucky today that we didn't need to wait for a base. Like it just came in. I just kind of looked at these dark pool dumps and said 393, like was not expecting that, because we started the day at 396 and thought, you know what, like all this talk there. I wasn't sure how the Uber story and Nvidia would sort of affect Tesla, but I guess they did wash it and then right back up to the upside. So yeah, man, I mean, I like the stock. I think everything's going well over there with Tesla, and I want to keep owning that one and don't want to sell out of it. We did get a lot of out. We only have 20%, 30%, sorry, left of Robinhood right here. Good covers at VWAP and just baby ones right now against $77. So we'll see what happens with Robinhood. I'm actually going to stop out if we take this out right here, 77.30. So I want to make sure that we put money in our pocket. As Neil said, you know, a day trade is one thing and a long term is something else. So I'm just going to stop out 77.31, put that order in. See, this is what we do. Enter there. Now that it goes pending, I can see it's accepted. So the minute that a 77.31 print goes, it will just market me out. And it only throws it out. We just learned 2.5% out. So it won't be a complete crazy unheard market order there on Robinhood. So that's what's going to happen there. Let's go back. Is it? No, Sharif's gone. Okay, so we are done.
We did 5.
Did not seem like we did 5 there, but maybe we did when time goes fast. Let's see if we can remember what they were. Shawarma,
Nvidia.
Tesla, Nvidia, Micron.
SoFi.
Did I say SoFi? Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
okay.
that's great. That just went by fast. Okay, so here goes Nvidia. Nice move to the downside right now, making new lows for me. Anyways, we haven't been this low. Trying to crack through. So there it is. We just put a bid at 84. Here goes Nvidia, man. I hope you guys followed the yellow brick road on this one. It's Nvidia. It's short and it's giving it back a little bit. What's up, Adara?
I've used all my tools in my toolkit to try to figure out what happened here with TTD, and I do not know. The trade desk, I was saying to Neil as well, no social media attention on this either. Like with SoFi, we had multiple posts per minute asking, hey, what's going on? TTD, I found like 2 posts in the last 10 minutes. So people are just not as interested in this drop either. I searched advertisements. I was trying to see if any other company said something about ads. Nothing that I can find yet. I want to mention as well here, Amazon, AMZN, nice push to the upside for Amazon as apparently the CEO in an internal meeting, that would be, of course, CEO Andy Jassy, saying that AI is going to lead to a doubling of AWS sales to $600 billion by 2036. So again, in an internal meeting, Amazon CEO reportedly projecting a doubling in AWS sales by 2036 to a whopping $600 billion. We're also going to keep an eye on Unilever, UL here. As you can see, this one moving around a little bit, reports that this company is considering separating its food assets. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And Amazon with a big spike up in volume. Just quickly, I said I would trail out. About at break even, actually at break even on DVLTs where it worked out to be. That breakout at 77 got to 78 and no further. So basically it went like 1 cent and came back. We were giving it to this prior bar here, which is, I don't know, like 0.6 cents or something like that. But no, that trade desk, you know what, I don't think you want to trade this one blind. What's crazy is this move is actually, in some ways, more extreme. This is more extreme than SoFi's move. So the fact that we're not really sure what's going on here, and this stock has been beaten up as well. Like, it doesn't necessarily need lots of reasons to go down. It's something in my eye. But you're getting a pretty big breakdown. I suspect we're going to hear some news on this. And remember, as I was saying before, like SoFi, we took a breakout trade. It went first step. Stop went from prior bar into like the break even when it tries to go up. It's one thing taking a day trade on SoFi after this Muddy Waters report. It's another thing to say that, oh, this is automatically a buy. They made some pretty serious allegations, which they need to get refuted. I saw people in the head like, hey, where's Anthony Noto? He's got to respond. I don't think it's that typical to see an official response from a company within minutes of a short seller report. That's just not usually how it goes. Let's be real. Like sometimes they might be like a quick tweet here or there, but like an official response from the company, it could come tomorrow, it could come tonight. Who knows? I would expect to hear something though.
Yeah. The only CEO I ever see respond like that quickly to issues would be Kaz Nejatian of Open Door. Like if there's anything ever, he responds right away. Now the one thing with Anthony Noto is he is very online. Like, I wouldn't say he's on X as much as Kaz Nejatian is, but he is very on X. So there's a decent chance he's already seen this. I'm going to keep an eye out for any posts from him.
Yeah, I pulled his feed up as well. I'm just out of curiosity.
Yeah, he's always, I mean, good call.
I know if he had, we'd have already been reporting it to you. It's not like we would have missed it. Okay, but we did miss a super chat.
Yeah.
Robert Lewis.
I tried to tag him there because he put this out like a long time ago. I don't see him in the chat, but it doesn't matter. He's probably watching.
So the interesting thing is, yeah, we talked about this often with the news they had this morning, and then it was also in the middle of the day, it was part of the lesson, like the reversion trade on it and blah, 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 blah. But one of the reasons that I wasn't as super bullish off of the open with this long was the simple fact that we've seen this deploy so many times where you get a positive news story before earnings, and then it turns out that, hey, we're looking for something to drop that's positive before maybe the earnings aren't as strong as we thought. So unfortunately, it seems like that was the case. It got sold off pretty heavily. And I do agree that there are problems. Like, look at this stock and look at the entire, and look at the space. Where, like, show me one of these nuclear, SMR would be a good example of it here. Oklo would be a good example itself. They've all been beaten up so badly and are hanging on by a bit of a thread. So there is a lot at stake when you haven't been trading on fundamentals, and we're in a market now which all of a sudden these things are starting to matter and no one wants to buy things that aren't making money when there's so much disruption. And I think that's a bit of trouble for them. So I think there is a lot of concern. And so the buyers weren't going to be as strong this afternoon or today when you had that kind of news. If they weren't reporting tonight, I think it would have been much better received. And maybe it would have trended higher. Adara?
Yeah.
It looks like we might finally have a story for the trade desk. I'm now seeing some reports, and this is just now, like 13 seconds ago, this popped up on my X feed. Ad Age reporting that Publicis is telling its clients they're no longer going to be recommending the trade desk as a demand-side platform for digital media buying after an audit. So it seems like that's the reason the trade desk is dropping. Again, a report from Ad Age suggests that Publicis advising clients against, or rather not advising them against, but not telling them to go towards the trade desk as this demand-side digital media ad buying platform because they, I guess there was an audit that was not favorable. That's the deal here with TTD. Back to you.
There anyways with TTD. We just have a big bang theory to discuss right here because this is all the way down, man. We got basically the high of that move right there on Nvidia right back in. That's almost a dollar club right there on NVDA. It doesn't really matter. We're just trying to take it at key levels. So it just comes right in there. I took 65 on your 200 period moving averages. We went long over there. We've almost made it all back right here on the day on Nvidia. So we'll turn our frown upside down on that one. And we are moments away from being stopped out on Robinhood for positivity, man. It'll be another positive name for me there on Robinhood. Unfortunately, we tried Meta. And you don't believe that we got stopped out of this short? Like, this is the craziest, stupidest thing of all time right here. Short Meta, this was good. We really liked it. We actually got out of a decent amount there. And I was very patient waiting to reload this thing at the 200 period, right? And then look what happens. Meta in my face right there as it just took me out. And we missed it by about, let's give it 40 cents exactly. That's 6.26.10. And then that's still 30 cents. And whap, all the way to the downside. That should have been a $2 or $3 winner. That's fine, man. I've got my eyes on you, Meta, because I like the way that trades, and tried to put on a big banger there and missed it. So unfortunately, when we miss like that, and when we win like this. So hopefully that's true. And even sometimes you can miss all the time too. Like here's Micron, and I'm kind of glad that was that miss there. Like there it goes, right? If we have it, it's huge, but we get stopped out. So that those trades are going to trigger every once in a while. So that's like a missed opportunity for the short, but we have our stop right there at the highs. It runs it, and there it goes down. Sometimes if you leave it like just 20 cents more than the high, well, then you're taking 20 cents more of a hit sometimes. And so it's just like you got to have your outs. And yeah, wick tops, dangerous. So, sometimes they're great, sometimes they're not. I just want to say Unilever, if you guys are invested in this name, it had an up and down moment there. I heard something on the considering
separating their food business. I mentioned this, I think probably 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah, so there it was there. Yeah, just showing up now at 245 on this, but considering separating their businesses up. So generally speaking, that would be a pretty good sign there for shareholder value. It's like everybody, myself included, because Google's a decent position for me too. I want them to break up. Let's get YouTube and all that a separate entity, and then we'll see how that goes with Google Cloud and everything. I think that'll be a great business for them. All right, Nvidia making the move down. And then Amazon had that great story there from Jassy. And no. So there it is. So they really loved that $600 billion number or whatever it was, and now they don't. So all the way upside there on a leaked sort of internal memo, I guess, from Andy Jassy, CEO of Amazon, talking about AWS and some of the numbers that they were looking at, and then whoops, all the way back down again to where it's probably worth buying a little bit. We did have some Nvidia stories yesterday where we went up and down on the conference with Jensen. Looks like we're doing something similar there on Amazon. Okay, great, man. I mean, it's Tuesday. I mean, these weeks go by so fast, man. I was like, no idea.
Time just flies.
I used to have a stock, welcome to the show kind of trader thing. So, but I think this might still work. All right, stock blitz. Okay, that's kind of what it is. Let's bring on. There he is, Brian Shannon, just like that. Brian, how are you, my friend?
Doing well. How are you guys?
I'm not doing too bad here. We've been watching this GTC conference with Nvidia yesterday. Had some nice up and down moves around this time as Jensen took a stage at 2 p.m. So that's moving around. And Amazon now just had to move up. Did you just see the news on SoFi?
SoFi and Trade Desk, man. Oh, my goodness.
I saw the moves, but I didn't see the news. Did you get?
Yeah, there was a Muddy Waters. Yeah, there was a Muddy Water report there. And of course, and Neil made a good point here, and they said they claimed that there was some Enron-like accounting in there, and Neil had a good point. Is like everyone always goes so dramatic with everything.
It can't be the worst of all. Everything isn't the worst of all time when it happens, but
yeah. So do you have SoFi up, Brian? Because I mean, this is a stock that from your own words, I believe, has been in the penalty box for quite a long time. I mean, we broke through the 200 period moving average. The 50 period started to sort of trend down here, basically the beginning of the year. Now you're getting to the downside. There's a lot of people in the chat, Brian, that are asking, when do we buy SoFi? Don't ask me, because I bought some at 22. So right now it's at 1650. When are we buying SoFi, if we are at all? What do you think the chart looks like?
Well, you guys know me. I don't like stocks in downtrends, and this stock is clearly in a downtrend. So it's not something I'm in any hurry to get involved in. You know that the phrase that I always bring up in situations like this is, if they don't scare you out, they'll typically wear you out. And we're below the declining 20, 50-day moving average. We're below last year's anchor. We're below the anchor from the April low, the tariff lows, that is. So I just look at it and see guilty till proven innocent. It's going to take some time. And, who knows, maybe it does this and starts to neutralize, but it's going to take time to really right itself. To me, it's, possibly a similar situation to this, except we're below that 200-day moving average up there. So it looks pretty badly damaged and, going to take some time, just like it did over with these moves back in 2021.
I want to jump in and ask you a question, because it's related to this SoFi, particularly. Anytime, look, if we have an earnings or you have an all-time high gets made or like the IPO day, like there's these certain events where I know you like to slap an anchor on. Obviously, the short seller report, there's two things. The volume event that it's causing is going to be a big one, and the move that it's causing is going to be a big one. But on the other side of it, it's like, these guys short before they get in. So if they put in a big short position on us, not like they did it today when the news is coming out. Is this something where you'd say, hey, let's put an anchored VWAP on this from today, or is this not that type of an event? Just out of curiosity, because I know you're obviously more of an expert on the indicator than anybody.
Yeah, I think it would probably make sense here. As far as today goes, you could start looking at it on an intraday basis and say, the anchor from the news. We're currently back above that. However, we're still below, these key, we look at how it's been holding below that declining 20-day moving average. And it's been held prisoner to that. So that seems more important for now. And as we back it out, we're in this downtrend. So I would look at an anchor, for instance, from the IPO and say, that's a possible place we might drop all the way down to. And that's obviously not what people want to hear, because that's down at about $13 or so. We can look at the anchor off of this low and maybe say, okay, well, this is the neighborhood we might come down to, but otherwise it's guilty till proven innocent. And this is our level of interest below where we look to say, perhaps we start to stabilize in there. So hate to be the bearer of bad news or sound negative, but it's in a downtrend. If you asked me last week, I would have said it's in a downtrend. It's guilty till proven innocent. Focus on stocks and uptrends.
I can't argue with that whatsoever. And I think that's something that everyone needs to hear. I mean, obviously, like I sit here, I own shares of SoFi, and it's done so well for me in the long run. It looks pretty bad right now. If we can sort of flip gears for a quick little second, I missed, it's been a while since we had a chance to talk to you. And oftentimes, we look at too many charts that look like this on the trade desk and like SoFi. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are with two names. If we can just, like yesterday, so today Micron is making an all-time high. It's breaking out of this flag. And then you've got SNDK, SanDisk, as well. Maybe not breaking the high, but very, very similar pattern. They've been so big, people struggle with how can you possibly want to buy these things up here when these moves have been so incredibly parabolic, but the memory space just keeps on going. They're relatively strong when the other chips aren't really doing much. What are your thoughts? Pick one. You don't have to either or. The charts are eerily similar here. What are your thoughts on those? It's always tricky to buy tops, but statistically, it's probably better than picking things up in the uptrend, even when it's at the top and seems expensive, is better than buying buying that that torrential downpour.
Sure. We spoke about SanDisk last week, actually, Sean and I did, and someone had asked about that. And I said, listen, we're still above a rising 50-day moving average, so it's innocent until proven guilty. But this is the box that I drew in. And I thought, hey, it's probably stuck in a range and it needs to consolidate for some further time. I kind of thought it was going to do more of a time correction in here, but it just continues to surprise to the upside. And news and surprises tend to follow the direction of the trend, which is why when bad news comes out on SoFi, it shouldn't be a surprise. And when good news comes out on SanDisk, it shouldn't be a surprise because that's what, the market's a discounting mechanism. It anticipates these future events. And then that's why, a trend once established, whether up or down, is more likely to continue than it is to just, fall apart and, people trying to pick the top in SanDisk. My advice, I think, last week was I would just leave it alone because it probably needed more time to digest, was my thought. So you can't beat yourself up for missing a winner either. That's the thing that gets people. They say, they start saying, oh, I knew I should have, would have, could have done this or that. But, Micron continues to move higher, like you said. Western Digital, it's like you said, they're kind of the same chart. Seagate, maybe, not quite as strong. So, perhaps Seagate can pull back, consolidate, and then get going beyond this level. But that's why I'm a trend trader, is because I can't pick tops and bottoms, and I've never ever seen anyone who can successfully do it on a consistent basis.
That's the other thing. You have to find things you can do consistently. And just out of curiosity, I didn't get a chance to speak to you last week, so I won't ask you about anything that you might have mentioned there. But last week. But is there anything new? It seems like every single day we're getting a different headline and oil stocks are going crazy. And then we've had a couple airlines that are doing pretty good and they're trying to break some trends. They've been really good trading stocks. Maybe in a sector that isn't tech or isn't something that has a Muddy Waters report. What's on your mind for this week in the midst of all this turmoil? You got a name for us that piques your interest or has a good setup where you aren't necessarily chasing, where you aren't having to sit there and predict a bottom? What's on your short list or maybe a new position you have?
Yeah, it's too late now, but Kava's been my trade so far this week. This has just taken off beautifully the last 2 days. So, I can't tell people, hey, you ought to go get involved in that. Plug is a small, we've got the Fed tomorrow, so I'm hesitant to put any new swing trades on. I did buy some Plug today, and this one, it trades 90 million shares a day. So don't let the $2 price intimidate anyone or think that it's just a little garbage stock where you can't get in and out. I've got an eye on the anchor from the not the all-time high, but the high of last year and this little level up in here. So I'm thinking maybe it can run up towards this zone, but I'm still trading, half size positions, even on Kava. It's a nice winner, but I only took a half risk unit on it. One stock that some of the listeners last week asked about was Circle, and I want to follow up on that because I said it's possible it could run to the anchor from the IPO, and that's exactly where we are. This green line is the anchor from the IPO in Circle, And it's not slowing down yet. We see this 30-minute, time frame. This is the week-to-date anchor, the 5-day moving average. So the way to handle this stock, and I know some of your listeners are still long, is to say which one of these higher lows do they protect themselves with their stop. We've seen, last week on this day, we were talking about it right here, and it was still in that giant uptrend above the rising 5-day moving average. So this is a zone where it starts to make sense to, not buy new positions clearly after such a huge run, but to tighten the stops and start thinking about, not giving away all of your profits if we see a sharp reversal.
I think that's absolutely perfect. I'm glad you brought that one up to be real, because I feel as if it's been one of the more impressive stocks. And this would be a good example of, you said the term you used was guilty until proven innocent, right? And
no, this one is innocent till proven guilty.
Well, it turned that like $50 ago. You could make the argument that right in here, right in the middle of February, I guess it would have been the end of February, you can see the downtrend, you can see that 50 period, doesn't have the 200 yet, but there's your consolidation breakout, and now all of a sudden, I'm glad you had that anchor up there. You basically got the move you'd be looking for, and very cleanly off a prior resistance level, breaking out and getting to that anchored. What would you say to, as we enter power hour here, what do you say to those that, like as a day trader, I look at when the analysis that you have on Circle, it goes right into that line. You put in a lower high. That's the kind of area that if it kind of confirms a little bit of a top, maybe a false breakout at the open, I'm inclined to want to look for a small fade in there. And oftentimes, if you found in your experience that using the anchor for support for bounces is better or worse than using it for reversal short, is there anything to that? Because I find it's psychologically easier to watch something bounce off of a level that you like and take that long, as opposed to, as a day trader, hey, it's respecting that anchored at the top, let's short that. If you found anything in either direction there, because we know psychologically everyone wants to buy dips more than they want to sometimes fade those highs.
Agreed. And for this one, though, like we said, I mean, it's just run from 50 to 135. And the thing, Neil, is look at how beautifully it is. I always talk about the 5-day moving average. It broke out here, and look at how this 5-day moving average has been rising the entire time and holding this stock up. So for a bigger reversal, I think what's more important is that if we started to see something along the lines of, let me sketch this in. So let's say we get your gap higher tomorrow. It starts to fade below tomorrow's VWAP. And then, for a scalp, shorting it here, and then looking for a move maybe down to today's volume weighted average price would be a good place to, maybe cover half of your short. And if it did this, and then it comes down to the 5-day moving average, maybe we get another bounce, the 5-day moving average flattens out. And then I think you could start to see, a swing trade to the short side. But until it does that, the bigger picture is so strong that to fight it for anything more than day trades starting out just doesn't make sense. Look at today's action holding above this volume weighted average price the entire time. And this is where that anchor from the IPO is right here, basically at about 135, 136. And we're not really showing any weakness in here either. So it's a balance of that longer term, such strong momentum with trying to find those little spots. And in the initial, flurries lower, if it was to do this, you've got to be quick to cover some, because it's most likely going to, trap some shorts and squeeze them and then roll over. It might take 2 or 3, kind of false breakdowns before the move can stick.
All right, Brian, last week I told you that I would write down your picks and hold you accountable. And obviously that's fine, because you are well explaining absolutely everything. You're getting a lot of love in the chat for all your explanations and all the help you're doing on the chart. So thank you so much for that. I wrote down Dell. So here it is right here. The Brian Shannon single sticky note right here has Dell on there. And if I go back a week, it's March the 10th. You said long on Dell. That was a 144. And I can't remember the exact price. That's why I was showing you that there was a decrease there in the candle. But
Anyways, we don't get any lower on Dell than that day that you came on. So congratulations. I wonder if you are still in this. Has this trade worked out for you? Did that indicate an in for you that day? But you did mention Dell and gave it to everybody last week. Since then, it's up about $11 or so. What's your trade looking like on Dell? Were you able to get into it? And how did that wind up working out?
I got in and out, Sean. I didn't take it. I'm still not holding it. I had set my stop a little too tight on my final third right here and got shaken out of it on this day. I did get back involved for a day trade, but that one, it really didn't do really well for me. I was managing risk too tightly on that simply because of the market. I thought when it broke this lower low here, I thought, okay, well, it's extended, so it's likely to pull back down. So I didn't trade that one great. The other one, if you remember, was NTAP on the short side.
Yep.
And that one never did what we wanted it to do. And in fact, here's the drawing that I wanted to see it rally up and then roll over, and the stop was going to be here. So that one is just kind of never triggered for me. And simply because the stop was violated prior to a low risk entry.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, I've written down NTAP on here as well, and was like, I wrote down the dates, and I thought that one had not executed at all. Brian, thank you so much for coming on. Where can everybody find you? Obviously, at Alpha Trends over there on X, I believe. The same on Stock Twits as well. And then you have your subscription model there. Is it $5 or $10 a month on Twitter, where you provide an unlimited amount of resource and knowledge wealth. So can we maybe discuss your Twitter handle or Stock Twits or basically anything you'd like to?
Sure. On X, it's $10 a month. I do daily analysis of the markets and provide some stock picks. Really a lot of education. In fact, this Saturday is going to be the next recording of the educational seminar for subscribers, where they send in their educational concept questions, and then I answer them and put that post up in video format so we can explain it. But lots of education and actionable ideas for, like you said, it's just $10 a month.
Yeah, that's what we like to hear. And I mean, this is why we have a guest like you on, where you're actually giving real life ideas, not just posting up, oh, look, I made like, $20,000 today. These are ideas with reasons and legitimate ones at that. And of course, your author. I keep on looking for that book, The Anchor View Up. But go find Brian Shannon.
Someone is reading
I'm going to get it next week. I'm sorry about that, Brian. It's always being borrowed somewhere. But we've got a good trade on in Nvidia right now. We want to thank Brian for coming on and allowing us to dig into his brain a little bit there.
Appreciate you, brother.
Neil asked you about another name. Was there anything else about a stock? I think we covered a lot.
No, nothing else. I was going to mention oil. It still is holding the anchor from a week ago Sunday on that gap. So that's acting as support. So this whole, Strait of Hormuz thing is still, acting as a solid bid reference, basically.
Right, perfect. Yeah, I mean, that's why we always say it too. It's like right now, the best trades I've had on oil is just that instant news, right? Like boom, reacting to something happening. And that's why I'm just waiting for that Strait of Hormuz noise there when that gets opened back up. But Nvidia is getting to the downside, so we're going to go talk about this. It's Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends. Thank you so much, and we'll check to you next week.
Thanks, Brian.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody.
Ciao. That's it, man. It's Stock Blitz.
Sorry, Sean, we'll get right to your Nvidia short. I want to talk about inflection, INFQ. This name pushing to the upside. I did put this in our chat, of course, in case anybody missed this story. But basically, INFQ inflection posting on their X account that they are proud to be part of the UK's quantum initiative. So I guess INFQ working with the United Kingdom government on a quantum initiative. Good look for this quantum play. Other quantum plays, of course, include RGTI. QUBT, QBTS. So lots of different ways to look at this name. IONQ as well, of course.
Big name tonight, Oklo, reporting. And meanwhile, while we had Brian on, this was happening. Money. Oh, man. That was real good. And there it goes right down to the downside. I'm just taking out like 5% on, it looks like a lot of outs, but I just don't know how long this thing's going to go. And then I heard that Jensen's speaking somewhere right now. So down to 1.
It seems like some of this is the redistribution of comments he already made. It's worth noting a lot of the people who post on social media are at this event. So there's a lot of vague spawn con happening when it comes to these comments.
Okay. So we only have 10% left. of this trade right now. So, I mean, man, it's a winner right now. It's another one. We've taken $5 or $6 on Tesla. We'd lost one on Micron. We showed you some of our trades today on Meta and Micron and Tesla, of course. And here's just another one on Nvidia. So, you know, we messed with it long early. That was not right. We kept on. We made some money a little bit and got dumped out a little bit there. But no stop outs here at all as we have that 10% spot left. I was just going to wait for the 50-period moving average. So we'll take another bid if we can get back down in there. It's too bad, man. I was waiting at 182.10s there and missed it. I don't know. It says we printed 09s, but we were waiting. Oh, no. Sorry, we're at 05s. That's why the bottom is... Yeah, that's why I went right to 05. So we're going to wait to see if that comes back in. We have a very small amount left. So I'm now bidding 182.12 to see if we get that fill, but only 10% left. So this is not something to worry about right now for me. But congratulations to anybody able to follow that. And yeah, SoFi, 17.25 right now.
Well, if you're looking for volatility in Power Hour, then this Power Hour brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex, offering Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged and inverse leveraged ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leverage bull and 3x bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. The strategies are currently currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian buck, or the loonie, I should say. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, up or down. Make sure it's with your risk profile. Trade tactically. Remember that these leverage ETFs, good for trading, but that decay will get you in the long run. You can learn more at betapro.ca, and you can scan the QR code you see out in front of you right there. I want to shout out to Beta Pro. And speaking of the volatility, SoFi, first we'll get to SoFi because, yes, that's right, it wicked me out, but it did get back into VWAP. So they're going, and look, it happens, and I'm not saying this is the all clear after that Muddy Waters report. Still want to hear from Anthony Noto. Still want to see what their official response might be, if there is one. Maybe it'll be days from now. I have no idea what that might be, but it is being bought back up. It's through the volume-weighted average price. I wouldn't even consider that one. Yeah, it's too far gone to just automatically short up there. Maybe if it got all the way into like 1750, where the flush happened, or like 1770 and tried to go complete V-shape, that could be a spot to look for a trade. But it's a similar setup that happened to the other stock that cratered, I wouldn't say today, but lots of stocks cratered today, this afternoon, which would be the Trade Desk. So it also, and I'll have to hit save on this one, it also broke trend and just got me in here 25 and a third. So the stop is to the prior bar low, looking for, I don't know about the VWAP retracement. That feels, it's a little bit more stretched than SoFi. So I look at this on, I'll pull out the 3-minute chart instead of going to the 15. About 26 and a quarter is the low from Friday. So if it gets up to there, I think that's a spot to look for. But I like that SoFi bounce. Still want to hear from, you know, as a shareholder who has been looking for a spot to actually buy shares back into it. I think you want to be a bit patient with this. It's nice to see it rally. It'd be even better if we heard a response from the company. Adara?
Just be aware here, LCID pushing higher. This is actually near intraday highs. Now, I have spoken a lot about all of the many industry events this week besides the Nvidia GTC conference. Looks like Lucid executive speaking at a B of A conference and saying that hands-free driving for their Gravity is a few weeks away. So they're near hands-free driving, according to comments made by the company's CEO at a Bank of America conference. That is LCID Motor, or Lucid Group. Shout out to Timmy Chalamet. Back to you.
Out there. Yeah, just real quickly here. Here's another one. So we'll just go this one. Another one. Okay, that's enough. What's up, Brendan? Right here. But yeah, here's another short that we got stopped out of. So just like Neil showed you SoFi here, this was, it just kept going. And I was like, I could have waited for VWAP and probably should have there. Not really sure what we were looking at. I think it was right into here with also coinciding with your 200 period moving average right there at 1:32 o'clock. So it was hovering around there. What time is this? 1 to 130. So unfortunately, it broke, and I was just like, nah, too much is enough, and I didn't want to lose too much here on Oracle. But yeah, there it goes right to the downside after we get back into 156, and I just did not hold it all the way. We stopped out at 80s there, and then it drops all the way down. And something very, very similar happened, of course, on Meta, which is right there, breaking the 200 and all the way back down. So I can't hate on that, but those were trades that happened. So we are out of those right now. We obviously have a much better look here with Nvidia, as that's downside right now. We'll just wait to see where that's going. Tonight is Oklo, so we have that report there, and they got a deal this morning with the U.S. government. So Oklo, though, has given it back. Neil's already sort of talked about that reversion back in today. I don't know, man. I don't really like any names that aren't making any money these days, and Oklo definitely is not. Their EPS expected minus 17 cents for the quarter. So, yeah, I would say downside play for Oklo. But, you know, if they talk positively, you know, I mean, you don't need to make money to go up. I mean, we've seen names like that with Palantir and so many other names that just keep running up because of what the future holds. And, I mean, you know, a deal with the government, definitely they're helping out Oklo today, but only up 3%. So it's just right at a really slippery spot right now. I think if Oklo even winds up beating tomorrow and is up like that 13 or 14%, that'll be a fade tomorrow, because we saw it fade today on a similar, you know, actionable event.
When your price to sales is not applicable.
No, there's, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like the price to sales is 100, right? Like that would at least be a number. The price to sales is 0. Like, it can't. It's not technically not even 0. It's not applicable. It just doesn't exist. So I think even like something minor will be good for it. Actually, it's good that you mentioned the reversion, because someone was like, Neil's picked TTDs going against. If you trade mean reversion trades, then you will be against the grain often. Like if this is a downtrend and I'm taking that trade with that stop, it's structure. Like this is where it broke the trend line. This is the price at which it broke the trend at 25.20 or so. That's the price that we're long. There's the prior bar exit. I'll take that. I'll do it in SoFi as well. SoFi, more of a flat trade, because you know, ultimately it was a break-even stop in there, just slightly under break-even, and it started to go. And I moved my stop up, which I tend to do when it fails first resistance. But you're not gonna have it. Whoops, Oklo is a New York stock and not NYMEX. You're not going to have a strategy or a set of strategies and then ignore it. Like Oklo was also a downward trending stock. This is where it broke the trend on the 3-minute. That was a prior bar exit. It was literally 15 cents worth of risk. It went right into another upper trend line. I did reverse into a short. I don't always do that, but it then had this kind of upward trend going into it. It did this, right, where it broke this upward trend. So I did reverse into the short and realized, that's getting a little bit too cute with it, and just had a tight stop with it. But you trade these strategies because that's what works for you. Like I like that mean reversion trade. So you will find yourself going against the grain, but looking for a specific setup when that does happen. I do see we have a super chat, so I'm going to get to that quickly because I want to make sure we get those. We don't want to miss you. I don't know when you put it up, Jay Degenerate. Holding it's Schwarmer. See, I'm thinking like you said David Schwarber. I'm thinking like David Schwimmer or like whatever. Since 16 this morning, thanks Trade TV. Well, I know this is one Sharif was covering, because it's been like this opened up, but we were already off the show. I think it opened up at like 11 o'clock, which is early for an IPO.
Yeah, well, because there was no interest.
Well, it's
so I don't. Sharif
$5. No, he was. I don't think he
didn't
would
trade it.
I don't think anybody would trade this stock.
No, Joe or Sharif, no. So.
This is the kind of stock that at real trading almost. I'll be candid with you. At real trading, which is a huge day trading firm, there's not a lot of people that would trade a stock like this, long or short, because it was so small. Like you're talking about an IPO, $5 million notionally that's the notional value of the shares. Release. Obviously, it's done incredibly well. So if you had 16, then you took it basically off the first or second halt. So you at least were in it early.
Do you have that IPO page up? Because
I'll bring it back.
I was going to like show people like
it's
just how low and like why we don't have
insanity. Like okay, so this is Swarmer. The other one this week is Janus Living. Look, I don't know Janus Living, JAN. But that's supposed to be, I guess, on the 20th, so it'll be on Thursday. 850 million shares. Let's go back to last month. Okay, so these are all of the, and apologies, there's gonna be there's a lot of SPACs mixed in here. Anytime you see something exactly at 10, it's a SPAC. But suffice to say, there is one IPO the entire month that was underneath 100 million in notional value. And it was whatever JAG-U is, Jaguar Uranium Corp at 25 million. It's very rare. It's incredibly small for an IPO, which does mean liquidity is going to be at a bit of a premium. Liquidity is very low. Even paying to locate this stock here at Real Trading would have been, I think it was like a couple $100 for 100 shares. So you're spending.
Did you look?
Yeah, I looked earlier.
Okay,
I
wasn't sure.
When I looked earlier, it was $2 per share. When we normally, when we normally look at an IPO that we trade, I'll pay for the locates just to have them on board, even if I'm going long, because they're probably 3 cents a share or 4 cents a share, not $2 per share. So obviously it's going to be illiquid, but yeah, if you get into these early, congrats on that. I wouldn't be chasing it. It is double topping for what it's worth. It has double topped up here at exactly $40, literally to the penny. So if it breaks 40, there's some more shorts that are about to get burned. Adara?
Be aware here, guys. Not one, but 3 pretty major earnings reports, or at least notable earnings reports after the bell tonight. Now, I don't usually make a implied earnings moves infographic if we have so few names, but in this case, all 3 are pretty major, and all 3 of them have at least a 10% expected move. So you've got Oklo at 4 p.m., 10.2% expected move. Lululemon and DocuSign both at 4:05 p.m. with 10% and 11% expected moves respectively. So there's going to be some big heavy hitters moving after the bell. Again, you can find this infographic and many, many, many more on X at TTV Research.
Oh, Lululemon.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the one in the biggest trouble there is Lulu, but I don't think it'll move the most. I do think it'll be Oklo. Will move the most. What is the story today with Nebius? Because, yes.
$3.325 billion offering.
Yeah, that was early in the day, right? Like,
That was it,
yeah, because like I'm just surprised. Like yesterday we had that huge move up on Meta, you know, and then on the $27 billion deal or whatever. And then, you know, I just feel like that offering, it would have already came out. Like, I just surprised that we're at the low of the day. That's all. Like, I just, you know, surprised that. Like, you know, SoFi's bad news sort of comes out. The market digests it. They figure it out. And it gets bought back up and just says as if Muddy Waters didn't even come out anymore, right? And so it's interesting to see that move down there in Nebius and the continuation of the move on NBIS. We did, I'm gonna go over to Adair in a second. We just covered a little bit more there on Nvidia right here at 35. We just made a move down into 25. I am bidding 12s still on NVDA. What's up, Adair?
Keep an eye here on META. Now, this does not have to do with Nebius, which of course we know Meta does have a deal with, but it has to do with another deal made by Meta, this one involving Manus AI. It looks like China's NDRC, so a Chinese governmental body, summoned both Meta and Manus executives last week, saying they're concerned over the deal. This is not the first time we've heard reports that China's been concerned over the deal, but this is like the first concrete thing that we've heard with regards to an actual investigation or further action looking into this deal. This is being reported by the New York Times. META, back to you.
Yeah, Meta, that's been a stock in trouble. Just back to those earnings things for a quick little second, because that Lululemon chart, I was trying to hit the flat bottom break, but it didn't work, so I'm not going to try again, because whatever it was, it kind of, let me try it again. There it is. I don't know why it didn't work before. But remember Lululemon? Okay, so look, here's the thing. It was a nice bounce on this monthly chart off the 200-period moving average. So you can complain all you want that it only went from like $160 off that low, and the green month that gave you an entry was like in the mid 175s. It went to 225. It gave you 20-something% on that move, but this month is looking like it's going to close underneath the 200-period, not on the daily chart, not on the weekly chart, the 200-period on the monthly chart. Lululemon, that's what's at stake for this report, because if it's bad, then it's hard to imagine it's going to be able to do enough of a rally to turn this into a wick bottom and a bounce, because the confirmation that it's holding this level again can't come until the end of this month, which will be after the report. So there is a ton at stake for Lulu. It plays in both directions. I liked it once for a bounce off this. If we end up holding this by the end of the month, or if it's like the last couple of days and it looks obvious that we're holding it, then I think you're going to have another dip entry on Lulu. But you can't complain. Like, in a downward trending stock, you get a 20% bounce, you're happy with it. And sometimes you have to be like that. Ask anybody who was trying to buy dips in UNH if you got greedy with it, right? Like you should be happy when you get these bounces. This went from 250 to 300 to 360. There was a 300 on the weekly, I think, or something like that, which actually got a good one as well on the weekly on UNH, where you had this nice little entry off the 300 level and it went to 380. You take those. You take that 20, 30% when you get it on a downward trending stock. So Lulu lot going to be at stake. That'll be the one of the most interest to me because it was a successful swing once. It can be again, but don't assume it's going to bounce.
We have some problems. Yeah, there goes Swarmer.
Can't go for it.
Finally halting. Looks like to the downside. Looks like we got a little bit of a down halt right here as well. So it has halted in the past, right? I mean, obviously it was a big halter today, but I mean to the downside. So last time it halted down, looks like that was at 12:10. It doesn't open up till 12:20. So for some reason, that's a 10-minute halt right there. Opens up and then basically just goes again to the upside, then halts upside. Then cracks without a halt. I don't know why that didn't halt there. And then it just works its way up. Next down halt, bought up again. Next down halt right there, bought up again to ahead of the halt. Third, I don't know, maybe not third, multiple halts right now, seeing what it's going to do right here at 33 bucks. So now the halt is on. The heat is on right now for Swarmer as that's going. I just wanted to say, and is it Dara? Oh, Dara just left. Damn it. When she gets back, I'm going to have her do just a little quick recap on SoFi. There's a lot of people asking about SoFi right now, and you know the Muddy Waters came out with their report, so maybe we don't necessarily need a Dara here, but just if she had found anything interesting that we don't know about.
We can drop the link again.
Yeah, we could drop the link, but it's recovered all the way back. Like this was down 7%. So it's gone up straight in a straight line down pretty much. It's actually almost even straighter upside, to be honest with you. We did have a little bump there to go back up. The first time we went down to 1660, we bumped all the way back to 1730 and then had second round. Round two, fight down there. And then boom, right back up there into 1750. And that's where we are now for SoFi. So we'll drop that. Neil just dropped it in. You guys can go grab that on X. And the reason why I wanted to ask Adara was, and I know you have your Twitter up as well, but like if there was a response from SoFi, I guess there wasn't, but all the way back to the upside. We took advantage of this trade there and took Robinhood. I mean, we were just lucky that the futures came down. Well, actually, what time was that? That was 2. So 2 o'clock, yeah, so there's the futures downside. So this was more of a move that we just hit the market and Robinhood went with it. So, you know, that was probably a little silly to equate one to the other, but we just want to take advantage of that because we saw this kind of sharp move and it was only 40 cents. So I said, you know what, man, Robinhood's a $77 stock. If there's a leak here in the report about the industry or something like that, fintech, we'll take Robinhood. Lucky enough to get that, but hey, man, luck is what we're doing right there. You like that round 2 fight reference there, Dave Clark? Man, I'm willing to deal with anybody in Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter, any of those games.
One of them's getting, Street Fighter's getting, the movie's getting.
Ooh, yeah, that's right.
Like,
what's his name is Guile, Cody Rhodes.
What's his name again? Yeah,
from the American Nightmare there in WWE. Okay.
The remake of the other Mortal Kombat sucked. They remade that maybe it was more than a couple of years ago, but it stunk.
I'm hearing something about Nvidia in my ear here. So it is starting to go. Like look at the level 2, right? This is why I always have it up on other screens, is because all of a sudden you could just see, like look at that spike right there to 60, right back in again. So let's take some out. I'm not hearing anything, but when you see that and all of a sudden I could just see some levitations start to happen here, it's a good indicator that obviously something is going down with NVDA. So we'll take out a little bit more. I now have about 5%. Oh, here it is. Oh, they're now receiving purchase orders from China. That's allowed?
China. Getting orders and actually
filling them is a
different. Because we've heard this before. We've heard orders and demand. We haven't actually heard of any filling of said orders through. So
maybe nothing there. But anyways, there goes NVIDIA. I'm just happy to get out of what we did there on NVDA, and we'll just work it from there, right? And so we'll see if there is going to be a trade alert here on NVDA. And for me right now, no, it's kind of just a flat one here. So we'll wait and see what happens with NVDA here. Just trying to hold the bid and see if there's any sort of meaningful trade here with those purchase orders and whatnot coming through. So yeah, again, they have to be fulfilled, right? So, okay, AMD may be moving around as well on something similar. No, still down 1.1%. 0.16% here. Nebius probably at its lows. I think it's a lot of okay, there downside. So remember, I was looking to short Oracle if we're going to talk about data centers. I did like the Oracle short, and just unfortunately got stopped out there. 156, it's at 153.60 right now, so we lose 250. So we'll face slap that one and say, bad, man, should have stayed in on that. But we didn't, so okay, that's fine. And then I think CoreWeave, like if Nebius is gonna, see, this happened to me last week.
Oh, look at their
CRWV. It's not even showing up in the
what?
In the thing. This happened to me last week. All right, there's CoreWeave.
That's kind of weird.
We can check out what's going on here. CoreWeave probably downside as well. Yeah, with Nebius. So, you know, very similar. I don't know enough about the businesses, why one's better than the other. And then there's Swarmer is now open right here as well. And okay, so it actually is not the be-all, end-all. It halts there at 33.50. Looks like it gives you, or 350 or so, gives you an opportunity to get out. I mean, even now you can get out right there. So I like this stock here. Maybe it goes higher. I mean, it's not tanking, so I don't know. But remember, the spread on this thing, right, is already $1 and change sometimes when it opens up, even more than that. So there it is. Like there was just $2 for a second. So if you're swiping the bid, just be careful, because as Dora knows, swiper no swiping. And you got to be very, very careful with taking out those bids because the next level down could be a dangerous one. So yeah, there it goes, downside here for Swarmer.
All right. Carl's, that's super chat of the day. Well played. Well played. And you're Canadian too. Thank you for the super chat. Muddy Waters, 1956 hit song, Got My Mojo Working. You got the Got My Noto working. Although I guess Muddy Waters is saying it's not working, or that Noto and executives are working you. That would be the claim that they're making. But yeah, that's a good
one. Yep.
Got My Mojo Working. We had some more news coming from Adair. Let's go right to the desk.
Yeah, we know we're hearing here from Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang. I do have some more specific comments, though. Again, they're receiving purchase orders from Chinese customers, and they're also in the process of restarting their manufacturing for the H200 China chips. According to Christina Partsinevelos of CNBC, who is at this event, it's actually going to be news for them, but it's going to be different than it was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. So it seems like this is like breaking news. He said their current condition is that their supply chain is, quote, getting fired up, and, quote, all of you will likely start to hear about that. So again, we have Jensen Huang saying not only are we starting up this production, but people are going to hear more about it pretty soon because this is like brand new for them. Back to you.
Oh, we got another super chat, and appreciate it.
Super chats popping.
Yeah, we've got Nick W with one and Danes Boy with another. We can throw them up there, Andre, if you got it. So Nick Dub's first. We love the swing trade set up on Serve with, hey, we haven't heard as much from the robotics names that you would like to think, especially out of this Nvidia event. With consolidation on the trend line, would love to hear your thoughts on Serve Robotics. So let's throw it up. Obviously, we're going to look at a daily chart here. That'll be even better. Oh, that just reminded me. Someone asked me about Lily, and I didn't actually get to the answer. Look, it's a setup on Serve. I'd almost call it more, not a trend line break. This is a support, it's a support line at the 90. Like I would almost think if you're looking at the trend, like you can slap something on. I mean, I could draw that for you if you wanted to do that. But like from the big peak highs, it's not really approaching it yet. If anything, this is just has a support at $9. You call that accumulation as well. Somebody seems to like buying it up down there. But yeah, I don't see you breaking any real trend. 50 and 200 period moving average on the daily, maybe a month, unless I'm looking at the wrong time frame for you there. But it would have to do some really, really big work to break that downtrend. I like the support that's in there. And we have another super chat if we can throw it up. I believe we had Danny's voice. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patty's Day to you as well. Take this $10 and buy yourselves 4 shares of Clover Health in the long-term account. And I love that you said $10 because that's what a SPAC is. At the beginning, you get $10. And I'm going to remind everybody of something. If you believe in a SPAC for whatever reason, and you invest, like Chamath just had a new one, I forget the ticker, I can look it up for you if anybody actually cares. I think a couple of months ago, he had a new one come out at $10. Remember with a SPAC, if you buy it thinking this person is gonna find the greatest acquisition and it's gonna go 10x or whatever, when they make that acquisition, if you don't like the company that they end up combining with, you can get your $10 back. That's how it works. And sometimes that's not a bad proposition. You can believe, it's one thing to believe in an idea, but when you're confronted then with now they've made the purchase, if you don't like it, you can get out and you can get your money. And look, if it took 8 months and you lost, you could have put that into money markets and actually gotten something out of it, but it's better than getting rinsed. You do have an option. It's built into the back. I don't think that's something that people were using very often when these combinations were made. But yeah, Clover, I don't know. What
No, I was going to say, I mean, Clover is just
$2?
Yeah, that's why he was saying buy 4 shares because 5 shares, if the math is right there. Yeah, this is like, so I was in this name and got out. I got out in here somewhere. It must have been in this area. I think it was right before this bigger run. Yeah, so I'm thinking, I mean, I don't know where I got out, but I'm pretty sure it was, I don't know the time, but it was 3:30, something like that, in and around here. We did not, I think it was in this run here, because it went all the way up, came back down, then on the way back up, I think this is where I sort of emptied out a little, or all of them on Clover, and then it ripped higher, and I was like, nah. And then now it's just like, okay, see you later. But yeah, Clover, you might be right onto something here as a stock. I mean, look where this is right here. Good potential for Clover, to be honest with you, coming into play. Like 60 cents was the bottom. You had a run from 60 cents, no split, nothing, all the way to 480. I mean, what a great trade that was. And now you're all the way to the downside. I can't honestly hate
that dollar break
on a trade like that for Clover. I think it might be, you might have had horse sense there on St. Patrick's Day. So, you know, congratulations. It looks like Clover might be a good-looking trade right there. SWMR. I just want to check out Swarmer one more time. So there it is, man. Right back up. We talked about that, you know, potentially holding the bid. Now, it got as low as $30, but I thought it would have tanked a lot more on its very first day IPO and everyone's still holding the shares. The fact that this is still going higher, definitely someone doing a good job. Good job underwriters here on SWMR. All right, Charizard, no, CHRD, I don't know what that is. WLK, pot of gold at the end of these rainbows. So yeah, we can have a quick look at some of these names, of course.
Cord Energy?
Yes.
The stock has done
What is
666,000 shares of volume today.
Okay,
That's
so about
ominous,
that
man.
one.
That's just, okay, now there was just another print, so I don't want to see the 666. That's pretty ominous. And WK, don't know that one, pot of gold and rainbows, but it is an energy name. Man, that was a monthly chart of Clover, not looking too good. But I don't know, we talked about this when Ryan was on. You were looking at things that were, it's like guilty until proven innocent. Well, downward trend, guilty, guilty, guilty. There's it reclaiming both moving averages. There's it breaking out. So this is something that's actually reversed a trend. In the right, like you're going to be in the right space if you happen to be in energy right now. And it's a clear reversal of trend. You can see the increasing volume into it. I think when you're looking at stocks that have been beaten up for a while, you don't have to have the low. You don't have to have the low. You don't have to have the low. Look at how solid this is. Get above the moving average. Break out above the moving. Not enough to just eke over the moving average. Show that you can hold, consolidate, and then break out. That's at $105, and it happened on like literally 3 weeks ago. And it's now like 20% higher from there. And you can then hold that to a major moving average. You don't have to have that bottom or guess at when it's going to be. All that said, with regard to Clover, I only find that jokes. I was saying, you might have heard me out of my breath say that was a good dollar break. Because look at the monthly chart. When it goes penny stock, there's something to be said about holding the $0.50 and breaking the even. And, you know, I started as trading penny stocks as a day trader. So, like, some of the first, like, shot plays I ever made in the stock market that weren't just buying boring good companies were all on penny stocks that did things similar to this, where you just take shots at them when they find that distinct double bottom. You could do worse than double bottoming at 50 or 60 cents, taking a dollar break as a shot. Just understand that when you make that play, if your stop is at 60 cents on a dollar break, you are risking 40% of what you put into it. Right? So you need a double up or a triple up to make it make sense. I still think Clover might be trending to the downside. And only because I was like saying it, so I would look it up just to see how it's doing. The most recent, everyone believing in Chamath, SPAC, they don't even have a combination that I'm aware of, and it's already twice gone up 20%. So you get your $10. Like you could have got this back for $10 if you believed in Chamath, and you could have already made your 20% without the combination. I feel like if that ever happened to me, I would just take that money. Like you're telling me 3 weeks after you got 20%. These things can take months or years before they actually get some kind of a deal. here.
Yeah,
And he like it's just like so he's aiming to get into AI, defense, energy, or DeFi. Like it's aiming to, like who knows what combination will actually get made. Not a lot of SPACs will even give you the opportunity to make money before they make a deal. That's all. Early look on the imbalances, because some people ask. BMNR, 1.5 million. For anyone that's new, BMNR shows up almost every single day in the imbalances. If it's over like 2 or 3 million, I think that would mean a heck of a lot more than this 1.5 million. It doesn't seem to move off it too much. Pfizer, 1.4 million to the buy side. Ooh. There's some analysts that have liked that one a little bit better recently. Comp, 1.1 million sell. Snapchat, 1 million to the buy. Nothing too crazy early, but in 10 minutes we'll get them for real. The other day we had NU that had a decent enough move on it, but I'm not seeing anything that stands out. We'll look at BMNR. It's worth it. I mean, it's a sell imbalance and it is heading down. So this could be one where you get like a flip. It comes out as that sell, and then maybe flips to a buy, and then you can play it off the low of the day here. That could be a trade in the next 10 minutes. Adara?
Given the glut of headlines we've had today, I thought it might be appropriate to do a news roundup. What are some of the biggest headlines this afternoon? I'm going to start here with TTD. Now, the trade desk was already dropping for about half an hour before we realized what had even happened here. Turns out the reason that TTD dropped was because there was an article put out here by Ad Age suggesting that Publicis, which is a major advertiser, had basically said, hey, we did an audit and we're no longer going to be recommending TTD for some of these customers in the digital media space. So TTD losing a pretty big recommendation, again, according to a report, sending the stock to the downside. SoFi actually recovering really nicely off these lows, but around 2 p.m., Muddy Waters publishes a short report about SoFi, first on their website, then on social media, sending SoFi to the downside, again, basically comparing them to Enron when it comes to some of their accounting. So interesting look. And last but not least, the GTC 2026 conference continues. The keynote's over, but the headlines are just beginning, or so it seems, with Jensen Huang announcing just about 5 to 10 minutes ago that the company is actually already seeing some orders and licenses come in for their China chips. And as such, they're going to be restarting that manufacturing for the H200 chip in China. Jensen also indicated we're going to continue to see these headlines because this is an ever-evolving situation. Right now, we're going to evolve back to the guys.
It is interesting because Snapchat actually ends up on that list of the names being mentioned. This is the second day in a row that it's had a buy and balance, for what it's worth. Right. It was a million buy yesterday. It's a million buy today. Maybe somebody's onto something here. Not that it's not moving the stock, but if you look at it, you got this little spike on the mention from Jensen yesterday at about, I guess it was like 30 minutes into it when it got the spike. But if you look at it at the end of the day, it didn't really do much. It was already back at the highs and kind of reverted the move. But I'd say it's a little different if it has a buy and balance, kind of like BMNR. When you have those imbalances and you're close to a high or a low, it gets a little more interesting because then you can look for that either bounce here if that imbalance grows, or reversion play. I'm kind of hoping BMNR will be a flip. So those are the two names I'll have up, unless something else pops in out of nowhere. Oh, there's going to be at the end of this week, there's a few, I don't know, the NASDAQ 100 has some reweighting at the end of the week. Intel and MSTR are expected to be buys at the end of the week. So you might see those pop up later on in the week. It's still pretty early. So BMNR I'll be watching going into these imbalances in 8 minutes. I know it's a sell imbalance, but I'm not looking for the sell. Like I'm looking for this to get driven down to the low of the day. And then if I see it like start to like go from like 2 million to 1 million, like something distinct, like something big. It doesn't have to flip outright, but if it gets like cut in half or it does flip, look to grab the long off the low of the day on BMNR. So 7 minutes or 8 minutes until the imbalances come live officially at 350. Yeah. For now, we're just looking at the early look. I've seen this a few times, Grunfeld mentioning Netflix is having a bad day.
Is it? I mean, they faded off that $100 marker. It hasn't.
Yeah, we couldn't come up with a reason why it was so bad it was yesterday, I think, when it turned around, or even at any point. But it could just be technically this $100. It got there, like it bounced decently off the 80 level to give you 20%. I was just saying with some of these downward trending stocks, you get a bounce at 20%, you should be happy with it. I didn't take it out because I didn't buy the dip on Netflix to be short-term play personally. But you could do a heck of a lot worse than have sold in front of that 100 level. It hasn't fallen apart though. I just wanted to point out this 15. As long as it holds here about 93.80 or $94, which is where it's bouncing now, I kind of feel like Netflix is still giving you a bit of a a bit of a consolidation off this top. If we lose 94 tomorrow, lose this bid tomorrow, you got like $3-4 worth of downside on Netflix. So yeah, it's on the radar. I don't know how they did it. I have no idea how they did at the Oscars, whether...
I don't think they're...
Yeah, how
it was tied for their best year ever at the Oscars. So they were nominated for 18 different nominations across their films. I think it was across 6 films, 18 nominations, 7 wins. So that's more than a 33% success rate, more than 1 in 3. And it also ties their best year ever at the Oscars, which I believe was 2021, where they were 35 nominations, 7 wins.
So I can't think of any movie other than K-pop Demon Hunter, but that one crushed.
Frankenstein did really well in special effects and behind the scenes. That's the other thing.
Is that an animated one too?
No, that was live action, but they did really well with makeup.
Okay. So
you watch it, Adair?
Oh, okay. Okay, good. All right, so here we go, man. A little bit of a face slap because we're still in Nvidia as it's coming back down in, still that dollar winner, and just capturing profits on the way back in, man. We made a move up to VWAP there. Just there's a bunch of talk about what Jensen's all about right now. And it's just, to me, was like enough to sort of keep me away here from that name. So from averaging into it, obviously we're still in the name, but we did not want to take it too short there in case there was more news about that H200 or 100, whatever it is, being available into China. Oh, Adair, now that you're back, hi, how's it going? I wanted to ask you more about SoFi because they made a complete recovery all the way back. So
I think it's just a lot of investors on social media are just, they don't want to listen or follow this report at all. I think it's just a lot of stubbornness is what I'm seeing. People are like, oh, they don't understand. Oh, this is such a bad report. Oh, just wait till Anthony Noto denies it. That's really what I'm seeing. For the record, like it's a pretty political report. There's a lot of data involved. I want to take some more time to study it. I tried to read through it during my break, but truthfully, I was like also eating, so wasn't able to give it my full attention. But yeah, it's a lot of like, it sounds kind of like what I did with Oracle. They went through the reports. They saw stuff they didn't like.
what do you think about the chicken from lunch today?
The chicken?
Yeah.
I was pleasantly surprised.
Me too.
There were pieces that were like, I don't know if they were like food, like they were like.
Oh, you didn't get enough?
I got so little. It was delicious.
Yeah, I got a small serving too, but what I did have was really good. The mashed potatoes, I did not love.
No, it was delicious, but like you can't tell me it was no, not the mashed potatoes, the chicken. But you can't tell me there was enough chicken. It was like the smallest portion.
I went back and got more,
Well, you can go.
It's Captain Protein.
It's the smallest amount that they've ever given on that plate.
Yeah, it was like a little bowl. It was true.
But it was delicious.
It was, but it was delicious. That's what I was going to ask you guys. It was a very. Sometimes we give, the caterer a little bit of a rough time.
Oh, this one's like an 8.
But today was great.
Yeah, it's an 8.
Where's Joe?
8.
Joe.
Oh
lunch.
no, don't even. I just saw his look.
We gave it a high on that one. Neil gave it an 8, and I'm like at a 7. I'm like at a 7.7. 6.3.
Yeah, but you know what? But
whoever marries Joe or anything like that isn't a huge problem because I don't know how they're going to cook for this guy.
Standards are very high.
Very, very high standards, which is a good thing to have. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Right now, I'm never going to bring
your scale is your scale, though.
I'm never bringing him in any of Marissa's dishes because I'm going to fight the guy. You don't even have your mic on. Do you have your mic? Yeah.
Okay, so here's what Joe's saying. By the way, BM&R paired off, or before the imbalance came out, it disappeared. So 3 minutes until the imbalances came out, BM&R was 2 million to the sell side. It's now not there anymore. It could pop back up. So I kind of got in a little bit early off the low, but I'm going to throw a stop at this local bottom here, like 23.10. If I see it pop up a sell again, I might punch out. But I like the fact that it disappeared. And so Joe was sort of saying, like, what's your scale? This is in the grand scheme of things. No, I'm rating apples to apples. Like I'm taking all of the food that I've had from all the caterers here. And ranking it against that.
Okay, so based on
I'm not grading them against gourmet restaurants or anything. Like
okay, good. Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify because when you were gone, Neil, I'm like, hey, is this like on the grand scheme of all restaurants you're giving some of these ratings like 8? No, it's based off of the caterer's food, so I can understand the 8. If that's going to be the case, I'll bump my 6.3 up to a 6.7. 6.7.
So to me, when we're rating jerk chicken, we rate it based on not the caliber that they're giving us. And this is where it's different than what we just discussed. I'm rating it based on how good I think the jerk chicken is to the jerk chicken. The best jerk chicken I've ever had would be a 10, let's just say. And then I go down from there. I say, like, this is half.
Have you been to Jamaica?
No.
Okay,
Me?
Yeah, because it'd be like a 1 relative.
No. I'm just saying.
Rate a 10 on a jerk chicken.
No, I don't. I'm just saying if what I'm saying is as a baseline, if the best barbecue chicken there is this happy for you, so you don't have to worry about where I've been. If the best barbecue chicken is a 10, and then they give barbecue chicken, and I think it's like half of that, then I give it a 5.
Okay.
That's like I'm rating it against the world here, not against the caterer.
That's insane.
If this was against the world, I'd give this closer to like a 7 something, man.
I can respect Neil's
because
higher
I don't remember the
rating
braised
now if he's basing it off the caterer. But if you're actually looking at the whole, like you go to a restaurant down the street or in Rexdale, and you're like, hey, this jerk chicken's like a 7.5, 8.
Yeah.
I'm like, brother, I don't know. I don't know.
My aunt's jerk chicken is like a 9. Is like a multiple better than what we get from the But that's what you'd expect. You have to remember, if it's spicy food and any caterer, they have to make it so that it appeals to everybody. So when it's an unfair comparison because there's no way that you could make real jerk chicken and expect to serve it to an office. It's just not fair.
But
that's like comparing SoFi to Nvidia. You just can't.
Today
do
we
it.
had
Not
braised
fair.
chicken, right? I'm not going to say like this braised chicken is better than the last braised chicken they gave us. I can't remember what the last braised chicken.
No, but I wouldn't. I'm comparing it to all of their meals, not just like the chicken to the chicken.
All their meals. Yeah, that makes.
Yeah, like this is an 8 relative to all the meals they've done.
But as soon as we step outside of this office, I think it's very, very difficult to give it an 8 rating. You know what I mean? Or an 8.2 or something along those lines.
I think that's the best thing we should do is rate it against the typical meal that we get.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
As long as
so it doesn't even matter what it is.
Then
I think that's fine.
Right. It's like if we get chili tomorrow, you say it was a 6 compared to today's.
Like Katina, man, and you may think this is somewhat of a hot take.
Imbalance, by the way, imbalance is a road.
I personally think that the spaghetti and meatballs is one of the better dishes here. And I would put that.
The only problem is the meatballs aren't cooked the greatest here. But okay, here we go. The imbalances are out. We cover our Nvidia, and there it is, man. Get into the gates of hell, Nvidia. Great cover there at the end of the day. There goes Nvidia. Nothing but love on the talk for food, but it's Nvidia downside right now as those imbalances hit, and just going to make me feel worse and worse that I'm not still short Meta or Oracle right there. But yeah, nice downside play. And there it is, man. We wash our hands of Nvidia with a huge short today. I hope you guys had this during the afternoon trade. Bye-bye, Nvidia. What up, Adara?
What's up here is news on Nvidia. We did have some more comments. These are a couple of minutes old now during the chicken chats. But Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang making more comments saying that moving 40% of Taiwan chip production to the U.S. would be, quote, very difficult. I'm also seeing comments here coming from Wall Street Journal with regards to the Middle East. WSJ, Wall Street Journal, reporting that the Pentagon is looking to mass produce kamikaze attack drones similar to those used by Iran. Back to you.
All right.
But who is going to produce them? Tell me who. No, I know who's going to mass produce them. We can think a public companies can be able to do that. NBIS is the biggest imbalance out here. 3 million to the buy side. Notionally, it's going to be the biggest as well because it's 115. Yeah, it's because they're down 11%. This is SSR as well. XLF, the ETF. I have not seen that ETF on the imbalance locator. 2.6 million to the buy side. You'll note that BM&R did not come out that 2 million sell. So went into the long for the reversion. But this is SSR and NBIS. It did move $1. You just keep in mind from the close, it's down like $17 from yesterday's close. So the dollar is nice, but compared to what it has done on the day, that's a whole lot of nothing for Nebius. What a difference the 2 days make. XLF, I don't know, it probably, I haven't looked, let's see if it's moving on that. No. So XLF, the banks have been taking it on the chin. 2.5 million buys, doing absolutely nothing for that whatsoever. Another, man, the banks were strong right at 9:30, and I guess that was it. Something very broken. Like there's still a lot of concerns here with the private credit market, and we talk about how the overall market's not that far from the highs. There's lots of things that look pretty strong, lots of uptrends out there. Look at Micron, look at Sandisk, they look pretty good. You can't really say that about the banks. They're kind of like that ugly stepbrother you're sweeping away. But I find oftentimes when you bet against them, the good ones tend to be good dip buys. Let's be real. Like if you all you ever did is buy Morgan and JPM and Goldman when everyone hates them, you'd be doing pretty good in the long run.
Yeah, those stocks are fine. And, much like trading today, we've had some ups and some downs. And, not everyone's going to be green. Not everyone's going to be red. And look at this. It's a very, very mixed board today here. Generally speaking, we've had green, reds, like very, very strong one way. Remember this morning when I said if you're nervous about Eli Lilly, you may want to think about getting out of some Eli Lilly. And there's Eli Lilly. Oops, that's the wrong thing to push over here. I want the stock information. But anyways, Eli Lilly right there, 929. Gave you that out there at 965 earlier this morning. So you can see a little bit of a mixed bag happening there on the broader side of things. But it did draw my attention to Eli Lilly. And I clearly remember this morning when we talked, you can go back to 9 o'clock when we talked about this name. And I was like, this looks like this is going to dip through this level. And it gave you that opportunity here today many times to get out and short through that level for Eli Lilly. And I want to thank Joe. It was a downgrade there today. It caught my attention right there. The Pentagon wants to mass produce kamikaze drones. So that might be an AVAV thing. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I'm also seeing Wall Street Journal further reporting. They also reported the kamikaze drones I mentioned a couple of minutes ago. But they're also reporting Russia's expanding its support for Iran. They want to keep Iran in the conflict with Israel.
Of course they do. Yeah, of course they do, man.
That's what I was looking for specifically. Like AVAV, like it would make sense that they can benefit from this, but if they don't tell us exactly who would be getting,
I don't think they need to tell us because there it is right there.
They're not they're not necessarily the only ones. Look, I love AVAV, and I want them to go up, but let's see. We know, but there's two sides of it too, because it's not just the drones themselves. It's also the systems that run them, and then throw in the fact that there's this new defense out there, the whole it's like electromagnetic shield thing. There's like some Dutch company that does it. I don't know of any U.S. publicly listed company that's building these, but I think that's a huge future. If I can find some kind of a publicly traded company that is doing this electromagnetic shield thing, that's gigantic because it would be the cheapest way to be able to combat these things and get them down.
Here's our, I think, I was just joking about Big Bear AI. Hopefully, Big Bear AI does have technology similar. All right, I don't know if you guys, this is not.
They do? Electric?
They do. Big Bear AI has everything and more. There's Obi right there, 16.5%. This man be the winner right now, Obi. And Adara holding fort with our picks. These were made around July 12th or 20th or something, or January 12th. Right there, Adara. Randy with the energy plays. Ramin, welcome back. She's only down 2.5%. There's my guy, Joe. He's chilling out right here as well. Here's Neil and I near the lows. Right now, I'm down 14%, Neil down 17%. And as we were talking, it's just, we're going to be, first of all, today, Eli, I was actually middle of the pack, and then Eli Lilly today. See ya. That's down 14% since we made that prediction, and of course, at $1,081. There's Big Bear AI down 37%. There's your Aero Environment down 41%. CRISPR, FCX all down as well. Because Joe's sitting here, we'll go over that. Walmart, good look there. JP Morgan, bad luck on JP Morgan and CrowdStrike. I own both of these names, not Walmart, but maybe I should. And Adara's standing back there, so sitting back there. Let's look at hers. Congratulations, she's only been talking about the Oracle short for about $200, so that's a good little play there. Good job on that one. Thank you for saving me all the money that you did, and that's truth. Starbucks, 8.5% up, and Boeing, which we really like, but it's not going. It's going down, but we really like Boeing. And if I reviewed this a couple days ago, of course, it would have been a completely different story. So, there's a little bit of a rundown there. We are going to... Yeah, I did. We did talk about Obi. Obi right here, he's got BW. We talked about that today. BW, a huge stock, 77%. The city is short, and then the circle short. So the shorts are burning him right now, but it's the BW trade for oil. So
another 20. That's some.
Yeah, it's a big one. 77%. They had they got some good deal there from the government. on their earnings day. So it was a good little trade there. So yeah, OB right now up 20%, but risky, but hey, that's what you get, right? I mean, good picks there for OB. We talked about those last week with him as well. And there goes Aero Environment. So that's a nice trade there. Back to the upside. We were sitting here last week when they reported, and it was a horrible report. No, it wasn't that bad, but the action.
Oh, the action was bad.
The stock was bad, down to basically 2 bills down there. Now it's 220, so a little bit of a bounce of 10%.
Well, it's got a double bottom. That's a good.
Yeah, it's a good one. So we'll see what happens there. For
you have to keep in mind, like
environment.
They weren't making money, right? So like that's one of those like shot plays. But it's not like there's defense names. There's defense names that are actually, like consistently profitable. Things like like the Raytheons, the Lockheed Martins. That they're much more growthy. That's not really a word, but I don't know a better way to say it. Growthy is the word I'm going to go for it because. Right, like it's just there isn't one like they're pre-profitability type of name, which does mean your volatility is going to be much bigger. There's only 1 minute to go. BMNR is not going to get to VWAP, but Nvidia. When it came out as 2 million sell, it was 2 million to sell previously, and then it came out effectively nothing. There was no imbalance, but didn't really cause too much of a spike. That said, with only 2 minutes, it's worth jumping out of. I think this would be better, maybe if it flips to a buy. Instead of it just being an early look sell and then pairing off, it's probably better if it flips in the other direction and you get more out of it. NBIS completely paired off, all but 1 million shares, but still a buy and balance there for NBIS. Don't really know if it did anything too crazy. Yeah, it's been bouncing, so another dollar move. It's still going to be SSR tomorrow because it was down 10% today, but a good little bounce on the imbalance locator here for NBIS. So that ends up being a good one if you took it off that 350 move and then staying as well. But remember, that's going to get all paired off in just about 30 seconds with the market close.
Yeah, exactly. And good day today. We see the NASDAQ still up 0.4, so we like that. 0.45 there for NASDAQ. 0.24 for the ES, so some good opportunities there. Bitcoin nicely traded as well. You can see Bitcoin, I'll just check what IBIT is, just to give you the kind of day that it's been having. IBIT only up 1%, but you can see crypto at 74.5 with only 15 seconds left. Pretty good day. Obviously, Nvidia there just kept on dripping down the whole afternoon, and we were able to take advantage of some of those plays. We'll see tomorrow's trade with Nvidia will be a pretty hot one for sure. 3, 2, and 1. And there we go. So tonight we've got Lululemon, we've got Oklo, and there was DocuSign. So yeah,
the only one we didn't talk about
pretty decent names to report. Lululemon, I think, will probably be one of the bigger nightmares out of all of those names. I just don't know what's going on there on the retail side of things. We see Nike downside, so I think
Nike's a dumpster fire.
Yeah, I own a little bit of Lulu. We were able to get some out there near that 220, believe it or not. And then we have OKLO. I think they're supposed to be a little late, so I'm not expecting anything from them right away. Was it 4? Yeah. Oh, okay, so maybe Oklo comes right now, and then Lululemon. 160, and again, they had the nice little run up as well. So we'll wait to trade. Huge move down there at the end of the day. I don't know if you saw that, but there's the 220 area because we had bought last time earnings was down here, and now we're below. So should be an interesting report here for Lulu. Look at it fall off right there near the end of the day. So waiting for that report to come out with Oklo as well. So nothing for now, but make sure you do join us tomorrow. And you can join us everywhere, man. We're on TikTok, we're on Rumble, we're here on YouTube. Hopefully, I don't know if we're up yet, but Instagram Live, and there's a whole bunch of different places. Yeah. So TikTok, Twitter even has a live feed.
And it was getting tested, Ramin was testing them all out to make sure they all look and sound fantastic, just like normal. But let's be real, you can always also find us right here every single day because we don't miss a beat. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're Trade TV Live, everybody. And thank you to all those participating in the chat. We love you. We should have put a poll up, which one we think is going to do the best. When you have 3, everyone loves picking a bottom. All 3 of these names are in a downward trend. So pick your poison, DocuSign, Oklo, or Lululemon, which one you like to the long side. I can't stand any of them tonight, I'll be honest with you. If there was a none of the above, I'm not incredibly bullish on all. There is a bit of a small move on Oklo, although the numbers aren't out.
No, nothing going on. All right, it's 4:02. All right, decent day today. We will see everybody tomorrow, man. Lots of trades happened today. We got some big winners. Stopped out of some other ones. We got the great news from SoFi. Not great news, but great trading opportunity from SoFi there. We'll have some good reports tomorrow to talk about as well. So thanks, Brendo, everybody today. Ramin, Fabian, Andre over there. Joe's right here as well. I see what you got ready to go over there, Joe. Do you know yesterday was 316? Yeah, we didn't talk about that enough. So thanks to Joe, thanks to Sharif over there. Right now, Sharif ate all the chicken. Yeah. So.
Oh, also happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Happy St. Patrick's Day, and a good thank you to Adara as well. Hit the music. We're out of here.